Chapter 501. I thank whatever gods may be for my unconquerable soul. Big brother. Princess Ayla screamed as she rushed towards Prince Alaric that had been blown away by a spell that had been cast by an elven prodigy. You're the crown prince of the Zealand dynasty? The elven prodigy sneered. Pathetic. Don't be like that, another elven prodigy commented from the side. He is still the crown prince. If we capture him, we will get merits from the commander. Also, that girl beside him is not half bad. I called dibs on her. You get the crown prince. Haven't you had your fill of human girls yet? You have almost bedded over 100 of them. How can those women compare to a princess? Don't worry, after I'm done with her, you can play with her next. Sounds good. I'll take you up on that offer. Princess Ayla ignored the two elves and focused her attention on her big brother. She used her life magic to cure his injuries and ensured that his life would no longer be in danger. The elven prodigy who called dibs on Princess Ayla whistled when he saw her use life magic. It was a rare magic, even among the elves. Someone who was born with this magic would be sent to the forest where their spiritualists resided to be trained as a healer. The other elven prodigy sighed when he saw this. If he had a choice between Crown Prince Alaric and Princess Ayla, he would definitely choose the latter. For him, a crown prince's life was nothing compared to a talented life mage. While this was going on, King Minos and Draum's battle had reached its climax. The ancient golem played a dirty trick and attacked one of the minotaurs that had accidentally wandered in the path of their battle. King Minos naturally did his best to protect his people, and that is where the ancient golem dealt him a crushing blow that gravely injured him. The king of the minotaurs gritted his teeth as he smashed the earth spear that had embedded itself on his chest. Fortunately, it didn't hit his heart, but his movement slowed because of it. Draum used this to his advantage and immediately gave King Minos a beating. Esgalar clicked his tongue when he saw this, while Xiphon only shook its head. Anero and the purple-haired woman snorted, while the teenage boy just gave a devilish smile. Regardless of how it transpired, the result was already obvious. Draum threw King Minos to the center of the city. The king of minotaurs crashed to the ground and created a crater, sending dust and rubble flying everywhere. This war is already over. Draum shouted. Surrender or D-dash. The ancient golem wasn't able to finish his words because a loud sound spread across the battlefield. At first they thought that it was just some random noise that the defenders were using to scare them. However, they then realized that there was a certain pattern to the noise that resembled music. Yes, it was some kind of music. A music that made anyone who heard it feel a sense of tension. Draum and the other guardians narrowed their eyes as they looked in the direction of the castle. Suddenly, a powerful and unyielding voice reverberated across the city of Gladiolus. Out of the night that covers me, black as the pit from pole to pole, I thank whatever gods may be for my unconquerable soul. William walked down the stairs that was leading to the palace with even steps as he gazed fearlessly at the smoke-filled city that was in ruins. In the fell clutch of circumstance, I have not winced nor cried aloud, William said as he continued to walk down the stairs. Under the bludgeonings of chance, my head is bloody but unbowed. Princess Sydney's and Morgana's expressions changed as they observed their beloved. With a glance, they could tell that something was very different about William. However, they couldn't determine what it was. All they knew was that the person that they had loved had returned and had come to save the people that were important to him. William continued to walk, unimpeded as he quoted the rest of the poem that had left an impression on him back on Earth. A poem that had given him hope when everything was lost. Beyond this place of wrath and tears looms but the horror of the shade, and yet the menace of the years finds and shall find me unafraid. Countless portals appeared behind him and in the sky. They illuminated the surroundings in a bright light, and yet, those that came out of it made everyone shiver in disbelief. Even the guardians of the Silvermoon continent flinched, because the pressure that descended on them was on par with their current strength. It matters not how straight the gate, how charged with punishments the scroll. William raised the scepter in his left hand and pointed it at Draum, who took the role as the leader of the elven invaders. For I am the master of my fate, William declared. I am the captain of my soul. A giant ox with dark blue skin stood right behind William. Blue flames poured out of its eyes, shoulders, hands, and feet. It gave a mighty roar that spread far and wide. Elon Dor, who was standing in the center of the elven army, trembled when he recognized the giant ox standing behind William. How could he possibly forget the creature? The elven commander had its millennial core inside his storage ring. Urkata raised his hand. Suddenly, the storage ring of the Blade Master that had killed him glowed briefly. A few moments later, a giant war axe made of adamantium flew out of it. It traveled at a straight path until it was caught by a large and powerful hand. The bone dragons carrying the diabolical Death Knight Grim Nightmare Revenant, and Arcane Spectral Lich hovered above William. The Arcane Spectral Lich glanced at its surroundings, and the blue flames that glowed on its hollow eye sockets turned red. Unforgivable, the Arcane Spectral Lich said with undisguised anger. He was the first king of the Helon Kingdom, so it was impossible for him to not recognize the kingdom that he had built. The Lich glared at the elves, but it didn't attack them right away. He was not the commander of this army. The one who would give the orders was the one holding the scepter that commanded the entire undead legion. Nuklavi chuckled evilly as it raised its spear and pointed it at the elves. One of the races that it had fought during the era of the gods were the elves. They were among the races that had ganged up against the humans thousands of years ago. Seeing his old enemies, the devil of the sea that had been trapped in the undying lands was now feeling giddy. Just like the Arcane Spectral Lich, it was holding itself back for the massacre that was about to occur. William raised his right hand, and 4 colorful lights flew towards his body. He had recalled Wendy, Ash, Thor, and Ragnar back to the Thousand Beast domain where they would be safe from the second round of battle that was about to ensue. Although they were injured, the system had assured him that their lives weren't in danger. For this, William was thankful. The half-elf then glanced at Dia, who had weakly called out to him from afar. S leaned against her body as he looked at William with a relieved expression. "Do you want to stay?" William asked. Est nodded his head. "I want to see its end." William gave her a brief nod before shifting his gaze back towards his adversaries. He didn't try to dissuade Est's decision. Since his lover wanted to see how this war would end, he would let her witness it all, while sitting in the front row seats. William scanned the faces of the elves before stopping on the ancient golem. William had to admit that Drowham had given him a lot of headaches in the past. That was how strong the guardian of the elves was. Then, 2 more guardians appeared which had completely flipped the scales of the battle in the elves' favor. The red-headed boy chuckled. The once scary existence that had forced him into a corner was now like a bug in his eyes. A bug that he had long wanted to crush beneath his foot. "You said a while ago for everyone to surrender or die, right?" William sneered at Drowham. "Don't worry, I won't ask you to surrender." William channeled his will into Malachi's scepter before a devilish smile appeared on his face. "Tell me, you bastard elves," William said in a teasing tone. "Would you like to try dying once?" Chapter 502, The Wrath of the Righteous, Part 1. The 3 Goliaths, monstrous skeleton sovereign, giant-slaying Draugr, and Nuklavi, towered beside William. They simply stood there like 3 tall mountains, but that was more than enough to make the expressions of the elves turn pale. The portals above William's head and in front of him were still active as hundreds of thousands undead soldiers marched forward. Like the system had told him before, they numbered over 20 million. A number that had exceeded the army of the elves, and to a certain extent, the army of the Creator Empire as well. "I call upon the heroes whose names have been forgotten," William said softly as the undead warriors all raised their weapons in recognition of his words. In an era where hope was scarce and many were saddened, when all hopes were lost and victory was out of sight, that was the time when humanity showed its true might. Hundreds of thousands of lights shot out from William's chest as they landed on the battlefield. All the members of the Minotaur tribe that had died in the battle, and those that he had recalled inside his Thousand Beast domain, once again appeared on the battlefield. Similar to Urkatu, all of them had dark blue skin. Their eyes and parts of their body flared with eerie bluish flames as they stared at their adversaries that had taken their lives. Surprisingly, it was not only the Minotaurs that appeared. Elves and humans were there as well. They had turned into undead revenants and shared the same features as the Minotaur race. The elves shivered as they recognized some of their fallen comrades had once again risen up from where they had fallen. Only this time, they were fighting on the side of humans. William's words rang loudly in the surroundings as he raised the dead from their slumber in order to fight for his side. "Come, brave warriors of old," William ordered. "Monsters abound, and war behold. Show them the might of those that were forgotten. Make them see the error of the path they have trodden." William waved his scepter once, and all the undead took a fighting stance. "Kill," William ordered. "Send these foul elves and their guardians to the afterlife. Show them the wrath of the righteous." Nuklavi roared and charged forward. The giant skeleton and Draugr ran behind it, and the ground trembled in their wake. The Arcane Spectral Lich urged his dragon, and it stood between Draken Nalsrig and Diameter. The Lich gave Est a sidelong glance before facing the guardian beast in front of him. "Is it fun to bully children?" the first king of the Helon Kingdom asked. "You don't need to answer. I'll chop your body apart and use it as an ingredient for my experiments." Although he had turned into a lich after touching Malachi's staff and had been inside the Undying Lands since then, he still held strong feelings toward the kingdom that he had founded. Draken Nalsrig felt an unprecedented danger come from the arcane spectral lich whose hatred for him was evident. However, he also understood that they were at war and it was only natural that the lich didn't like him. "I don't mind killing you twice, lich," Nalsrig replied. "I'll grind your bones and use it as fertilizer." The lich chuckled as it raised its magic staff. Talk was cheap, it was now time to take action. Several dark rays shot out its staff like laser beams. The king of the winged serpents cast a magical barrier to protect himself from the attack, but to his surprise, the dark rays passed through his barrier and caught him completely off guard. A pained cry erupted from Nalsrig's lips as the lich's undead magic tore off his draconic scales and dissolved his flesh. This was the first time that he had experienced something like this, and he immediately retreated to a safe distance in order to heal his injuries. Just like an earthworm that has been sprinkled with a bit of salt, the lich teased. "Does it hurt? Don't worry. There's more where that came from." The undead dragon flapped its wings and gave chase. The arcane spectral lich had already confirmed Est's identity, and because of this, he wouldn't allow anyone to hurt him. Draum's body crashed heavily towards the elven formation, severely injuring the elves that were unlucky enough to be on the same spot where he landed. Naklavi's horse neighed in contempt as it charged towards the pseudo-demigod whom it wanted to crush under its heels. Kasaganaga, who had been fighting alongside Soglav, gazed at the devil of the sea with genuine surprise. "It really is Naklavi." Kasaganaga gasped as the giant abomination rampaged within the disorderly elven army. After the surprise passed, a devilish smile appeared on Kasaganaga's face. There were several instances when it had fought side by side with Naklavi during the era of the gods. The rainbow-colored anteater knew how strong it was, so it had a smug expression on its face as he once again turned into a spiky rainbow-colored wrecking ball that was out for blood. Soglav sneered at the elves that had lost their composure. Its doppelganger was keeping up with Kasaganaga to ensure that the anteater would not delve too deep into the enemy's ranks again. After the incident with Urkatu, Kasaganaga had learned its lesson and stayed within reasonable bounds. Just as the three were engaging multiple enemies, a bronze dragon swept down from the sky. Its target were the two beasts that were creating a lot of casualties due to their teamwork. The bronze dragon opened up its mouth and unleashed a dragon breath at the demonic dog who had just finished killing two elves in succession. "Shit." Kasaganaga cursed loudly. It braced itself for the impact because the dragon had attacked him from his blind spot. He was unable to dodge nor cast a protective barrier because there was no time for it. Right before the dragon breath hit the demonic dog, a giant shadow covered it. Searing flames streaked past Soglav's side as a giant ox stood in front of it, protecting it from one of the dragon's strongest moves. Urkatu stood tall as blue flames erupted from its mouth, colliding with the dragon's breath. The two attacks canceled each other out. The bronze dragon was about to soar towards the sky in order to flee, but a giant axe flew in the air and partially cut the base of its wings, preventing it from flying away. The dragon screamed in pain as it tried to stabilize its body from the air, but Urkatu didn't give it that opportunity. The giant ox summoned his axe back and threw it once again. This time, it cut off the bronze's dragon's wing completely, sending it crashing towards the ground. Urkatu once again summoned his axe as it ran towards the fallen dragon. Once near, Urkatu jumped into the air and body slammed the dragon with all its might. The bronze's dragon's body was sturdy, so it didn't take much damage from Urkatu's attack. However, the giant ox's true motive was to pin the dragon down, as his weapon hacked it to pieces. The adamantium axe descended with fury at the dragon's neck, sending sparks flying in every direction. The dragon roared in pain as the adamantium axe embedded its blade a few inches into its neck. Urkatu didn't relent in his attack and continued to slash his axe with the intention of cutting the dragon's head off completely. When the dragon's head was finally cut off from its body, a whip of darkness wrapped around it. Soglav pulled the head towards him and happily stored it inside his storage ring. The dragon's millennial core was located in its head, so Soglav had no intention of letting it go. "Urkatu, is that really you?" Soglav asked as it looked at the disgruntled giant ox in front of it. "Yes," Urkatu replied through telepathy. Soglav didn't know why, but it felt relieved after hearing its friend's confirmation. It thought that the giant ox in front of it was only an empty husk that William had reanimated using undead magic. Knowing that his friend was alive, rather, dead, but alive, the demonic dog's anger decreased significantly as it ran towards its doppelganger and the rainbow-colored anteater, who was laughing crazily as it slaughtered as many elves as it could. The scary part was that, every time an elf died, they would immediately rise up as undead warriors. This unholy practice unnerved the elves and made them feel despair. Elandor knew that it was only a matter of time before the place where he was would be overrun, so he decisively gave the order to retreat. "Vanguards, hold them back." Elondor ordered. "Rearguards, prepare to cover our retreat." Little by little, the elven army got pushed back. It didn't even take half an hour before all of them had completely left the vicinity of the city. Escalar and Xiphon no longer spectated as they did their best to cover the elves' retreat. Unfortunately, the grim Nightmare Revenant and Diabolical Death Knight engaged them in one-on-one combat, giving the two giants, the monstrous Skeleton Sovereign and the giant-slaying Draugr, free rein to massacre the elves as they pleased. Eneru was currently locked in a battle with Jekyll, and this time, it was Jekyll that had the upper hand. He was unable to catch the Qilin during their earlier battle because the latter had used ranged attacks to bombard him with lightning bolts. The Qilin that had lost a good chunk of his power had opted for ranged combat. Eneru knew that he couldn't beat Jekyll at close range, so he used cheap shots to harass the Taotai from afar. All of that ended when William and his undead army appeared. For some reason, the Qilin was unable to use his incredible speed to escape, and only flew at his normal speed. Eneru glared hatefully at William because he knew that this powerful suppression was coming from him. The half-elf noticed that the Qilin was glaring at him, so he did what he had to do and waved back at Eneru with a smile. The Qilin almost spat blood at the shamelessness of the half-elf who had interfered with his fight against Jekyll. Due to the slight loss of concentration, a massive tail slapped the side of its head and sent it crashing towards the houses near the eastern part of the city. King Minos had already received treatment from William and had rejoined the battle against the Qilins and dragons that posed a threat to the Minotaur race. Although he felt disgruntled that Nuklavi had taken his prey, he also didn't want to mess with the Devil of the Sea. He had seen with a single glance that he was not the Devil's match. Since that was the case, he then focused his attention on the other threats of the battlefield and plucked their lives one by one. For every Qilin and dragon that fell, the sneer on William's face widened. With a wave of his scepter, these magical beasts were revived and bared their fangs at the elven army. Every minute that passed, thousands died. Every minute later, thousands of undead were born. The staff of Malachi glowed eerily in William's hands as he stood on the back of a bone dragon. William's Beast Legion wanted to join the battle, but William prevented them from doing so. Only King Minos, the Minotaur Revenants, Kasaganaga, and Soglav had been given the permission to continue to fight. The half-elf didn't want to see any members of his legion to risk their lives now that the undead army was under his command. Although he could bring them back to life as an undead, William knew that they wouldn't be the same as when they were alive. Besides, even if the skeleton soldiers were smashed to bits, as long as he held Malachi's scepter, those broken bones would reattach themselves and continue to fight. Simply put, there was no need for William's herd and legion to risk their lives in a battle that was dominated by the undead, whose numbers were steadily increasing as the life of elves and their magical beasts were cold like grasses on the open plains. Chapter 503, The Wrath of the Righteous, Part 2. This is no longer a war. This is a massacre, Princess Eowyn muttered fearfully as she gazed upon Nuklavi, who was like a god that swung its spear to smash the ancient golem into broken pieces of stone. The elves forced themselves to not scream in fear as their guardian was smashed in front of them. They then gazed at the monstrosity that towered over them, who had now set its sights on new targets, namely the elves. "Stop him," Princess Eowyn ordered. "Stop him at all costs." The two Blade Master T. Hat served as Princess Eowyn's bodyguard glanced at each other before resolving themselves. They summoned their weapons and armors before charging towards the pseudo-demigod that had just obliterated their guardian. Although both knew that they were not its match, they just couldn't possibly stand by and do nothing as members of their race were slaughtered without mercy. "Die, monster!" one of the Blade Masters shouted as the sword in his hand glowed brightly. Crescent Flash. A 5-meter-long blade of light slashed down on the devil that had its back turned on the Blade Master. The blade cut off Nuklavi's right arm from its body, which made the elves that encircled it cheer. However, what happened next immediately brought them despair. The severed right arm that laid on the ground casually flew in the air and reattached itself to Nuklavi's body. The Devil of the Sea then turned its head to look at the Blade Master with a teasing smile. The Blade Master's body became stiff and unmovable due to Nuklavi's devilish stare. Even though the Blade Master had the rank of a saint, it was nothing compared to an existence that had fought against demigods during the era of the gods. With a simple thrust, Nuklavi's spear pierced through the Blade Master's chest, killing him instantly. It then chuckled and threw the body to the side as if it just killed some random elf. The devil's laughter had gripped the hearts of the elves and made them feel despair. Some of them were even starting to think that this was all a dream. A terrible nightmare that they should wake up from, or else they would die in their sleep. Droum, who had once again reformed itself, smashed its body towards the monster whose evil knew no bounds. The ancient golem called forth the power of the earth to entrap Nuklavi in an earth prison. The land answered Draum's call and rose up to wrap itself on the monster's body. Soon, the devil had been firmly trapped in a rock prison, forming a small mountain at the center of the battlefield. Elon Dor and the patriarchs had just breathed a sigh of relief when a powerful explosion erupted in front of them. The stone mountain blew up like a volcano and sent rocks and dirt flying in every direction. A moment later, Draum was sent flying by a powerful blow that erupted from the tip of Nuklavi's spear. Draum didn't know that it had stepped on a landmine when it decided to imprison the monster in a dome of soil and rocks. Nuklavi hated being imprisoned. Since the demigods were unable to contain him, they decided to just ask the gods for help to deal with him. The god of the earth rose up to bind Nuklavi with the earth, but just like what happened to Draum's attempt, it ended in failure. Only the gods of the sea managed to effectively entrap Nuklavi in the depths of the ocean. However, even that entrapment only lasted for a few months. When Nuklavi broke out of its watery prison, it became more enraged, and this time, it rampaged until the giant race was almost wiped out from the face of the world. The gods then knew that the monster didn't like to be bound, and every attempt only made it stronger and madder with rage. This was how Nuklavi got the title Devil of the Sea, because the moment it rose up from the ocean, it had completely become a devil that no one in the world of Hestia dared to fight. Nuklavi's eyes turned bloody red as it charged towards Draum that had failed to stop it. With a thrust of its spear, the ancient golem was once again destroyed. After destroying its target, it swept around him, slicing the bodies of the elves within 30 meters around it in two. By the goddess, one of the patriarchs gasped as the devil glared in their direction. Elondor and Shifel also felt the devil's stare, and it filled their hearts with dread. Right at that moment, a winged serpent riddled with bloody holes on its wings and body fell down from the sky. Before the elves could even react to this new development, a golden dragon and a giant deer came crashing down from the sky as well. One of the wings of the golden dragon was torn off, and the giant deer had lost one of its antlers, leaving a bloody gash on its head. Everything descended into silence as the elves looked down on their fallen guardians with pale expressions. Suddenly, a soft sob was heard. One of the teenage elves had finally lost her composure and cried. This was the spark that started everything. The elven soldiers who were at the front line of the war turned their backs on their enemies and started to run away in panic. The women screamed in despair as mass hysteria spread across the elven ranks. "Stop running!" Elondor shouted. "Deserters will be killed on sight." His voice was loud, but none of those in front cared for his orders. In the face of existences that had even defeated their guardians, what role did a mere cannon fodder have to play? In a desperate attempt to restore order among their ranks, Elondor knocked an arrow on his bow and shot one of the deserters that ran away from its post. His arrow flew straight and true and embedded itself in the elf's head, killing him instantly. However, that was a mistake. A very big mistake. 15 seconds hadn't even passed since the elf had fallen on the ground when it once again stood up. Its eyes that blazed in a bluish glow stared at Elondor with the arrow still sticking at its forehead. It then gave a guttural cry before charging at the nearest elf, biting her neck with its teeth. Although this was not the first time they had seen the scene happen, the way the elf died was different. They didn't die from the enemy's blade, but at the hand of their own elven commander. The vanguard then stared at Elondor with undisguised fury. They had already lost their reasoning due to the madness that was happening around them, but seeing their own kind, killed by their commander, and then turning into an undead, made them feel that they were just disposable pawns that could be tossed away at any time. While their minds were in a confused state, a soft voice that offered an olive branch reached their ears. "Those who don't want to die, I will give you a chance to live," a half-elf whose red hair swayed in the breeze said with compassion. "Anyone who can bring Elondor to me alive will be spared. Not only him, but the patriarchs of the elven race as well. I promise on my handsome face that those who heed my order will not die today. This is a first-come, first-served basis. For every patriarch that you capture, I am willing to spare 20 people. As for the elven commander, I am willing to spare 50 people. There are 6 patriarchs here, so that sums up to 120 people. If you add Elondor, that would bring the total to 170. According to my rough estimate, there are still over 2 million elves remaining. Among those 2 million, I will only spare 170. William chuckled like an innocent teenage boy that had just received a kiss from a beautiful girl. However, instead of spreading happiness, it spread despair to the entire elven race who was on the verge of a mental breakdown. "Stop. We surrender," Shafel shouted. "You won this war. We accept our defeat." William stopped laughing and stared at Shafel, who was standing at a raised platform. "So, what if I won?" William asked back in a teasing tone. "What of it? There is no need for us to continue this bloodshed," Shafel said in a respectful and polite manner. He also bowed his head in apology. We are willing to heavily compensate you for our transgressions. If anyone from the Elven Council could see the domineering elder of the Gilwen clan, they would probably rub their eyes in disbelief. Shaffel had never bowed his head and acted in a respectful manner except when he was in the presence of the king. Even the head of the Elven Council and Arwen's father, Thodin, didn't receive any polite words nor acts of respect from the proud elder of the Gilwen clan. It just proved how dire their situation was. William looked indifferently at the bowing old elf as he raised his head arrogantly. I believe that I mentioned earlier that I will not ask any of you to surrender. The half-elf paused as he let his words linger in the air for a few moments before continuing his speech, meaning I have no intention of accepting any form of negotiations or surrender, William said coldly. What I want to see is for all of you to die. You can't do that. A familiar voice reached William's ears. The half-elf turned his head to the side to look at the elven princess whose tears were falling down the side of her face. This is not something the son of the saintess would do. Princess Eowyn shouted. This is not something that the son of our hero would do. William chuckled for a brief moment before shaking his head. Princess, do you think attacking the kingdom of the hero that saved your race is something that the elves should do? Do you think it is something that those who owe our family a favor would do? I think not. The half-elf stared down at the entire elven race with disdain from on top of his bone dragon. You are the invaders and oppressors. You conquered our lands due to your greed and arrogance. Did you even stop to think that those whom you conquered would one day rise up and point their weapons at you? Did you not even think of the possibility that they would rebel and conquer you back? Did you ever think that a repeat of the demon race's invasion would not ever happen again? William shook his head. If you think that way, then all of you are fools. Now, enough talk. Those who want to live, you know what to do. Those who don't want to live, you can just stand to the side and wait for your death. The undead legion encircled the elven army, leaving no room to escape. On William's order, the countless skeletons and undead soldiers stepped forward in order to herd the elves and make them compress against each other. Only a few will live. Are you one of those select few? William's devilish words spread across the elven army as their willpower wavered. One by one they stared at Elon Dor, as well as the elven patriarchs who were standing at the raised platform at the center of the army. No one wanted to die. If there was a way to live, then why not take it? Chapter 504. The Wrath of the Righteous, Part 3. As the elves were thinking these things, a golden portal appeared above the center of the elven army. Enough. A powerful voice forced the undead legion to stop their advance. A giant bird clad in flames flew out of the portal and hovered above the elven army. Know your limits, half-elf. If you do not cease your arrogance, I will be more than happy to teach you a lesson. The proud and majestic voice gave hope to the elves as they looked up at the blazing bird that hovered above their heads. The demigod phoenix, Separan, that served as the protector of the elves in the Silvermoon continent, had forced its appearance using the teleportation gate of the elves. It felt the aura of the guardians weakening and knew that they were in danger. Because of this, it hurriedly crossed the distance in order to save them from certain demise. The elves regained their confidence and cheered for the arrival of their demigod. A few moments ago they were already feeling despair. Now that the head of the guardians had arrived, they had once again regained their courage that had been nearly snuffed out like the flame of a candle. William gazed at the majestic phoenix that burned brightly in the sky. It was like a beacon of hope amidst the darkness that would shine for eternity. Big words from a flashy chicken that dares to barge into someone else's house and even have the audacity to tell the owner what to do. An amused voice said, "Haven't you heard of the saying, the guests do?" Yes, as the host pleases. High up in the Kirinter Mountains, Takum sat on his throne. The side of his face rested on the palm of his left hand. The sovereign that ruled the northern tribes then raised its right hand and a beam of blue light shot out from it, traveling at great speeds. "I am not pleased by your attitude," Takum said. "It's time for you to know your place." As soon as his speech was finished, the beam of light had arrived at the battlefield. The phoenix opened its wings wide and created a fiery magical shield that protected its entire body. The moment that beam collided with the shield, no explosion happened or any of the sort. Instead, the beam spread across the magical shield, enclosing the demigod of the Silvermoon continent in an icy prison. Soon, magical chains descended from the sky and bound the Separan. Several cracks immediately appeared on the ice that were currently holding the demigod in place. At a glance, one could tell that the ice prison wouldn't hold for long. However, what was even more surprising was that they saw an individual standing on top of it with a smile. William took out a pocket cube from his storage ring and dropped it on the ice prison. The cube immediately expanded and covered the entirety of the cage. It then slowly shrank as sparks emitted from all over the cube's body. System. I'm on it. Sacrificing 100,000 god points to bind the demigod for a few seconds. The sparks appearing on the pocket cube disappeared as it shrank to the size of a carriage. William stood on top of the cube, with a serious expression on his face. This was a critical time, and even the air around him seemed to be at a standstill. This was a decisive moment, and William waited with bated breath for the result of his gamble. Drown, which had just reformed itself, shouted at William and fired a massive earth spike at the cube that had imprisoned Separan. He didn't know why, but he had a bad feeling about the weird cube that had imprisoned the demigod that protected the Silvermoon continent. William jumped off from the cube to evade Drown's attack. The moment the earth spike hit the cube, a loud cracking sound was heard. Parts of the cube started to shatter, emitting a fiery blaze that was threatening to burn it down. Soon, more cracks appeared, and burning beams of light shot out from those cracks, which made William frown. "You fool who dared to entrap a demigod, I will burn you to ashes." Sephiron's mighty scream resonated through the sky as the cube trembled violently. It started to break apart, and the top part of it burst open, as if it was hit by a cannonball. "I will end you," Separan shrieked. The cube now expanded, threatening to explode. Drown had a satisfied look on his face as he sneered at the half-elf that was standing on top of the bone dragon. Once Separan had broken out of its cage, they would work together to annihilate the pesky undead warriors and display William's severed head. Add on a sharp pike as a warning to everyone that dared to oppose them. However, before the demigod was about to break free, the cube disappeared from the sky, taking the demigod along with it. A series of notifications appeared on William's status page, which made the half-elf laugh out loud. His laughter was like the sound of fingernails scratching a blackboard, which irritated Drow's and the elves' ears. "What have you done?" Escalar, who had somewhat recovered, asked out loud. "Where is Separan?" William stopped laughing. However, a very domineering smile spread across his face, as if he had won the lottery 1,000 times over. Ding! Demigod Separan had been successfully sent to the auction house of the gods. Auction will begin in 2 days. Host had been given a special token to watch the auction at a VIP seat. "You don't have to worry about him," William replied with a smug expression. "You won't be seeing your precious demigod ever again. This is the price you elves have to pay for trespassing on our domain." At first, Drow didn't believe William's words. Separan and the Guardians had a strong connection to each other. Although it was certain the Separan was very much alive, since it was an immortal creature, the ancient golem couldn't sense the demigod's location no matter how far he extended his senses. "What have you done?" Drow demanded. "Where is he?" William narrowed his gaze as he looked down at the annoying golem on the ground. "Do you want to meet him so badly?" William asked back as he took out another cube from his storage ring and shook it in his hand. "I can do that." Drow unconsciously took a step back when it heard William's threat. It still didn't know where Separan was, but it was sure that the demigod was no longer in the southern nor in the Silvermoon continent. Separan simply vanished, as if it was thrown into a domain that it couldn't escape from. "Now where was I?" William casually played with the cube in his hand as he looked down on the elves. Yes, only 170 of you are going to live. You better act quickly, my patience is limited." As if agreeing to William's words, the 3 monstrous beasts and the 3 sovereigns riding on top of the bone dragons advanced towards the elves. Naklavi chuckled as it thrust his spear forward, killing a dozen elves without warning. The arcane spectral lich also fired a cone of cold energy that froze several elves in place. It then snapped its fingers, causing the frozen elves to shatter into hundreds of pieces. "As you can see, I don't have all day," William commented from the side. "Well, I suppose I can let my legion kill to their heart's content until only a handful of you are left. I guess I'll spare 20 people at most." Hearing William's words, the skeleton soldiers rushed towards the elven army like a swarm of locusts. Their intention? Complete annihilation of the elven army. "Don't you have any calm? Passion?" Xiphon the deer tried to stand up as it gazed pleadingly at William. "The elves have already surrendered. This war is over." William snorted as he stared at the guardian deer of the elves that reminded him of Spire. "It's not over until I say it is over," William answered crisply. "I can still turn a blind eye to your actions since you didn't play any active role in this war. However, if you get in my way, I swear upon my name that I will exterminate your entire clan when I go to the Silvermoon continent. Do not test my patience." Xiphon lowered its head dejectedly because it could tell that William didn't want to negotiate. The officers of the Creator Empire clicked their tongue because they thought that it was a waste to kill the elven women who were known for their beauty. If they could have them, they would definitely profit from this expedition to the southern lands. Prince Jason was of the same mind. However, after seeing what William did to the demigod of the elves, he was forced to keep his idea to himself. Even the protectors of the Creator Empire felt threatened by what William had done to the one and only demigod of the Silvermoon continent. They didn't dare to gamble with their lives to see if William could do it a second time. Empress Sydney had a serious expression on her face as he observed the half-elf from afar. This had gone beyond her calculations and flipped the plans that she had prepared on their head. Morgana, however, was different. After William had made his appearance, Sydney's other half became silent. She just looked at William with a sad expression. Her eyes could see things that Empress Sydney couldn't see. After seeing William's current state, she knew that the boy had paid a high price in order to obtain the power he had now. A price that saddened her. Alessio, who was standing at the center of the elven army, gritted his teeth as he made a decision. He used the special invisibility spell that he was proficient in and vanished in place. A minute later, he reappeared behind Elan Door and gave a quick jab to the young elven commander's jaw, knocking the lights out of him. "I captured Elan Door," Alessio shouted. "Anyone who sides with me will be part of the 50 people that will be spared from death." "Who is with me?" The elven warriors froze in shock at Alessio's sudden betrayal. However, some of them were relieved. They didn't dare make the first move because they didn't want to be seen as traitors of their race. However, since someone had already seized their elven commander, it was now time to switch sides in order to live. "I will go with you." "I will too." "Me too." Several elite warriors stormed towards Alessio and surrounded him. They raised their weapons and pointed it at the elves who were planning to save Elan Door from Alessio's grasp. "Okay, you and 50 of your men will be saved," William declared. He then sent a mental message to Naklavi, which sent the monstrous devil T. Oh, where Elan Door was held. The elves screamed as they hurriedly parted to give way to Naklavi. However, the monster didn't shy away from killing anyone within its spear's reach. Seeing that William was serious in exterminating them, the remaining Blade Master by Princess Eowyn's side decided to capture one of the patriarchs in order to save the princess' life and the life of her entourage. "Very decisive, I like," William praised the Blade Master. "Aren't you glad, princess? You get to live another day." Princess Eowyn bit her lip in frustration as she wiped away the tears on her eyes. She didn't want to give William the satisfaction of seeing her sorry state. What the princess didn't know was that William had already decided to let her live, along with her entourage. The half-elf knew that he wouldn't be able to face his mother in the Silvermoon continent if one of her disciples died under his subordinate's hand. The Blade Master's betrayal was the last straw that broke the camel's back, and the elves began to swarm the location of the remaining patriarchs. Not only that, they started to fight each other. Princess Eowyn covered her lips and averted her eyes. She didn't want to see the gruesome scene that was happening around them. The once prideful and elegant elves had now turned into distorted creatures that clung to life. Skyla had already told William some of the backgrounds of these clans from the Silvermoon continent. They were the clans that were anti-humans and had given his grandfather, Thodin, who was also the head of the Elven Council, a lot of trouble. Since that was the case, William decided to eradicate all of them since they were making things difficult for his family. Nero clicked his tongue as he watched the elves kill each other as if they were fighting against their most hated enemies. The undead didn't stop killing either as the ranks of the elven army thinned. William didn't bat an eye and raised the dead that had fallen on the ground, over and over again. He wanted the elves to experience fear and despair before their lives ended at the hands of their own comrades. Chapter 505, The Darkest Places in Hell, Part 1. "I will give you a little reward for this victory," Malachi said through the scepter in his hand. "Since your current state is still unstable, I will allow you to spare the elven women. You will need a constant supply of blood, right? The blood of the elves is rich in magic and spirit power. It will allow you to regain your strength sooner." William nodded his head and told his legion through telepathy to focus on killing the men and spare the women for the time being. Frankly, he didn't want to drink the blood of his lovers, so this alternative was fine too. The thought of sinking his fangs on their tender bodies and drinking their blood had already crossed his mind. But right now, he wasn't confident that he would be able to stop once he started. He was afraid that he would suck them dry if he got lost in his bloodthirst. For the time being, he needed to get used to drinking blood and controlling his urges first. Soon, the millions of elves that had invaded the southern continent shrank to only tens of thousands, all of which were women that William had spared for the time being. Skyla, who had not participated in the war against the elves, stood indifferently on top of the Hellon royal palace. Secretly, it was relieved that William didn't go through with a full extermination and allowed the women to live. Although a tens of thousands was nothing compared to several million, it was still better than mere hundreds. The elven women cowered in a corner as their comrades, who had been turned into undead, looked back at them with blank stares. William raised his staff, and the millions of undead elves vanished from where they stood. They were sent directly to Avalon, where they would stay for eternity. The next time they would leave that place was when Malachi emerged from his prison. That wouldn't be happening for a few more years, and William no longer needed to think about the consequences that the Dracolic would bring to the land. The two of them had made a bet, and William barely won that bet. Once Malachi had been freed from his shackles, the Dracolic wouldn't antagonize William or any of those who were important to him. And for that price, William had almost lost his humanity and his life. The defeated Guardians looked on helplessly at the remaining survivors who seemed to be on the edge of losing their sanity. Escalar sighed as he closed his eyes. This was not the ending that he had envisioned, and the current circumstances left him helpless. Half of the dragons had been reanimated and turned into zombie dragons. The remaining half now cowered behind Escalar in the hope that their sovereign would protect them. The Cheelants had all been wiped out and turned into undead Cheelants. Eneru could only grit his teeth in frustration when he saw his clan members' current forms. Right now, he was being pinned down by Jekyll. The Taudai had long wanted to end Eneru's life, but he couldn't. Killing a Cheelan would bring extreme bad luck to his killer, so the Taudai couldn't kill him even if he wanted to. As for William, the curse of the Cheelants couldn't affect him. This was why he didn't bat an eye when he ordered his undead army to wipe them all out, except for Eneru. The undead warriors dragged Elandor and the Patriarchs to William's location. They were currently captives and were forced to kneel in front of the half-elf whom they referred to as a filthy half-breed. Naturally, William wanted to personally deal with them. However, before he could even say anything, a loud slap resounded in the air. Elandor's body flew to the side as Soglav hatefully gave him a slap on the face. "How dare you desecrate Urkata's body?" Soglav growled in anger. "How dare you do that to my friend?" The demonic dog stepped on Elandor's leg, crush. Ing the bones completely. The young elven commander cried out in pain, but his suffering was far from over. "My turn." Kasaganaga stepped forward and turned into a spiky wrecking ball. "I'm Roll Dash." "Oi!" Soglav hurriedly grabbed the spikes of the rainbow-colored anteater before Kasaganaga could start rolling. "Idiot! If you roll now, wouldn't he turn into meat paste? How can we torture him if you kill him quickly? We have to avenge Urkata's death." Kasaganaga undid his transformation because he realized that the demonic dog was right. The anteater hatefully stepped forward before it slapped Elandor's other cheek with its little paw. "You scum! You're lucky that I was reminded not to kill you right away," Kasaganaga shouted as he angrily stepped on Elandor's forehead. "I will make sure you die slowly after killing Urkatu." Elandor wanted to scream that he wasn't the one that killed Urkatu, but Soglav had already used a spell on his body to prevent him from speaking. It then suffered Kasaganaga's one-sided cursing and slapping. William had promised Soglav that he would give Elandor to him. Although he had hated the elf for what he did to Urkata's corpse, the giant ox was now very much alive, rather dead but still alive in a way. Since he couldn't touch Elandor, William then focused his attention on the patriarchs of the elven clans. They were the ringleaders of the elven invasion, so William didn't plan to go easy on them. He would make sure that none of the elves would dare attempt to invade the human lands a second time. "Do you know your sin?" William asked the patriarchs who had been forced to kneel before him. "Yes," the patriarch of the Reese clan replied in a defeated voice. "It was a mistake coming here to the southern lands." The other patriarchs except Shaffle bowed in apology in an effort to pacify William's anger. "Fools. It's too late to ask for forgiveness," Shaffle snorted. "Do you think he will spare your lives just because you apologized? All of you are already this old, and yet you still cling desperately to life? Pathetic." "Shut up," the patriarch of the Sala clan shouted. "You are the mastermind of this expedition. You bribed us to join you in this endeavor. The fault lies in you." "That's right." The patriarch of the Nasir clan supported his friend's claim. "This is all your fault. If you didn't threaten us back then, we wouldn't have joined you." The other patriarchs also spoke up and blamed Shaffle. They even teamed up and painted the ex-patriarch of the Gilwyn clan as the supreme traitor of the elven race. William watched this farce with amusement. Seeing all the heads of the different clans blame Shaffle made the old man's face turn red in anger. "I see, so this is all your fault," William nodded as he stared at Shaffle. "If not for you, then all of this wouldn't have happened." "That's right. It is his fault." The patriarch of the Arone clan immediately supported William's claim. "Lord William, please allow me to atone for my mistake by killing this traitorous elf with my own hands." "No." "Lord William, please allow me to kill him." "No. I will kill him." The patriarchs raised their voice and fought for the chance to prove to William that they were innocent by killing Shaffle. William just nodded in understanding as he listened to their pleas. "Very well, I will give you all a chance to atone," William said with a smile. "The Saint's son is wise and merciful. Truly the son of a hero. The Nasir clan will forever remember this favor. Once you visit your mother on the Silver Moon continent, we will give you the grandest of Welkoarg." A blade pierced through the patriarch of the Nasir's clan's chest, which prevented him from finishing his words. The old man looked at the blade that pierced his chest in disbelief before falling headfirst to the ground, dead. Schaffel spat on the dead elf's body before laughing out loud. He knew that William had no intention of sparing any of them, so asking for forgiveness never crossed his mind. He was indeed the mastermind behind this invasion, and had already accepted his fate. His only regret was that the Guardians of the Silvermoon continent didn't get the opportunity to kill the filthy half-breed before everything was too late. Chapter 506. The Darkest Places in Hell, Part 2. The Draugr pulled his blade out of the body of the Elven Patriarch and smiled. Although the smile was creepy, it gave its intended effect on the other patriarchs and made them shout out in fear. "Why did you kill him?" William inquired in a troubled tone. "Didn't you have your fill of killing a while ago?" The Draugr gave a dry chuckle and scratched its head. It was acting as if it was an innocent child that had made a mistake. "All right, no killing for now, okay?" William coaxed the undead warrior and made it back away. The half-elf then looked down on the dead patriarch with a troubled expression. "Oh dear, what should I do with you?" William rubbed his chin as he pondered. "Well, for the time being, why don't you stand up first?" William snapped his fingers and the lifeless corpse propped itself up to stand once again. It even did a comical pose as if waiting for William to praise it. "You vile creature," the patriarch of the Sala clan cursed out loud. "Using death magic is a transgression to all living things. Also, where did you take our demigod? Are you not afraid of the wrath of the heavens? Are you not afraid of the gods?" William smiled when he heard the patriarch's condemnation. "Wrath of the heavens? You all should have thought of that first before you came here to wage war on us. As for the gods, why should I be afraid of them?" "Ah, thank you for reminding me about the gods. I don't really get along with the sun god, so I'll make sure to take a piss on his altars, statues, and temples when I visit the central continent." William didn't know if it was only his imagination, but for a brief moment, he thought he heard Lily's loud laughter after he said that he would piss on the statues of the sun god in the central continent. "Why you, heretic? You even slander the gods. You and your bloodline will be cursed for Edorak." The undead patriarch, who was doing a comical pose a moment ago, used its dagger to stab the neck of the patriarch of the Sala clan. The old man spat a mouthful of blood as he stared fearfully at William. "I don't want to turn into an Undia." "You talk too much." William cut off the patriarch from finishing his words. The undead patriarch that had stabbed the elf's neck took that as a hint to continue his act. It then stabbed the elf's chest and ended his life once and for all. A few seconds later, a second undead stood up, and just like the first undead patriarch, it did a comical pose by raising both of its hands in the air as if praising the sun. "Forgive me, but I'm not an expert in torture," William said with a teasing smile. He then turned to the arcane spectral lich and gave it a brief bow. "Your Majesty, how about you handle the rest?" The lich nodded its head and created black chains in the air. Those chains tied up the bodies of the patriarchs, including Schaffel. Suddenly, several silver chains materialized in the air and pierced through the patriarchs' chests where their hearts were located. A few seconds later, William saw an interesting sight. The arcane spectral lich waved his hand in an attempt to pull out the silver chains from the patriarchs' bodies. Soon, screams of despair reverberated in the air as the lich pulled out the souls of the elves that it had bound with its powers. The first king of the Helon Kingdom was a scholar, and his specialty was soul research. In his pursuit of immortality, he tried to find a way to keep his soul alive, even after death. It was quite unfortunate that he lost the bet with Malachi when he failed to resist the corruption of its scepter. In fact, the three sovereigns who rode on top of the bone dragons were once powerful men during their era. Unfortunately, they also wished to become immortal, but the immortality that they had found was not the one that they had envisioned. Sadly, it was now too late for regrets. All of them had achieved their goals, but they had become Malachi's subordinates in the process. Only William was able to resist the corruption of the scepter after paying a high price for it. The arcane spectral lich then opened a black bottle, and the souls of all the patriarchs were sucked inside it. Having lost their souls, their bodies collapsed on the ground. It was still alive, but since there was no soul inside it, they were as good as dead. It was the arcane spectral lich who had asked William earlier if the half-elf could hand over the remaining patriarchs to him. Seeing that both of their goals were the same, William agreed to the lich's request. After getting what he wanted, the lich gave William a bow before returning to its bone dragon. William then turned his head to the side, only to see Soglav gnawing on an arm. Naturally, the arm belonged to Elon Dor, who was currently being kicked repeatedly by Kasaganaga without mercy. Soglav noticed his stare and gave him a satisfied smile. "You want some?" "I'll pass," William replied before shifting his attention to Alessio and the men that had captured the patriarchs of the clan. All of them felt their hearts tremble when William's gaze landed on them. They had seen how the half-elf had treated the patriarchs of their clans and were worried that they would suffer the same fate. "Relax, I will keep my word and not kill any of you," William said with indifference. Alessio and the other elves internally breathed a sigh of relief. Since William had already said that he wouldn't kill them, then it must be true, right? All of you go over there, William ordered as he pointed in a direction, over 100 meters away from the elven women. I don't want to see your faces. Alessio and the elves hurriedly obeyed their command as they cursed William in their heart. If they could only speak out loud, all of them would also be saying that they didn't want to see his face either. Arslan, who was part of the elven princess entourage, clenched his fist as he eyed Alessio and the elves from a distance. The corner of the young man's lips curled up into a smile as he channeled his magic to the ground. Moments later, a loud explosion took place and Alessio, as well as the elves near him, howled in pain. The leader of Deus that was stationed in the Silvermoon continent had his lower half blasted to pieces. The other elves that were near the area of explosion had their legs destroyed as well. Panic immediately ensued among the remaining survivors as they ran towards the place where the elven women had huddled themselves. Why you lied, Alessio said hatefully as he glared at William. His lower half had been completely obliterated. Unless a powerful restoration spell was cast on him, he would die in less than 5 minutes. What are you talking about? I didn't lie, William replied with a frown. You should probably ask him instead of me. William raised his chin and pointed it in the direction where Princess Eowyn and her entourage was stationed. Arslan and William exchanged a glance, and the prodigy of the Zealand dynasty placed his arms over his chest and gave William a respectful bow. Princess Eowyn and her wards noticed this exchange and connected the dots together. Arslan was well known for his undetectable earth bombs that could instantly kill any elves of the platinum rank. However, it was not only one, but 3 earth bombs that exploded at the same time. It was more than enough to end the life of anyone, but the latter decided not to kill Alessio instantly. He wanted the hateful elf to suffer first before his life ended. Arslan had sneakily planted the bombs in a location and asked William to lead Alessio to that place in order to have his revenge. The half-elf had rejected Arslan's condition to kill the elven princess, so the latter compromised and asked for Alessio's life. The elf was the one responsible for the creation of the ash golems, and for Arslan, that was an unforgivable act. Due to their need to increase their fighting force, Alessio had ordered the elves to torture the survivors of the Zealand dynasty, while Princess Eowyn was not in the capital. Some of the children were not strong enough to endure the torture and died right away. These dead children were then thrown into a pit where Alessio conducted a vile ceremony and transformed them into ash golems. Frankly, Arslan only wanted to kill Princess Eowyn because it would be a great blow to the elven army. He knew that the princess was innocent, so when William rejected his offer, he shifted his attention to his original target, which was Alessio. The half-elf readily agreed to his request and tweaked the slave collar that was on his neck. Arslan would be able to use his powers and send William some crucial information about the movements of the elves while spying on the elven princess. Why you? Princess Eowyn looked at Arslan in disbelief. Why? Arslan looked at the elven princess with pity. You're far too naive. You must have grown up a sheltered lady. A flower in a greenhouse that had no idea about the horrors of the outside world. Arslan removed the collar on his neck and threw it on the ground. The blade master that guarded the princess stood in front of her and raised his sword in Arslan's direction. Don't you dare harm the princess, the blade master growled. He wouldn't be able to face the elven king if something happened to Princess Eowyn. His comrade had already died under Naklavi's strike, and he was the only one that remained to protect the daughter of his king. Arslan ignored the blade master's words. He just eyed Princess Eowyn as he continued his words. You asked me why, so I'll give you an answer, Arslan said as he raised his hand and pointed it at Alessio, who was miraculously still alive and howling in pain. Because this is the will of the victors of this war. Arslan once again snapped his finger, and the ground underneath Alessio's head swelled up. Princess Eowyn closed her eyes and averted her gaze, just in time to hear a loud explosion take place. She didn't need to see the result of the explosion, because there was no need to see anything. This was how the leader of Deus in the Silvermoon continent had met his end, but Arslan was not finished, at least not yet. Arslan once again glanced in the princess' direction before saying a few more words that the latter would remember her the rest of her life. The darkest places in hell are reserved for those who maintain their silence at times of crisis, Arslan said before walking away towards Prince Alaric and the members of the freedom fighters. Nothing in all the world is more dangerous than sincere ignorance and conscientious stupidity. Remember that, Your Highness. It is not too late for you and the elven royal family to learn from your mistakes. Princess Eowyn felt her cheeks burn in shame and guilt due to Arslan's words. She had silently turned a blind eye to the things that were happening in the Zealand dynasty, thinking that it was the elves' way of venting out their frustration due to sufferings that they had experienced in the hands of humans. She thought that after venting it out for a while, the elves would change their views and treat the humans more kindly. However, she was wrong. And now, the elven race had paid the price for the consequences of their actions. Chapter 507, Making a Mark in the Pages of History, Part 1. Do you regret it? Evexius asked Connor, who was standing behind him. The leader of Deus, who was assigned to the southern continent, didn't give an answer. He merely stood there and looked at William with a calm expression on his face. Evexius didn't pry any longer, because it would be uncouth. Since Connor had already made his decision, he had to accept the results of his actions. Whatever Connor thought of the current situation, none of that mattered anymore. Right now, he was part of the Creator Empire, and Evexius had no intention of letting a capable man like him escape from their grasp. William gazed at the Creator army that had been watching their battle in the distance. Their flags fluttered in the wind, creating an imposing sight. However, right now, they were no longer feeling as composed as they were when the battle had started. Empress Sydney met William's gaze with a smile. She then gave a silent command to the flying golden ant, where her throne was enshrined, to move. Opening its wings, it flew towards the sky, carrying the young empress with it. The protectors of the Creator Empire, as well as the person wearing a robe, followed behind her. Evexius and Prince Jason remained because they understood what Empress Sydney wanted to do. The Creator Empire had no desire to expand their conquest of the southern continent. Doing so would only cause trouble for them. Empress Sydney had known this beforehand, so she didn't give out an order to attack the Zealand dynasty or the Helon kingdom. Also, after meeting William, her perspective had also changed. She also no longer cared for dominion. Her pursuit now lied elsewhere. When she reached the halfway point between the Creator army and William's undead legion, she ordered the flying ant to land. William mounted his bone dragon and headed to where the young empress was. Urkatu, the diabolical death knight, grim nightmare revenant, and the arcane spectral lich accompanied the half-elf as well. The bone dragon landed 50 meters away from the flying golden ant. William and Sydney exchanged glances before simultaneously dismounting their mounts and walked towards each other. They only stopped when they were only 3 meters apart. Their escorts stood behind them and waited patiently for the dialogue that was about to start. "Congratulations, Sir William, for winning the war against the elves," Empress Sydney said. "With this, the southern continent will experience a brief period of peace while we wait for the continental spell to lose its effects." William nodded as he stared at the beautiful lady in front of him. "Does the Creator Empire wish for a peaceful coexistence between our kingdoms?" "Good." Empress Sydney walked forward as she extended her hand for a handshake. William also took a step forward and held Empress Sydney's soft and delicate hand firmly. Not far away, the elves and their guardians looked at this scene bitterly. Eneru, who had returned to his humanoid form, had his head lowered. Jekyll had beaten him black and blue earlier, and only released his hold on the Qilin when the elves and the other guardians had finally surrendered to William. The Taudai stood beside the depressed Qilin with a smug expression on his face. Since Eneru had regressed in his rank, Jekyll didn't have much trouble in subduing him. However, the Qilin's lightning bolts still pained him. Even before William and Sydney had taken the liberty to formally end the war, Eneru had been subtly congregating all of his magic power inside his body for one last hurrah. He was only waiting for the perfect opportunity in order to make his move. The moment William and Empress Sydney shook hands, the sound of cheering ensued on both sides. Finally, the war had officially ended. The tension that everyone had been holding in was finally released, and their bodies slackened a bit. Even Jekyll lowered his guard and allowed a smile to appear on his face. Then it happened. Without signs or warnings, Eneru acted. "Die!" Eneru roared as his hand stabbed forward like a knife. His aim was to stab William's chest and pierce through his heart. Everything happened so fast that no one was able to react. Eneru could travel as fast as a lightning bolt, so doing a surprise attack was easy for him. He crossed the distance between William and him in the blink of an eye, and delivered his final blow with all the power he could muster. His hand met some resistance because the one he hit was wearing armor. This resistance lasted only for a brief moment before the Qilin's hand stabbed through flesh and pierced the heart. "Why you?" Eneru exclaimed as he hurriedly pulled out his hand, but it was already too late. Blood flowed from the wound in Empress Sydney's chest because she had used her body to block Eneru's attack. William hurriedly reached out to catch her body, while the protectors of the Creator Empire angrily lunged at Eneru, who was about to escape. Black chains materialized out of thin air and wrapped around Eneru's body, preventing him from turning into a lightning bolt and fleeing. Nero's fist collided with the Qilin's cheeks, sending blood and teeth flying. The Qilin was immediately pinned down and pummeled with punches and kicks from the angry protectors of the Creator Empire. While this was going on, Empress Sydney weakly reached out to hold the side of William's face. It's a shame," Empress Sydney said as blood seeped out of the corner of her lips. "I still wanted to have your babies." After saying those words, the young Empress breathed her last breath and died, with her eyes looking up at William. Those beautiful hazel eyes had completely lost their luster and looked at the half-elf lifelessly. Avexius and Prince Jason, who were standing at the Creator Empire, cried out and rushed towards their Empress side. Prince Jason couldn't believe what had just transpired. Everything felt surreal, that he thought that he was just seeing an illusion. One moment, the beautiful lady whom he was so strongly attracted to was shaking William's hand. The next, she was dying. This sudden transition was hard for him to accept. He couldn't accept it. After all, he had already planned to propose to Empress Sydney once they had returned to the Anasia dynasty. He would take her back to the Creator Empire where the two of them would be wed. For him to see his bride candidate die right in front of him was unacceptable. "Kill!" Prince Jason ordered. "Kill the elves." The army behind him roared in anger and charged along with their prince. The ants that were under Empress Sydney's control entered a berserk state as they made their way towards the elven women, who screamed in fear at the approaching army, who was hell-bent to exterminate them all. "Stop!" Drowum shouted as it stomped his foot on the ground. Thousands of earth spikes pointing forward emerged from the ground. It didn't plan to harm the Creator army, but only to deter them. Although the elves had already surrendered, that didn't mean that the Guardians would just stand by and allow the remaining survivors to be massacred. They, too, were surprised by Eneru's selfish action that had brought them unwarranted hate from the Creator Empire. Drowum gritted its teeth in anger. Right now, it wished that it could drag Eneru to its side. That way, it could personally tear the Cheelant's body apart and show the Creator army that they had nothing to do with his individual action. Chapter 508, Making a Mark in the Pages of History, Part 2. The Guardians mobilized their strength in order to create a defensive perimeter to prevent the enraged army's advance. While all this was happening around him, William stared at the lifeless body in his arms. Empress Sydney's body was still warm, but he knew that this warmth would soon disappear and be replaced by coldness. It would be very easy for him to turn her into an undead, but he couldn't do that. The moment he used undead magic to bring her back to life, the young Empress would spend eternity in an undying body, and her soul would be put under a curse of servitude as well. William couldn't do that. He couldn't possibly do teach. Empress Sydney's last words made William finally realize how serious she was in becoming his lover. She said that if there came a time when the Hellon Kingdom were to really face the threat of total annihilation, we would join the war and prevent that from happening. A voice filled with pity and regret said beside William, "I had a hunch when I first saw you in the Anasia dynasty, but now I am sure of it." Avexius sighed. "Our Empress favors you, and even went as far as to drag our entire army into this war. It's quite regrettable that her feelings were one-sided." William gently closed Empress Sydney's eyes before removing the torque that was wrapped around his arm. This was given to him by Cernunnos when he visited the Centaur tribe back at the Whimsical Forest. The half-elf had worn it like an arm bracelet all this time. It had accompanied him since the beginning of war, and Cernunnos had watched everything that William had experienced since he left the domain of the Lord of the Forest. "Your Excellency, please, bestow your mercy upon this lady," William said as he placed the golden torque on Empress Sydney's chest. "Look favorably upon her, this one time." A few seconds later, Cernunnos' voice reached William's ears. "Are you sure?" Cernunnos asked. "This bracelet is supposed to save your life once. Do you really want to give this opportunity to another?" "Yes," William replied. "Please, save her." The golden torque glowed as Cernunnos granted William's request. "Fine. You humans are truly fascinating creatures. It was entertaining to watch your struggles. May you not regret this decision in the future, little Will." The Lord of the Wilds wanted to say something, but after careful consideration, he decided to just let the matter rest. This was a matter between humans, and he decided that humans should be the ones to resolve it as well. Cernunnos was the protector of the balance of nature. He didn't want to dabble its hands in the affairs of mankind. The wound on Empress Sydney's chest healed at a rapid pace. Soon, her expression became ruddy as a gentle warmth washed over her body. Suddenly, the lady in the red-headed boy's arm drew in a sharp breath. Her eyes abruptly opened, and the first thing she saw was William's relieved expression. Her hand unconsciously moved towards her chest, where a gaping hole used to exist. Feeling her skin under her palms, Empress Sydney looked at the half-elf that was looking down at her with gentle eyes and asked a question. "I'm alive?" Empress Sydney asked. "Yes," William replied. "You are alive." "How?" "It's a long story. I will tell you another time." Avexius' eyes widened when he saw the young Empress come back to life. As a person that had reached his current rank, he had already affirmed that Empress Sydney had died. He didn't hear Sir Nuno's and William's exchange, and only thought that the boy was giving the Empress a parting gift when he placed the golden torque on her bow. DY. The young Empress tried to stand, but her body was still weak, so William supported her to stand upright. The two of them then gazed at the battle between the Creator Empire and the Guardian of the Elves. The protectors had already torn Eneru's body limb by limb and were about to join the battle when they noticed the young Empress leaning on William's body. "Stop the war," Empress Sydney ordered. "Much blood has already been spilled. There's no need to add more." William gave a mental order for the Undead Legion to interfere as well. The moment Nuklavi faced the Creator army, all of them froze in place. They had seen how this monster had one-sidedly beaten up Drauam and massacred the Elven army. None of them dared to challenge its notoriety. The Guardians of the Silvermoon continent breathed a sigh of relief when William's army moved in to stand between the Creator army and the Elven survivors. They were hard-pressed earlier because they were only defending. They didn't dare kill any warrior of the Creator Empire because they knew that if they did that, they would step beyond the point of no return. They couldn't afford for such a thing to happen. "The Empress lives," Nero shouted with all his might. "The fighting ends now." Prince Jason, who was commanding the army, turned his head to look at where his Empress had fallen. When he saw that she was indeed alive, relief flooded his heart. However, this was soon replaced by jealousy when he saw that her slender body was leaning on William, who was supporting her. "Cease all actions," Prince Jason ordered. "The Empress lives. Long live to Her Majesty! Long live to Her Majesty!" The cheers of the Creator army reverberated in the air, and the conflict had been averted. Empress Sydney, who was leaning on William's body, raised her head to look at her beloved. "Back in the Anasha dynasty, one of the conditions that was written on the contract was for you to grant a request from me," Empress Sydney said, in a soft voice. Clearly, she had still not fully recovered and was still suffering from lethargy. "I remember," William replied. There was indeed a clause in the contract where the Empress could ask one favor from William and Elandor. This particular condition was vague, but William still agreed to it. As long as it didn't go past his bottom line, he was willing to grant Empress Sydney's request. "I want to call on that request right now. Can I? As long as it is within what I can do." Empress Sydney smiled as her hand reached out to touch the collar on William's neck. "I want you to place this collar on my neck," Empress Sydney said. "I want to belong to you." Evexius and the guardians that were standing beside the two were dumbfounded by Empress Sydney's request. Although they were looking elsewhere, they had been secretly listening to the two people's conversation. When they heard that the princess wanted to wear William's slave collar, all of them turned airheads to look at the young lady with shocked expressions. However, none of them said anything. The beautiful lady was doing this of her own free will. This was not a forced enslavement. They only looked at Empress Sydney with serious expressions and waited for William's answer. "You want to become my slave?" William asked in disbelief. For a brief moment, he thought that he had misheard the young lady's request, so he decided to ask for confirmation. "Yes," Empress Sydney answered firmly. "I want to be yours. Will you grant this request?" The beautiful Empress looked at William with pleading eyes as she leaned weakly on his body. William stared straight to her eyes, looking for any signs of falsehood. However, the only thing he saw was his own reflection staring back at him. Right now, the beauty in his arms was staring only at him and no other. Even if William didn't want to admit it, he was moved by Empress Sydney's determination. "Are you sure?" William thought long and hard, but he didn't see any downsides in the Empress request. In fact, it was to his advantage. Although he didn't want to say it out loud, he was wary of Empress Sydney's powerful charm. If she were to really become serious, she could bring the downfall of empires in the world of Hestia. If she were to become William's slave, the half-elf could keep her in check and prevent the worst-case scenario from happening. William raised his hand and touched the collar on his neck. A soft sound of metal being unlocked reached Empress Sydney's ears. The collar of Wisteria had already been passed over by Celine to William. It meant that its current owner was none other than him. Naturally, if he placed the collar on a person, that person would become his slave. Only William would be able to take the collar off that person's neck and grant them back their freedom. Naturally, the enslavement would only last for 4 years. When the 4 years had passed, the effect of the collar would vanish and the beautiful Empress would once again regain her freedom, even if William didn't remove her collar. "I'll ask you one last time," William said with a serious expression. "Are you sure about this?" Instead of answering, Empress Sydney closed her eyes and raised her chin, presenting her smooth and sensuous neck to William. It was her way of telling the half-elf to place the collar on her neck without worries. Avexius and the protectors heard a soft clicking sound as William secured the collar of wisteria around Empress Sydney's neck. The beautiful lady immediately felt a connection between her and William, and it made her heart skip a beat. When she opened her eyes, she saw a faint red leash that connected the collar on her neck to William's wrist. This proved that she was now William's slave. However, the half-elf was not aware of this. William couldn't see the leash that bound him and the beautiful Empress in his arms. It was a special ability that was exclusive to Teach. Oaths that had been born with the bloodline of the Creator royal family. This ability allowed them to find the location of their partner, wherever they may be in the world. Even if William were to hide under a lady's skirt, Empress Sydney would be able to find him without fail. It was a secret that was only known to the Creator royal family, who was one of the major factions in the central continent. Avexius sighed when he saw the collar on the young lady's neck. He then shifted his attention to William. The Grand Archmage of the Creator Empire had seen how the boy performed in the battle against the elves. Frankly, he had to admit that a young man like William was truly hard to find. I guess this is fine as well, Avexius mused. I'm sure that Emperor Leonidas will also agree. The protectors exchanged a glance at each other before smiling inwardly. This was an unexpected turn of events, but overall the Creator Empire profited a lot from this war. They also looked at William with expectations and wondered how the boy would react after finding out that he had just made a decision that he couldn't take back, even if he cried a river. Chapter 509, Making a Mark in the Pages of History, Part 3. Prince Jason, who had just returned from the army to check Empress Sydney's condition, immediately became pale when he saw the collar on her neck. Why you? What have you done? Prince Jason charged forward with the intention of breaking the collar on his bride candidate's neck. How could he possibly accept such an outcome? For the girl he was planning to marry to be enslaved to someone besides him had made him extremely jealous and angry. Nero immediately blocked the young prince's path. The protector had his arms crossed over his chest. It was obvious that he didn't have any intention of allowing Prince Jason to vent out his anger on the two people who had done this of their own free will. Give it up, Prince Jason, Nero said firmly. The Empress had already made her decision. This is not something that you can interfere with. How could this be? Clearly, he used something to befuddle her. Prince Jason protested. How can she possibly ask someone to enslave her? This is impossible. Impossible? The person wearing a black robe said with amusement. I personally inspected her state of mind. She wasn't under the influence of anything. This was done out of her own free will and choice. Even if you cannot accept it, you have no choice but to accept it. Prince Jason gritted his teeth in anger. The protectors had already made their stance, and even if he threw a tantrum, it would not do anything. It would only make him look like a child that had lost his favorite toy, which would make the others look down on him. This is not over. Prince Jason swore. His Majesty will still have the final say in this matter. The robed man nodded. This is indeed the case. If you have a complaint, you will have to wait until we return to the Creator MP. Read to voice them out. Prince Jason snorted and hatefully stormed off. He couldn't bear to see the girl of his dreams being embraced by another man. It was something he couldn't accept, and he would do everything in his power to gain his father's approval when they returned to the Creator Empire. Avexius watched the prince go and sighed internally. He had already known about Prince Jason's strong attraction to the Empress, but he thought that it was only due to the power of her charm. He then shifted his attention back to William as he rubbed his chin in contemplation. This half-elf seemed immune to it. Avexius mused. Perhaps this is also why the Empress favors him. While the Grand Archmage of the Creator Empire was deep in his thoughts, an internal struggle had been happening inside Sydney's mindscape. Switch with me. I want to hug darling as well. You can do it later. Let me stay like this for a little while longer. This is unfair. How can you hog darling all to yourself? I want some of the action too. Why are you so persistent? It's already a done deal. He can't back away even if he removed the collar on our neck. It's our win. Well, you do have a point. But still, the young Empress currently had her eyes closed as she leaned on William's body. The half-elf only thought that she was still feeling weak since she had just been revived not long ago, so he allowed her to cling to him for the time being. It was at that moment when Avexius approached him with a smile. Congratulations to you, William, and to you too, Empress Sydney, Avexius said with a smile. I'm sure that the grand wedding that will take place a few years from now would be talked about, not only in the Creator Empire, but through the entire central continent as well. William, who heard Avexius' words, tilted his head to the side in confusion. What wedding? William asked. Your wedding, of course. Avexius' smile widened. Huh? What are you talking about? Don't you know? Placing a slave collar on a member of the royal family of the Creator Empire is akin to putting a wedding ring on their finger. William's body shuddered. He was about to grab the collar from Empress Sydney's neck when the lethargic Empress sprang to life and backed away hurriedly. She then hid behind the back of the purple-haired protector to prevent William from taking the collar off her neck. The corner of William's lips twitched when he saw how agile the once-dead Empress was. He then shifted his attention to the smiling Archmage by his side and was very tempted to slap Evexia's face. "What do you mean wedding? I'm not aware of this custom," William protested. "Well, you're not the first, nor will you be the last person to say that," Evexius replied. What do you mean I'm not the first nor the last person?" William inquired. Evexius moved close to William and whispered something in his ears. The half-elf's expression immediately changed as he realized that he had been set up by the succubus Empress. "Well, don't worry," Evexius patted William's shoulder. "You're still young and the wedding has to wait for a few more years. Besides, the Emperor of the Creator will have the final say in the marriage. You just need to visit him in the Creator Empire and convince him that you have been duped." William was about to protest again when he remembered that he still had matters to settle in the Creator Empire. Est's, Asha's, and Isaac's curses could only be lifted after he had a meeting with Lady Astrid's brother, Amun. His base of operation was in the Creator Empire, so burning his bridges here would only make things difficult for him in the future. The half-elf just stared at the dark clouds that hung in the sky in resignation. He knew that he still had to explain himself to his lovers about his shotgun wedding with Empress Sydney, who had successfully hoodwinked William by using his conscience against him. Evexius chuckled internally as he looked at the half-elf's resigned expression. Having a son-in-law like William would be a huge boon to the Creator Empire's prestige. Not only was he the son of the Saintess of the Elves, he was also the son of the human hero that had fought off the demon invasion. His lineage was solid, and the merits that he had performed during this war were also noteworthy. With such an imposing resume, it was practically a done deal that William would become a son-in-law of the Creator royal family. The only thing that would seal it completely was Emperor Leonidas' imperial decree. As long as that was issued, William wouldn't be able to escape, even if he grew wings and flew away. After lamenting his current situation, William sighed and looked at the Empress, who was peeking out from behind the purple-haired woman. Empress Sydney looked back at William with a teasing smile on her face. However, her eyes were filled with love. This made the half-elf sigh once again before walking towards the bone dragon that would take him back to the Helon Kingdom's camp. The undead that had escorted William in this endeavor glanced at the young Empress before following their vampire prince back to the city of Gladiolus. Although they had been dead for thousands of years, they still appreciated the young Empress' boldness in ensnaring the only person that managed to win against Malachi's bet. Although there were a lot of twists and turns, the war had finally come to an end. A few years in the future, the battles between the elves and the Helon Kingdom would be compiled and sent out to the various factions, kingdoms, empires, and academies across the entire world of Hestia. Although many things would be omitted like Malachi's scepter and the Undying Lands, the story would remain true to how the events had transpired. William, along with his lovers and Empress Sydney, had taken the center stage in this tale. Many commoners, nobles, and members of the royal families LDN't be able to keep themselves from praising it and calling it a masterpiece. It was a classic that would still be talked about thousands of years in the future. A tale that would serve as the first among several sagas of the legendary shepherd who had made his mark in the pages of history in a world of swords and magic. Chapter 510. On behalf of humanity, please accept my sincerest gratitude. This is mine, Kasaganaga declared as he held Urkuta's beast core in a vice grip. You already got that dragon's head. This is mine. Soglav chuckled as he moved closer to the anteater, who was looking at him with a determined expression. What are you talking about? I caught that dragon's head fair and square, Soglav said in a calm manner. Also, I was the one that secured the storage ring from Elandor. Not only did you have that dragon's head and its beast core, you also ate that bastard elf as well. You've already profited, so this is mine. The anteater was adamant on keeping Urkuta's beast core for himself. He planned to eat it in order to raise his ranks and reach the peak of the millennial rank as soon as possible. How about we talk about this? Let's negotiate like civil beasts. Scram. The corner of Urkuta's lips twitched as he watched his two friends started to wrestle in order to gain possession of his beast core. The leader of William's revenants was very tempted to slap the two annoying creatures and say, "Am I a joke to the two of you?" A few minutes later, Kasaganaga happily gnawed on Urkuta's beast core. Soglav laid on the ground unconscious because the demigod resorted to violence and rolled all over the demonic dog until his eye rolled up in its socket. This was the scene that William saw when he arrived to check on Urkuta's condition. Kasaganaga waved at him as crisp sounds came out of its mouth. It was eating Urkuta's beast core as if it was eating a bag of potato chips. "Urkutu, are you sure you don't want to cross over?" William asked. I will be performing the ceremony of purification in an hour. You can still change your mind. Urquidus shook his head. No. I will continue to serve until you have crossed to the afterlife. This is what I, and the rest of the other revenants, decided during our meeting. Understood. However, if you ever change your mind, just tell me, okay? Okay. William gave Kasaganaga a sidelong glance before heading outside of the city. The rainbow-colored anteater had a blissful expression on its face as it continued to eat Urquidus' beast core. The half-elf found the sight comedic, but since Urquidu had no qualms with it, he didn't say anything as well. An hour later, William stood outside the city where the super soldiers and the ash golems gathered. The millions of skeleton soldiers that had been in the Undying Lands for thousands of years were also there. Even though they were only bones right now, the blue blaze within their hollow eye sockets burned with antisci. Pat Ion. William looked at this impressive army and sighed. The Undead Legion had protected the last bastion of humanity for thousands of years. It was now time for them to rest. Malachi had also given his silent approval of William's actions. Although no words were shared between the two of them, the Dracolic kept mum on what William was about to do. Instead of humans, the undead elves now resided inside Avalon. They were the replacement army that would serve as the fortress protectors for many years to come. On behalf of humanity, please accept my sincerest gratitude for your bravery. Without you, we would not be enjoying the things that we now have today. William bowed respectfully. May all of you pass safely through the cycle of reincarnation and be blessed with new lives that are worthy of your sacrifices. The skeletons raised their weapons in salute to William's words. The 3 Goliaths and the 3 sovereigns who were now mounted on undead Cheelants looked at their comrades. They had refused to cross over to the afterlife and wished to remain in the world of Hestia. William respected their decision and was even glad that they planned to stay. As long as they were around, the guardians of the Silvermoon continent wouldn't dare to renege on their promise of surrender. Then the half-elf looked at the ash golems and the super soldiers that stood beside the Undead Legion. I also wish for all of you to find happiness in your new lives, William said softly. Rest assured, this land is now at peace. Your sacrifices will not be forgotten. I will see to it that none of you will be forgotten. The ash golems and the super soldiers made subtle movements. It was their way of thanking William for giving them a chance to cross over. William raised his right hand, and it was soon covered with a white blaze. The flames of purification burned brightly as its blaze rose over 100 meters into the air. If fate permits it, let us meet again, William declared. Goodbye, everyone. William waved his hand, and the white flames fell over the Undead Legion, ash golems, and the super soldiers. The flames spread quite fast, enveloping all of them as if they were dried leaves. The elves, the Creator army, the Minotaur race, and the survivors of the Hellon kingdom witnessed this amazing scene with solemn expressions. Soon, a joyous laughter rang out from the flames. As if a spark was ignited, more laughter followed until it became the sound of cheering. Thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions. Millions of souls rose up and circled around the skies of the capital. Some approached William and thanked him. Others wished him well, and some told him that they would return the favor if ever they crossed paths again in the future. It was a joyous scene, and yet William wasn't able to stop his tears from falling. He had locked the emotions inside his heart after witnessing the darkness of humanity. The darkness inside his heart hadn't disappeared. It was still there, and yet, after hearing the champions of humanity, who stood against the armies of the gods, thank him for letting them find true rest, he wasn't able to stop the tears from falling like rain. They were heroes in an era that had been long forgotten, and now they would embark on a new journey, somewhere out there. Not even the dark clouds that hung over the southern continent could block their path. The surroundings had already turned dark, but the millions of souls shone like countless stars in the sky. William waved his hand to see them all off, and they waved back at him before ascending towards the heavens. Beautiful, Wendy said softly. Celine, Ash, Est, and Isaac, who were standing beside her, nodded their heads in agreement. It was indeed a beautiful sight. A sight that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. A few hours after William finished his purification ceremony, Empress Sidney looked at her reflection in the mirror and giggled. Her hand caressed the slave collar on her neck that marked her as someone who belonged to William. According to the customs of the Creator Empire, members of the royal family that had been given a slave collar, out of their own free will, would become the lifelong partners of the one that placed the collars on their necks. Although this may sound like a weird tradition, it was actually a rule that was passed down by the first emperor of the empire when it was first founded. It was more like a game. Every member of the royal family in the world of Hestia was protected from the effects of a slave collar. meaning even if they were forced to wear collars on their necks, they could disobey the orders of their so-called masters. This also held true for the members of the Creator royal family. However, Amun's condition, before he became their protector god, was that this game must be added to their tradition. Naturally, he also imposed a requirement for it. The slave collar must be worn on their own free will. If anyone dared to place a slave collar on the royal bloodline of the Creator Empire, they would be cursed by Amun himself, and their souls would be dragged down to hell to suffer eternal torture when they died. As long as this rule was honored, one of the gods from hell who wouldn't lose to Cernunnos when it came to mood swings would remain the Creator Empire's protector deity. Since then, members of the royal family had followed this rule. Even the reigning emperor of the Creator Empire proudly wore a slave collar on his neck. This proved how inviolable this custom was. Although there were a lot of mishaps, we still did it in the end, Morgana, Empress Sydney said as she looked at her reflection in the mirror. Yes, the reflection on the mirror smirked. Morgana then caressed the collar on her neck and sighed. The moment the elves decided to come here to negotiate, their fates had already been sealed. Morgana smiled sweetly at her other half, who was looking back at her with a devilish smirk. Contrary to what the elven delegation thought, Empress Sydney had successfully planted her charm spell inside their consciousness the moment they laid their eyes on her. From the beginning, Elandor and Alessio had already fallen into her hands. However, she didn't exert her control over them until the last minute. The only one that managed to resist her charm spell was Eneru. A myriad beast was not very easy to subjugate. However, when he was injured during his solo attack on the Hellon Kingdom, Prince Ernest was forced to use Heaven's Fury. This attack had not only cut off Eneru's arm, but also cut dimensional space. This allowed Lady Eros to send a strand of her divine charm to penetrate Eneru's body while he was fleeing. This was done in utmost secrecy because Lady Eros needed to follow certain rules imposed upon them by the Temple of the 10,000 Gods. If Prince Ernest hadn't used that attack, Lady Eros wouldn't have been able to place a charm spell on Eneru's body that she could use to manipulate him anytime. Everything that the elves planned was known to Sydney because she could see and hear what her charmed ones could. This allowed her to gain full access to confidential information that was known only to the elves. Empress Sydney also gave subtle commands to Elandor, which had prevented the elven commander from issuing critical commands at the right moment. Still, Lady Eros should have told us her plan. Eneru suddenly attacking Darling was not something we knew beforehand. If we've only known what our goddess was planning, we might have made our own preparations. True, but if we knew about her plan, I'm afraid that the outcome would not be the same. Perhaps Lady Eros knew that we would overthink things and decided to keep us in the dark. Eneru's attempt to kill William was orchestrated by the goddess of lust. It was her way of helping her girls form a deeper connection with the red-headed boy whom her daughters loved. Empress Sydney and Morgana knew that William was someone who cared about people important to him. They were quite touched when the latter used his life-saving artifact in order to bring them back to life. The armor they were wearing was called Immortal Empress Armor. It was Lady Eros' gift to them to ensure their safety. Anyone who wore the armor would be revived from death after an hour passed. This ability could be activated once every 3 days. The young empress took a calculated risk, and it paid off. If William hadn't revived them, then their feelings towards William might have changed. Princess Sydney was looking for someone that would be willing to love her with all of their heart. William's selfless act had made her love for the half-elf burn even brighter inside her heart. With this, Sir William will be our fiancé. Yes! Now, we just need to have a good relationship with his other love. Aras, and it will be perfect. Also, he mentioned that he is planning to visit the Creator Empire in the Central Continent. Once he's there, we can immediately make the wedding preparations. We'll be on our home turf. Empress Sydney smiled and nodded her head. She was sure that William would resist with all of his might, but if he really needed to do something inside the Creator Empire, he would have to gain the permission of the royal family first. The beautiful lady blushed as she heard Morgana's devious plan to milk William dry and get his babies. Although she had gotten used to her other half's lustful nature, she didn't mind having William's children. She had long decided that she would only give birth to the children of the man that would capture her heart. Chapter 5:11. When the past no longer illuminates the future, the spirit walks in darkness. Part 1. 20,000 God points. 25. 30. William looked at the noisy surroundings as he sat in his VIP box inside the auction house of the gods. This was a place where the followers of the gods, as well as the gods, bid for items that caught their fancy. Naturally, there were restrictions placed on the gods that forbade them from bidding on any item that they saw. Since the currency used were god points, the gods were clearly at an advantage. In order to balance things out, a clear-cut rule was made so that certain items could only be bought by their followers. The auction of the gods was separated by two schedules: the morning auction and the evening auction. The morning auction as an exclusive auction for their followers. The evening auction, on the other hand, allowed both the gods and their followers to bid for the items that they wanted. Right now, William was seated on an expensive couch, with Lily's head resting on his lap, as he waited for his auctioned entry to make an appearance. Yes, this was also a place where the gods and their chosen candidates could mingle and see each other freely. Issei and David were also in the VIP room with William and seated on special seats beside his couch. William lightly patted Lily's hair as he listened to the bidding war that was happening right now. If the disciples of the lowly goddess could see the adorable Lowly right now, they would, without a doubt, raise a ruckus and conspire for William to get stabbed to death by kitchen knives. 60,000 god points. Going once. Going twice. Sold to bidder number 69. The beautiful auctioneer smiled as she lifted her small wooden mallet and hammered it on her desk, which signaled the end of the deal. Right now, William was a beggar. He had used up all of his god points in order to seal Sephirin for a few seconds. This had given the system ample time to send it to the auction house to be auctioned. After receiving the confirmation of his entry, the auction house gave him his own VIP room because the item that he had sent them for auction was a very hot commodity. Nat. Yearly, the gods who favored William wouldn't miss out on the fun and would participate in the war to buy the demigod of the Silver Moon continent, Sephirin, the Fire Phoenix. The atmosphere inside the auction house was very lively. There were times when William was tempted to bid for an item, however, he didn't have any god points with him right now. Although Issei, Lily, and David were with him, his skin wasn't thick enough to ask them for another loan. William still owed them 200,000 god points each, and he didn't want to abuse their kindness. The hours passed by as the bidding war heated up. William gulped because the highest amount of god points that he had managed to acquire was 1 million god points. But he had used them all to merge the Undying Lands to his own domain. Right now, a dozen pills of awakening that were personally made by the alchemist god were being auctioned, and the price had already reached 2 million. Pill of Awakening was a special pill that allowed mortals to unlock their latent potential that couldn't be brought out using normal means. This was a pill that the gods favored to possess in order to distribute to their loyal followers to help them succeed in the worlds where they currently resided. Pills of Awakening sold to esteemed bidder number 007 for 5 million god points. It didn't take long for William to realize that when the auctioneer said the words esteemed bidder, it meant that the winner of the bid was a god. Several items had been bought by these esteemed bidders, and sometimes their bidding wars would reach in the tens of millions. And now we come to the highlight of tonight's event, the beautiful auctioneer announced. She then waved her hand and an image of a phoenix appeared in a projection. This mythical beast is of the demigod rank, the lady said with a smile. Bidding starts at 5 million god points with a minimum increment of 1 million. Lily, who was resting her head on William's lap, raised her head with a mischievous glint on her eyes. She had come to the auction because she wanted to buy the phoenix, Sephirin, in order to teach it a lesson that it would never forget. As soon as the host announced that the bidding was now open, Lily immediately raised her hand and made her bid known. 6 million god points. Lily shouted. 7 million. 8 million. 9 million. William wasn't able to stop himself from grinning ear to ear because he had never expected that a demigod could be sold for a high price. I should have also captured Drauum, William thought. The half-elf had no love for the ancient golem. However, for the sake of the Silver Moon continent, he didn't follow through with his plan. Now that Sephirin was out of the picture, and Enero had been turned into a dark Qilin using his powers, the guardians of the Silver Moon continent had lost a big chunk of their powers. If not for the fact that his mother and father were still in the Elven continent, William wouldn't have shown the guardians any mercy and captured all of them. Also, Skyla had told him that the demons were still eyeing the Silver Moon continent. The elves still needed the remaining guardians to safeguard their lands. Right now, only the Ent King, Mirender, was left to safeguard the Silver Moon continent while they were away. Fortunately for the elves, the demons didn't know that Sephirin had been captured and that the other guardians were trapped in the southern continent. Of course, they knew about the movement of the elves, but no one knew that the portal that the elves had made was a one-way portal. It meant that although elven reinforcements could come to the southern continent, they couldn't go back even if they wanted to. 10 million. Lily bid valiantly in order to deter the other gods from fighting against her. However, her adorable voice was silenced when a crisp and clear voice spread across the auction house. 30 million. Lily and the other gods turned their heads to the direction of the voice. Their eyes landed on an unassuming VIP room that floated in the distance. The blinds of the room blocked anyone from identifying who the bidder was. There were gods who liked to keep their identity anonymous when they came to the auction house. This allowed them to freely bid without being singled out by the other gods who wanted the same item. 30 million. The auctioneer repeated with a smile. Anyone else? A few sighs of frustration echoed inside the auction house, and Lily's sigh was one of them. We got a big spender. Lily bit her nails as she looked at the VIP room in the distance. I have a feeling that even if I bid higher, that person will still outbid me. William, who was seated beside the lowly goddess, patted her head. It's fine. You don't need to bid higher. The current price has already exceeded my expectations. This is already enough. Lily nodded her head as she leaned back on the couch and allowed William to spoil her. Going once. Going twice. Sold. The resounding clap of the gavel signaled the end of the auction. William glanced at the VIP room that had made a bid of 30 million for Separan and bowed his head in gratitude. The auction house took a cut of 5% for every item that they had auctioned, leaving William with 28,500,000 god points. Big brother, you are now rich, Lily said with a smile as she hugged William. Issei and David also nodded their heads in agreement. They admired William for having the guts to send a demigod to the auction house of the gods. Ever since William succeeded in his first attempt to send Elendor's beast companion, the silver dragon, Dioldrios, to the auction house, the half-elf had considered using it as a means to deal with his opponents. The only downside was that William also lost the pocket cubes that he had used to capture them. Right now, he only had 4 remaining pocket cubes with him. Out of those 4, he was already in use and held Xerxes, the hobgoblin arcane doctor. He had already asked Sancus, the god of contracts, if he could get replacements, but the latter denied his request. The god of contract told William that he had already given him the maximum amount that was allowed by the rules that bound them. Adding more would put him in a difficult spot, and he didn't want to risk it. William felt that it was a shame because he wouldn't be able to use this tactic repeatedly. Although it was regrettable, William didn't regret auctioning Separan to the auction house of the gods. The elves had grown very arrogant as of late, and it was good to bring them down a peg. Without the protection of their demigod and the loss of one of their guardians, they would need to think thrice before planning to wage war on anyone again. William knew that the elves would no longer act as wantonly as they had in the past. A demigod's deterrent was the real deal. Without it, the elves would have no choice but to strengthen their defenses in fear of another invasion from the demon race. Lily, is it possible for me to have a transaction with a god? William inquired. I plan to use my god points to free some people. Free some people? Lily tilted her head in confusion. A smile appeared on David's face because he had a hunch on what William was planning to do. Because of this, he placed his hand on the half-elf's shoulder as he confirmed his guess. Is it about Ju and Sha? David asked. William nodded his head in confirmation. Issei, who was standing by the side, crossed his arms over his chest as he thought of a plan inside his head. How about you let me handle this? Issei proposed. I'm good friends with the Jade Emperor. I'll put in a good word for you and try to secure a meeting today. Thank you, brother Issei. This is but a small matter. Leave it to me. William thought of the 2 demons that had helped him during his fight against the Celestial Army. He was indebted to the both of them, and the red-headed wanted to repay them in full for the debt he owed them. This is the only thing I can do for the 2 of you, William thought. May both of you find happiness in your next life. William's wish was for Ju and Sha to enter the cycle of reincarnation. He knew that this was the only way for the 2 of them to have a fresh start, and William was more than willing to pay the price for their freedom. He just hoped that the Jade Emperor would listen to his request. He hoped that he would show mercy and compassion to the 2 retainers that were forever loyal to his cause. Chapter 5:12. When the past no longer illuminates the future, the spirit walks in darkness. Part 2. In the depths of hell, several warriors ran in an orderly fashion. These were the members of the Celestial Army that had failed to prevent William from entering the Heavenly Gate. The Jade Emperor was lenient with his punishment and only asked them to train in hell for 2 years before returning to their duties. Zhu and Sha, who had helped in William's endeavor, had also been thrown into hell as well as punishment for their actions. The Pig Demon and Sand Demon were enjoying a rare opportunity to drink wine together when one of the personal aides of the Jade Emperor appeared beside them. Zhu and Sha, the Jade Emperor has issued a decree, the aide said crisply. Zhu and Sha immediately knelt on the ground to listen to the decree that was given by the Lord that they had served for thousands of years. Starting today, the 2 of you are hereby given an official pardon, the aide announced. You are also given the chance to enter the cycle of reincarnation to start your new lives. The Jade Emperor also promised that after 1,000 years, he will once again give both of you a chance to serve under him after you have lived your lives to the fullest. Zhu and Sha glanced at each other in disbelief. They had already resigned themselves to stay in hell for eternity, and yet a miracle had happened out of the blue. "Sha, am I dreaming?" Yu asked. Instead of answering, Sha slapped Ju hard on the face. The pig demon howled in pain as he caressed the side of its swollen face. "Oink. I just asked you if I was dreaming. Why did you slap me? Did it hurt?" "Duh. Of course it hurt. Oink. Then it's not a dream." Sha chuckled. "It's not a dream. We're free. The Jade Emperor has forgiven us." The sand demon laughed wholeheartedly as tears streamed down the side of his face. A moment later, Ju joined his friend as they both laughed and cried at the same time. The aide looked at the two with a smile. Secretly, he was there when the two demonic beasts helped William fight against the Celestial Army, and even envied them a bit because they had fought for what they believed in even though the odds were stacked against them. A few minutes later, the two had calmed down and shifted their attention to the aide that was waiting patiently at the side. "So, are the two of you ready to reincarnate?" the aide asked. Ju and Sha glanced at each other before giving their answer. "Is it possible to see the Jade Emperor once?" Sha asked. Ju stared at the aide in bated breath as he waited for the man's answer. "The Jade Emperor had given me 2 orders," the aide answered. "The first one is to accompany the two of you to the cycle of reincarnation. The second one is to accompany both of you to meet with him in the Jade Palace if you wish to seek an audience." The aide then waved his hand and a majestic chariot descended from the sky. "Come," the aide made a gesture. "The Jade Emperor is waiting for both of you at the Jade Palace." William walked with steady steps as he left the Jade Palace. The first thing he did after getting his god points was to negotiate with the Jade Emperor for Ju's and Sha's freedom. At first the Jade Emperor played hard to get, but in the end, he relented. However, the price for Ju's and Sha's freedom was steep. 24 million god points. That was the price that the Jade Emperor had given William. He thought that the amount would make the boy back down, but to the Jade Emperor's surprise, the latter agreed and didn't even bother to bargain with him. The Jade Emperor watched the red-headed boy from afar until William disappeared from sight. He recalled the conversation that the two of them had half an hour ago and sighed. "Perhaps this is fate," the Jade Emperor muttered. "This is their karma." After William paid the Jade Emperor the amount for Ju's and Sha's freedom, the ruler of the Jade Palace asked the half-elf why he was going this far for 2 criminals. William's answer made the Jade Emperor realize that the boy was someone who knew how to repay the debt he owed to other people. "True friends will always find a way to help you," William answered. "Fake friends will always find an excuse. Ju and Sha had done me a favor that no amount of god points could ever repay. I have always wanted to set the two of them free because I know that both of them were good people." William placed his closed fist over his chest and bowed at the Jade Emperor. "Please, Your Majesty, give them their freedom. Allow them to reincarnate and shower them with your blessings. They have already atoned for their sins. It is time for them to return to the cycle of reincarnation." After hearing William's reply, the Jade Emperor immediately wrote a decree and gave it to his personal aide. He also ordered him to carry out his order at once. As soon as the Emperor's personal aide left, the red-headed boy also left the palace. There were still things that he needed to do in Hestia, and the aftermath of the war was still being dealt with. The elves that had surrendered were now stationed inside the city of Gladiolus. William had tasked them to help with the repairs of the city walls, as well as the buildings and houses that they had destroyed during the war. The majority of the Creator army had returned to the Anatia dynasty, with the exception of Empress Sydney, Evexius, Prince Jason, the protectors of the Creator Empire, and 100,000 elite soldiers. The reason for their stay was to help William draft certain rules that would be implemented for the entire continent as they waited for the effects of the continental spell to end. Tockham had told William that it could end anywhere between 1 to 2 years, so it would still take some time before things returned to normal. For someone as lazy as William, dealing with this was a pain. However, he didn't have a choice because he was the nominated leader of the Hellon Kingdom. He wasn't allowed to shirk his responsibilities this time. Somewhere in the Temple of the 10,000 Gods, Separan, the demigod of the Silver Moon continent, shrieked in fear and desperation as an otherworldly beauty approached it with a smile. "Worry not, I will not hurt you," the celestial beauty said in a teasing tone. How can I possibly hurt you? You still have a role to play." The lady reached out her hand to touch the struggling phoenix in the special cage that had sealed its fate. The moment the slender and delicate hand touched the phoenix's body, something incredible happened. The blazing red flames that covered its entire body had a sudden change. Beginning on the spot where the lady had touched it, black flames started to surge forth. Soon, this black flame spread across its body as Separan shrieked and struggled with all its might. "Struggling is also good," the lady chuckled. "I enjoy watching the last struggle of living things." Seeing the last embers of their life being dyed in black is a truly fascinating thing to see. Sephirin emitted one last desperate cry before the black flames enveloped its entire body. 2 minutes later, the black phoenix spread its wings wide and eyed the lady before it. It had been reborn, and its power had also increased after its transformation. It then bowed obediently to its new master and uttered a cry of servitude. "Do not worry," the lady stated while patting its head. "The time is not yet ripe. However, rest assured, you will be able to return to your world and spread your wings far and wide." Yes, the time was not yet ripe. The goddess stared in the distance, and the corner of her lips curled up into a smirk. She watched as a certain half-elf left the god domain to return to his world. The primordial goddess focused her attention on the temple and locked her sights on the goddess of lust. She stared at Lady Eros for a few seconds before shifting her attention to the goddess of female knights, Astrid. "Foolish girl," the primordial goddess said softly. "Play with fire and you will get burned. But this is also good. You and your brother should make things difficult for him." The primordial goddess unconsciously licked her lips in anticipation. Just like a dish that was slowly being cooked and mixed with spices, she looked forward to the feast that she would partake in when everything fell in place. When the past no longer illuminates the future, the spirit walks in darkness. The primordial goddess giggled. "Pendragon, I don't need you to light up my world. All I ask is for you to just sit with me in the darkness." Chapter 513, The Beginning After the End. More than 2 years had passed since the battle against the elves in the southern continent. William thought that they had to wait 2 full years before the spell wore off, but it only took 15 months before the continental spell lost its power. On that day, many tears were shed. Not only in the Helon Kingdom, but in the 3 other kingdoms as well. For those that had turned into a statue, only a second had passed. To those that had survived, it was more than a year of suffering. Many children had died during that time. Their parents became heartbroken after finding out what happened and wailed towards the heavens. If not for the guardians of the Silvermoon continent, the tens of thousands of elves that had survived the war might have lost their lives due to the anger of the citizens of the Zealand dynasty. Fortunately, the Minotaur race had intervened and allowed the elves to return to their ships and sail back to the Silvermoon continent. They didn't intervene because they wanted to protect the elves. They intervened because Drowum was on the verge of starting a massacre. The ancient golem was still a pseudo-demigod and was more than capable to conduct a genocide. A month after the spell was lifted, monuments to honor the dead were installed in the Anatia and Zealand dynasties. The Kingdom of Frisia had also done the same. Empress Sidney had effectively dealt with the royal family and nobles of the Anatia dynasty by using her charm. After that, she stepped down from her position as empress and delegated the throne to her little brother, Prince Karl, and made him the new emperor of the Anatia dynasty. Naturally, the transition wasn't smooth because there were still people who opposed the new emperor. But who was Empress Sidney? She was the companion of the guardian beast of the Anatia dynasty. Not only that, the protectors of the Creator Empire ensured that there would be no further problems. They secretly disposed of those who dared to instigate a rebellion behind the scenes to reinforce Emperor Karl's rule. After losing the ringleaders, the opposition finally submitted and peace once again reigned in the kingdom. Meanwhile, somewhere in Midgard, sounds of kissing could be heard on a small island in the middle of the lake. A beautiful lady with light blue hair and a handsome teenager with silver hair were currently in the middle of their lovemaking. Their clothes had long been abandoned at their sides, and a voice tinged with pleasure would escape the lips of the lady of the lake every now and then. "I love you, Ash," William said as he held his lover in a tight embrace. "I love you." Ash's body shuddered because at the same time the silver-haired young man had declared his love for her, the two of them became one. William's strong and lithe body pinned her down, but instead of rejecting him, she accepted him fully. The half-elf didn't rush things and made sure to satisfy his lover by attacking her weak spots. This wasn't the first time that they had made love inside a dream, but every time they did, both of them enjoyed it to the fullest. William brought her to the peak countless times until Ash begged him to stop. "What kind of body do you have?" "You're so peerless," Ash said as she panted for breath. William chuckled as he planted a kiss on her cheek. "Don't worry. I am also peerless in the real world. Would you like to try me?" The mermaid snorted and rested her head on William's chest. They were still 2 months away from William's birthday, when he would finally come of age. Ash didn't want to admit it, but she was looking forward to having a union with William in the real world as well. "I feel a little guilty." Ash gently rubbed the gem embedded on William's chest. "I feel like I'm cheating." "Don't be," William replied as he held her tighter. "I'm sure that Wendy and Est will understand." William understood why Ash was feeling guilty. Wendy and Est had stayed behind in the southern continent because there were important things that they had to do. Also, their parents felt that going to the central continent was still too soon for them. Because of this, only Ash accompanied William to the Creator Empire. They traveled alongside the Creator warships thanks to the invitation of Princess Sydney. The sensuous beauty knew that William needed to go to the Creator Empire, so she decided to use this to her advantage and invited him to travel with her to see her grandfather. On paper, he was Princess Sydney's fiancé. The plan that the scheming beauty had made was foolproof, and William couldn't take the collar off her neck even if he wanted to. Why? It is because the princess threatened that if the half-elf took her collar off, the royal family of the Creator Empire would think badly of him. She also added that the possibility of William being banned from entering their territory was guaranteed if that were to happen. Princess Sydney's other half, Morgana, also did her best to close the gap in William's heart. The half-elf had not resisted their advances because he knew how serious Princess Sydney and Morgana were. In the end, even Wendy, Ash, and Est relented. They accepted Princess Sydney as one of William's lovers, which made the latter and her other half, Morgana, very happy. William also came clean and told Princess Sydney that he would have 9 wives in the future. To his surprise, the princess only smiled and kissed him passionately. The scene where the princess and him had a heart-to-heart talk flashed inside his mind. "I don't care how many wives you have," Princess Sydney had said as she looked at William's eyes. "The only thing that matters to me is your love. Do you promise to learn to love me?" He had answered yes back then and promised that he would learn to love her back. William had no plan to go back on his promise and spent a lot of time with Princess Sydney in the Creator Empire. The only problem was Morgana. Sydney's lustful half had made a vow that on the day that William had come of age, she would eat him up, even if his other lovers were present. If not for the fact that he was always on guard against her night raids inside his room, little William might have already been eaten whole. "Will, these dreams, are they real?" Ash asked. "Did they really happen?" William pondered the answer to this question seriously before giving his reply. "I'm not sure. They are too much of a coincidence. I believe that this isn't just an ordinary dream." "Ash, do you believe in past lives?" As someone that had kept his memories after Rent. Ring the cycle of reincarnation, William understood that past lives existed. If his recurring dreams with Wendy and Ash were true, then it meant that he had shared a past lifetime with the two of them. William was not the only one who thought this way. Wendy and Ash shared the same thought, and both girls were secretly happy about this possibility. Wendy even joked that they were still destined to become lovers even in their next lifetimes, and William shouldn't cheat on them, or else he would face divine retribution. "We should probably go back soon," Ash said softly. "Classes are about to start in a few hours." "Okay," William replied as he naughtily groped Ash's chest, who was currently possessing the body of the Lady of the Lake. Ash looked at him with a reddened face, but didn't pry off the naughty hands that were having their way with her body. "You still haven't had enough? Let's go for one more round." "Fine." William and Ash opened their eyes at the same time. They were currently inside the villa that William had built on the beach area that was supposed to be the boss room on the 10th floor. They always slept inside the dungeon because in this place, Ash would be able to return to her true form without any time limit. This allowed the two of them to spend intimate moments together within the appropriate boundaries. The two of them showered and dressed together before leaving the dungeon. William's herd and legion were still busy clearing the floors of the dungeon. Right now, they were currently at the 50th floor, and their advance had been slow as of late. The 50th floor only allowed 6 individuals to challenge it at a time, which greatly limited their exploration. Even so, William wasn't in a hurry. He knew that challenging Atlantis was no easy feat. He was not delusional enough to think that he could capture the dungeon anytime soon. What he was waiting for was the person that his father had chosen to contact him as soon as he arrived at the central continent. This would allow William to capture any other dungeon, aside from Atlantis. Just as the name suggested, the Dungeon Conqueror Prestige job class could conquer any dungeon. William was already looking forward to adding another legion in his ranks. The Minotaur race had already returned to their duty as the guardians of the Zealand dynasty. The Centaurs had also returned to their tribe. Only the Revenants, led by Urkatu and Bastion, remained. Of course, William still had the other monsters that he had tamed, like the malevolent Nightmare Kelpie and elusive Mist Wildebeest. The other residents, like the Black-Winged Panthers, had also given birth to a few individuals and had already settled inside William's Thousand Beast domain. Due to the vast supply of food and resources from both the Undying Lands and Atlantis, the creatures that had submitted to William wouldn't leave even if the half-elf asked them to leave. Although they needed to fight for the red-headed teenager during his time of need, they were completely fine with it. William held Ash's hand as he guided her out of the villa. "Let's go," William said with a smile. I just hope that the fifth master hasn't destroyed anything in the alchemist pavilion. Last time, the treasurer almost cried a river of blood because the damages reached 500,000 gold coins. Ash giggled and nodded her head. Both of them were enrolled in the Silverlight Academy of the Creator Empire. This was one of Emperor Leonidas' conditions for allowing William to stay inside the Creator Empire. The Emperor didn't say anything about Willem's engagement to his granddaughter, which made the half-elf wonder if Leonidas favored him or not. However, the red-headed teenager wasn't too worried. What will come, William thought as he opened the portal that would take him and Ash back to the real world. Although there would be obstacles that might block his way, he was confident that he would be able to break all the walls that stood before him. After all, he was never alone. Chapter 5:14, William's first day at Silverwind Academy. Good morning, everyone. My name is William von Ainsworth. William introduced himself to his new classmates. I hope to get along with everyone till this year is over. The girls in the class looked at William with curious gazes, while the guys looked at him as if he was their rival in love. Greetings, my name is Ian Moxie, Ian said with a smile. I am Sir William's retainer. I hope to get along with everyone as well. Tisk, two good-looking transfer students. How are we supposed to get ourselves some beautiful girls if they are around? I know, right? They should have gone to the other classes, but why were they placed in Class A? Are they that good? HMP. I know the names of all the nobles in our empire, and I don't remember any noble household with the surname Ainsworth. He must be an upstart. Maybe he used some connections to get in? That's possible. Just look at his face. Maybe he is one of the female professor's pets. The murmur grew louder, and the homeroom professor of class, it cleared her throat, which made all the students shut their mouth and focus their attention on her. Sir William, please take that seat at the far right on the back row. Rita Geiss, the homeroom professor of Class A said with a smile. Since it's a three-seater, Sir Moxie can also share the seat with you. William nodded and thanked Professor Rita. He then walked towards the back of the class and sat in the seat that was assigned to them. Ian sat beside him and acted as a proper retainer to a noble heir. She had been trained since young to become Est's retainer, so it wasn't hard for her to play her part perfectly. Just like William, several of the nobles also had their retainers inside the classroom. Some of them stood outside the room, while those of similar age to their masters stood in the back corners of the room as they watched over their masters. Will you look at that? A teenage boy wearing glasses smirked. An upstart and his retainer are seated side by side. Don't they even know the etiquette of nobles? That is why he is an upstart, a chubby boy chuckled. Seriously, he doesn't even understand the hierarchy of subordinates and their master. Ian frowned. She didn't want to stand out, so she decided to go with the flow and stand in the corner of the room where the other retainers were staying. However, before she could even stand from her seat, a hand held her waist, preventing her from standing up. Ian looked at William in askance, and the latter just shook his head. You don't need to listen to these little pricks, William said. Since I am your employer, you will only follow my orders. I order you to sit and attend class with me. Do you understand? Ian smiled and nodded her head. Yes, young master. Ian had forgotten that William could be adamant when it came to things that were important to him. This made her feel warm inside her chest, because her lover didn't want to treat her like a retainer, like the rest of the nobles in the Creator Empire did. Of course, although she thought this way, she also knew that the Creator Empire was different from the Helon Kingdom. There were certain rules that they needed to follow in order to prevent themselves from getting ostracized by the nobles of the empire. The guys who heard William's words raised their eyebrows, while the girls looked at him with weird expressions on their faces. Although what William was doing wasn't uncommon, very few had the guts to call the noble heirs of the Creator Empire little pricks. Wow, this plebeian is a feisty one, the chubby boy remarked as he looked at William with a mischievous smile. This just proves that he's an upstart. The teenage boy shook his head in disdain. Don't worry. He will soon understand the error of his ways. The boys inside the classroom exchanged glances and nodded their heads in agreement. They had singled William out and decided to teach the transfer student a lesson when the professors were not around. Professor Rita turned a blind eye on what was happening inside their classroom, because she was also looking forward to seeing how William would deal with his classmates. The Creator Empire encouraged rivalry and competition because they were a nation of warriors. The Emperor would watch over these promising students and pick the best among them to be trained and to serve in important posts when they graduated from Silverwind Academy. Just as Professor Rita was about to start class, the door of the classroom opened. Sorry, I'm late, Professor, a beautiful lady, with long reddish-brown hair and hazel eyes, said with a smile. The newcomer then scanned the room until her eyes landed on the red-headed teenager that was looking outside the window. She was very tempted to go to his seat, but as a member of the Royal Family, she needed to show restraint. Everyone in the room sucked in deep breaths as they laid their eyes on the sensuous beauty in front of them. Men and women couldn't help themselves from staring at her face, which made them unable to take their eyes off of her. "My name is Sydney Valfregia." Princess Sydney introduced herself. "Starting today, I will be your classmate. I pray that all of you will take good care of me for the rest of the year." "Thank you. I think I'm in love." "I call dibs on her." "In your dreams. Do you think you stand a chance with your pig face?" "Huh, this is the first time I've seen such beauty. Just where did this lady hide all these years?" "I need to ask my father to arrange a meeting with her family." It was not only the men that had been charmed by Sydney's presence, even the girls were looking at her as if they had seen their idol. Princess Sydney's smile made their faces redden, and some of the girls even wanted to stand up and call her my lady, even though they were nobles of the empire. "Princess Sydney, it is an honor to finally meet you." Professor Rita bowed respectfully. "You may sit anywhere that you please. I'm sure that your classmates will do their best to help you in any way that they can." Princess? I knew it. Such a beauty couldn't be someone ordinary. The moment she stepped in, I already felt her royal bearing. This must be fate. The two of us were fated to be together. Didn't I tell you to stop daydreaming? Next time, please buy a mirror. Perhaps that will wake you up from your delusion. The class became rowdy due to Princess Sydney's appearance. William kept looking outside the window and didn't dare to look in her direction. Seeing that the half-elf was purposely ignoring her, the corner of Princess Sydney's lips curled up into a smirk as she walked towards the back of the classroom. Ash was seated on William's left, so the princess mischievously sat on his right. However, it didn't end there. Princess Sydney moved closer to William and gave him a kiss on the cheek, which made everyone freeze in place, including the half-elf that had just received Princess Sydney's kiss. Moments later, chaos erupted inside the classroom. Professor Rita had no choice but to step in and stop the ruckus, because the noise might disturb the other classes. If that were to happen, it would reflect badly on her as a professor, and she didn't want that to happen. "Morgana, you are really making things difficult for me from the get-go," William whispered as he held the naughty girl's hand from under the desk. "Can you behave and not stir up trouble? Switch with Sydney for now." William had grown used to Princess Sydney's other half, who would always pounce on him whenever she managed to take control of the princess body. "I'll think about it if you kiss me," Morgana replied with a mischievous smile. "Later." "No. I want it now." William sighed as he gave the naughty girl a quick peck on the cheek before telling her to behave. Morgana knew that William had already compromised, so she decided to just rest her head on his shoulder before closing her eyes. If one were to look at her, they would only see happiness and contentment on her face. Ian, who was seated beside the two, rubbed her temple. She had already accepted Princess Sydney and Morgana as William's lover. However, she was still not used to Morgana's antics whenever she was around. Sometimes, even she was embarrassed by how bold and open Princess Sydney's other half acted. Part of her also admired Morgana because she didn't have the guts to do half of what she was capable of doing. "I guess Sydney will bury herself in a hole later," Ian sighed internally. "I almost feel sorry for her." Princess Sydney was currently sleeping inside her and Morgana's mindscape. She had been up all night dealing with important matters with the Anasia dynasty. A letter had arrived from her little brother, Carl, asking for advice on what to do with certain issues that had sprung up under his rule. The doting princess stayed up all night as she wrote proposals and solutions to the problems that her little brother was facing. These letters would be sent via courier to the southern continent in order to help her brother solidify his rule as emperor. Before she slept, she repeatedly told Morgana to conduct herself properly as a princess of the royal family. Morgana promised that she would do her best, so the tired princess reluctantly relinquished control over her body and went to sleep. If only she knew that Morgana would create a scandal on the very first day of class, she would have attended even though she was dead tired. This was how William's first day started inside the most prestigious academy in the Creator Empire. Because of Morgana's little fiasco, William had not only become Class A's public enemy #1, but the public enemy of the entire third-year division inside Silverwind Academy. This brought him unwarranted attention and scorn from all the influential nobles of the empire. A place where all the influential heirs gathered and competed with each other in order to make their mark in the annals of history and to gain the favor of Emperor Leonidas. An emperor who was given the title, the emperor who stands above the clouds. Chapter 515. When in Rome, do as Romans do. "I want to bury myself in a hole," Princess Sydney muttered as she buried her head into William's chest. Ian sighed as she patted the depressed princess' shoulder. She felt sorry for the princess because her other half, Morgana, could sometimes do embarrassing things without thinking of the consequences. The three of them were currently inside a private room in the Academy's dining area that was reserved for the members of the royal family of the Creator Empire. The morning classes had just ended, and Princess Sydney had woken up from her slumber. When she asked William if Morgana behaved while she was sleeping, the half-elf lightly coughed before telling the princess what her not the other half did. After hearing William's narrative, the princess' expression immediately became stiff. Princess Sydney then stood up and walked away without a word. William and Ian became worried, so they followed her and ended up inside one of the private rooms where the members of the royal family dined during their stay at the Academy. "Morgana, you should hold yourself back during the day," William admonished the naughty girl who was busy coaxing Princess Sydney inside their shared mindscape. "Sydney has an image to maintain because she is a member of the royal family." "Okay," Morgana replied as she temporarily took over Princess Sydney's body. "I won't do it again. I will only attack you when we are alone." Ian, who was listening from the side, shook her head helplessly. "I guess this is also fine. Sooner or later, the Emperor will announce Sydney's engagement to you. I mean, that collar on her neck is very striking, no?" William glanced at the collar of wisteria that had accompanied him during his childhood. It was currently placed on Princess Sydney's neck because the latter had succeeded in convincing him to place the collar on her. The half-elf knew that even if he went back in time, the result would still be the same. The princess was one of the 7 deadly sins. If she wasn't kept in check, there's a high possibility that Princess Sydney could bring ruin to the world. In order to prevent that from happening, William agreed to her request to become her master. This way, William could stop her when she got carried away with using her charm on other people. William didn't want to admit it, but he had a feeling that if he had rejected her request that day, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Because of this, he had also opened up his heart to the princess and her other half, Morgana. Their relationship had advanced steadily during the months that they worked together in order to prevent chaos from erupting in the southern continent. Since William had already come clean to his lovers that he intended to have 9 wives, they also accepted Princess Sydney and Morgana as his lovers. To his surprise, it didn't take a long time before the 4 ladies got along really well. They even asked Princess Sydney and Morgana to keep an eye on William so that he wouldn't start flirting with the noble ladies in the Creator Empire. "Has the Emperor said anything?" William asked. Princess Sydney, who had her head buried in William's chest, raised her head and shook her head. "No," Princess Sydney replied. "He hasn't said anything, but I'm sure that he's currently pondering what his next move will be. Will, be careful. I feel that grandfather is scheming something behind our backs." William nodded as he patted the princess's head. "Did he give me the permission to enter Amun's temple?" Ian, who was seated deep beside Princess Sydney, looked at William in surprise. "What's to be surprised about?" William asked with a smile. "My main reason for coming here was to find a way to lift the curse on your bodies. The sooner I meet Amun, the sooner that you, Est, and Isaac can return to your true bodies." Princess Sydney had already been told about Asha's, Est's, and Isaac's circumstances. This was why she also did her best to negotiate with the Emperor to allow William to visit Amun's temple. The temple of the Grand Marquis of Hell was not open to the public. Only members of the royal family and important leaders of the Creator Empire could enter its sacred grounds. Anyone who dared to go there without permission of the Emperor would face the wrath of the Creator Empire. If possible, William didn't want to form hostilities with Emperor Leonidas because they would be in-laws in the future after he and Sydney got married. Starting off on the wrong foot would just make the relationship strained in the long run. Grandfather said that he would consider it if you performed well after 3 months of being enrolled in the academy, Princess Sydney replied. Also, he was very interested in your promised battle with Rebecca in the Misty Sect that will be happening 7 months from now. He told me that if you lose, he will personally kick you out of the Empire, Princess Sydney added. William sighed as he scratched his head. His battle with Rebecca had been pushed back due to the mess that happened in the southern continent. Upon careful consideration, the Misty Sect decided to have their battle during the founding ceremony of their sect. This was a grand ceremony that happened every 3 years. The Misty Sect would send invitations to the important people in the central continent. 12 kingdoms, 6 sects, 8 empires, 4 institutions, and 1 church. This was the distribution of power within the central continent. On the southern continent, there were only 4 powers that ruled the land. These were the Hellon Kingdom, the Anasia dynasty, the Zealand dynasty, and the Kingdom of Phrygia. These 4 held absolute power in the southern lands, but they were nothing compared to the forces in the central continent, which were rich in resources and manpower. They really made it a big deal, William thought as he remembered his ex-fiancée whom he hadn't seen for a long time. He wondered how strong Rebecca had become. Although he wasn't worried about the outcome of the match, He was very curious about if he could win against her if he didn't use his trump cards. I guess I will cross that bridge when I get there, William mused as closed his eyes. I wonder if Gramps and Sir Lawrence will be there as well. Knowing Gramps, he would not miss such an opportunity. Princess Sydney and Ian exchanged a glance because William's mind had wandered away from them. They had a hunch about what he was thinking, so they didn't disturb him. From the get-go, Ian didn't like Rebecca. For her, Rebecca was too full of herself and only used William as a shield to prevent other people from courting her. This was something that she couldn't accept. How could the man she loved be used as a tool for the so-called genius of the Hellon Kingdom in order to ward off her suitors? Wendy had mixed feelings about William's battle with Rebecca because she considered the brown-haired lady a very close friend, akin to a sister. Est, on the other hand, didn't like or dislike Rebecca. For her, Rebecca was also a victim of an arranged marriage that had been planned by her elders when she was a baby. It was very common for the members of the royal family to have arranged marriages, so Est didn't think of this as a big issue. Her only concern was that William might try to lose on purpose in order to give face to his grandfather and Sir Lawrence. This was something that she didn't want to see because she believed that William shouldn't hold back and put an end to their engagement properly. You said that Emperor Leonidas will consider my request depending on my performance over the next 3 months, William said as he looked at Princess Sydney. What is going to happen in 3 months? A tournament for all the students of Silverwind Academy, Princess Sydney replied. The winner will be personally awarded by the Emperor. According to tradition, the winner of the tournament may ask the Emperor to grant one wish. As long as this wish was within his capacity, the Emperor would grant it without fail. William had noticed the slight anxiousness in Princess Sydney's expression as she explained the grand prize of the competition. It was then when a thought formed inside his mind. Don't worry, William said as she firmly held her hand. You are already my lover. I won't hand you to anyone. Princess Sydney nodded her head and kissed William's cheek. She didn't mind being intimate with William as long as it was done in private. Princess Sydney wasn't like Morgana, who acted without thinking of the consequences of her actions. With William's help, she was able to rein in the power of lust that was slowly awakening in her body. She would turn 18 a month from now, and the Emperor had already prepared a grand ball for her debut. This ball would be attended by all the elite heirs of the Empire, and a perfect opportunity to mingle with their peers and, of course, members of the royal family. William didn't have a good memory when it came to tournaments. When the interdivision battles were about to begin in the Hellon Royal Academy, the demons had attacked, quickly followed by the start of the war, which was followed by another war. If not for the fact that he needed permission from the Emperor to enter Amun's temple, he would have already snuck past its guards in order to have an audience with Lady Astrid's twin brother. When in Rome, do as the Romans do, William thought. I guess I have no choice but to participate in this tournament. This will also put Sydney's mind at ease, just in case there is a fool who has decided to choose her as the reward for the tournament. Will, Princess Sydney said as she cupped William's face. Yes, William replied with a smile. I love you. I love you too. The two kissed passionately. After their kiss ended, William pulled Ash, who had already transformed into her mermaid form, closer. William kissed her as well. Me too. Morgana complained after switching with Princess Sydney. Don't show favoritism, darling. William chuckled as he softly pecked Morgana's lips 3 times before giving her the kiss that she wanted. The two girls pressed their bodies on him as they savored this intimate moment. Inside the dining hall, where the students ate their lunch, a certain shepherd had his fill of hugs and kisses from 3 ladies who loved him with all of their hearts. Chapter 516, Rainbow-Colored Calamity. 5th Master. A hot and sexy lady is currently waiting for you at Alchemy Hall. She said that she wants you to rock her world. A man with disheveled platinum blonde hair rose from the couch. Although he looked like a mess right now, his mesmerizing gray eyes and his angelic features were enough to make any lady swoon the moment he smiled at them. This man's name was Albert Anstein, the full kettle alchemist. William, cancel all my appointments, Albert ordered as he rushed to his closet to pick an attire that would make even an old grandma blush like a teenage girl. 5th Master, you don't have any appointments scheduled today, William said with a sigh. Albert started to apply some light powder on his face to give him that extra youthful glow. His original age was in the late 40s, but due to him being a half-elf, he had retained his good looks and overflowing charisma. After making the finishing touches, he turned to look at William. Tell me, apprentice, how do I look? Albert inquired. William crossed his arms over his chest as he appraised his new master from head to foot. You look awesome, 5th Master, William replied. It's just a shame that I am still more handsome than you. Cheeky brat. Albert chuckled as he walked towards the door. Don't worry, I'll bring you to the red light district in 2 months. I'll show you how to pick up girls in a dungeon. William rolled his eyes as he shooed his master away. If he really went to the red light district to have some fun, his lovers would certainly beat him up, or worse, castrate him for his stupidity. Morgana even went out of her way to call dibs on him on the night of his birthday. Although he didn't promise her anything, he didn't reject her either. William knew that his master wouldn't be back until morning the next day, so he decided to clean up the room so that it would look like it belonged to one of the most prestigious alchemists in the Creator Empire. Albert was the second ND half-elf that William had seen aside from Connor. Originally, William thought that half-elves were rare because there were only 2 of them in the southern continent. However, in the central continent, half-elves could be seen everywhere. Although they weren't as common as the other races, they could still be found in almost every major city in the central continent. Today was Sunday, so there were no classes at the Silverwind Academy. Princess Sydney had come to take Ian away after breakfast and simply told William that both of them would go shopping. William didn't mind because he had other matters to settle as well. It had only been 4 days since he had enrolled at the Silverwind Academy, and life had been a little bit difficult because of Morgana's bold action on the day that they had transferred. All the boys in the classroom had filed a petition for William to be kicked out from the class because they believed that he didn't belong there. The board members of the academy also didn't like the fact that the granddaughter of the emperor was being intimate with a foreigner that came from distant lands. In the end, the issue was brought to the emperor. The ruler of the Creator Empire, Emperor Leonidas, listened to the headmaster of Silverwind Academy and left the final decision in his hands. Due to pressure from the noble families, the headmaster reluctantly agreed to transfer William to Class F, where the most notorious students in the 3rd grade were gathered. This decision made the students and the board members very happy. To their surprise, Princess Sydney accepted this outcome and even smiled at the headmaster when he told her that the reason for William's transfer was due to the fact that he was a bad influence on the elite students in the 3rd year division. However, it didn't end there. The pompous heirs also made sure that Ian stayed in Class A instead of following William in Class F. They didn't want William to have an easy life in the academy. William's ex-classmates thought that without his retainer to cater to his needs, William would become helpless and show his true colors. Ian didn't care about their pettiness and was determined to follow William to Class F when the half-elf stopped him. "Stay in Class A and watch over Sydney for me." This was what William had told Ian while they had dinner with the princess. The half-elf didn't mind being transferred to another classroom. For him, this was even a blessing in disguise because he didn't want the noble families to always be at odds with him. It would also allow him to move freely without extra pairs of eyes to watch his every move. Although Ian was reluctant to part with him, she still agreed to his request on the condition that William didn't cheat on them while he was in Class F. "Finally, this looks like a dwelling fit for a human," William said after looking at his handiwork. Albert was someone that didn't like to clean. He would just do his everyday work until the trash piled up in his room. When there came a time when even he couldn't stand the mess that he created, he would then seduce the auntie, who was responsible for assigning maids to clean the dormitory rooms. He would whisper sweet words in her ears and take her in a night of passion in order for her to send someone to clean his room once a month. William's 5th master, Albert, had a wide strike range. However, even though he had the ability to seduce any lady under the heavens, he still had his principles. He never targeted people who had lovers or were married. That was his bottom line, and even William felt that his master was a saint compared to those playboys that he had read about in web novels. After finishing his job, William went to his master's laboratory to practice his alchemy. Even though Albert was a skirt chaser, his skills were the real deal, and was still the most prestigious alchemist of the Creator Empire. It was William that had first approached him and asked if he was willing to teach him alchemy. To his surprise, the Full Kettle alchemist accepted him as his disciple. When William asked Albert why he agreed to his request, the latter only said that since William was a half-elf and as good-looking as him, it was only natural to extend a hand. Also, he was planning to look for a disciple as well, so the timing had been perfect. One could even say that the 2 shameless half-elves, who always called themselves handsome, were a match made in heaven. After locking the room of the laboratory, William focused his attention on his alchemy. He checked the notes that Albert had left him and followed the instructions that were written on him to the letter. At the bestiary of the Silverwind Academy, a loud roar resounded in the shared bestiary of all the beasts that belonged to the 3rd years. A golden dragon towered above the other beasts to show his dominance. This was what the beast handlers called the battle for the seat of kings. Every year, only one beast would stand above the rest and reign over the other beasts that belonged to the other students. The golden dragon was the 3rd year's king and had been the leader of the other monsters ever since the classes started. Of course, the kings were not allowed to harm any monster in the bestiary. In return, he would be given the best accommodations, the best food, and the best services that the Academy could provide. Garganta, the golden dragon, had enjoyed all of these comforts and his reign was unchallenged, until today. In front of him stood a rainbow-colored anteater who was eyeing him with genuine curiosity. Garganta roared as it stood on its hind legs to show his dominance to the newcomer. The beast handlers watched the scene with amusement. Deep inside they pitied the anteater because of its ignorance. For them, the anteater was like a newly born calf who was unafraid of the tiger that intended to eat it whole. Garganta slightly opened its mouth and golden flames flickered inside his mouth. It was clearly telling the anteater to scram before it was eaten for lunch. The anteater didn't budge, and the golden dragon had finally reached the limits of its patience. It uttered a deafening roar. It was its way of issuing a challenge to the beast that dared to covet his throne. Finally, the anteater opened its mouth to reply to the dragon's challenge. Motherfucker, let's take this outside. Kasaganaga raised its head arrogantly before it walked outside the bestiary. It had accepted the challenge of the golden dragon, and the latter followed behind the small anteater that it could easily crush like a pancake. Battles between beasts were allowed because only the strong could become the sovereign of the bestiary. As long as there were beast handlers present, these battles would be declared as official. Since every beast was an important asset, special considerations were placed in the battling arena. Similar to the Grand Colosseum in the Helon Kingdom, the fighters would turn into particles of light if they died in battle. As soon as the two beasts faced each other, various roars, shrieks, and cheers erupted in the surroundings. The beasts and the handlers had been bored as of late, so seeing a stupid rainbow-colored anteater die under the claws of a golden dragon was still entertainment for them. Roar! Roar! I haven't eaten your kind before, but you look delicious. You better surrender now, while I'm still being merciful. Motherfucker, stop talking and start fighting. Kasaganaga shouted with an adorable voice. Kasaganaga spent most of its time with the angry birds, so it was very easy for it to pick up their habits. Its two companions, B1 and B2, taught the innocent anteater how to curse at its enemy, and the latter quickly ingrained this knowledge in its vocabulary arsenal. When William first heard Kasaganaga curse, the corner of the half-elf's lips twitched before hurling storm choler at the two dumb birds who had influenced the deity of the sky to hurl vulgarities when it fought. Ruer. Ignorant plebeian. It seems that you still don't understand your place. Very well, I will end your pitiful life. Die. Garganta swung at the anteater with its claws, but the anteater nimbly stepped to the side, evading the dragon's attack. The dragon sneered because it thought that it was just a fluke and used its other claw to rip the anteater into shreds. However, Kasaganaga moved effortlessly to the side to evade Garganta's attack. The handlers and the beasts continued to cheer because they thought that the golden dragon was merely playing with its prey. After evading his two attacks, Garganta finally realized that he was not fighting an ordinary anteater. It flapped its wings to fly as it opened its mouth to unleash a breath attack. The golden dragon decided to end the anteater with its most powerful move because its opponent was making it uneasy. Gargan Ta is going for an overkill. One of the beast handlers shook his head because he could already foresee the ending of the duel. Well, this is to be expected for the king of the 3rd division, the other beast handler commented. Very few beasts can survive a dragon's breath head-on. Garganta was a millennial dragon at its middle stages. To make a comparison, it was weaker than Elendor's silver dragon that he had fought during their duel at the Gate of Beginnings. Even so, a millennial dragon was still a force to reckon with, and only powerful beasts and warriors could face it in a battle of life and death. Kasaganaga raised its head arrogantly as he looked at the dragon that was high up in the sky. It then rolled up its body and grew into a 2-meter wrecking ball with spikes covering its entire body. I'm rolling. Kasaganaga shot up towards the dragon breath to meet it head-on. If the golden dragon only knew what this small, rainbow-colored anteater had fought during the era of the gods, as well as the war in the southern continent, it would immediately throw in the towel to surrender. Unfortunately, it didn't know. The dragon's breath dispersed, and the rainbow-colored, spiked, wrecking ball continued its trajectory until it smashed into the golden dragon's open mouth. Garganta uttered a roar of pain as the spikes pierced the soft tissue inside its mouth. However, Kasaganaga was not done yet. Super. Last, final, finishing, ending finale. I'm rolling. The deity of the sky's spinning force increased as it descended into the golden dragon's throat, shredding everything in its path. Garganta wasn't able to cry out in pain because the anteater had turned its insides into ground dragon meat. The king of the bestiary turned into particles of light as its life ended. That was the day when a new king reigned over the beasts of the 3rd year division, and he was given the nickname Rainbow-Colored, Rolling Calamity. Chapter 517. You are now in my home turf. Okay, introduce yourself. An old man with glasses made a gesture for William to step into the podium. Good morning, everyone, William said with a smile. My name is William Vo-Dash. We already know who you are. A boy with freckles on his face cut William off before he could even finish his introduction. You're Princess Sydney's lover, right? Man, I'm so jealous of you. How far have you gone with the princess? Have you already done this and that? Can you teach us the way on how to be popular with the girls? Hey, is it true that the princess has a weird hobby? What food does she like to eat? William was immediately bombarded from all sides. The teacher who had asked him to introduce himself to his classmates was already dozing off in his chair. Clearly, the professor had no intention of teaching and planned on sleeping from the start. The corner of William's lips twitched as the questions rained on him nonstop. He had already expected that he would be thrown into the worst class, but from the looks of the facilities inside the room, it was not as bad as he thought it would be. To his surprise, Class A and Class F didn't have any differences when it came to the quality of the room. It seemed that the Silverwind Academy was an academy that didn't look down on its students. They just divide them based on their performance, which made William's impression of the academy rise by a good margin. A mischievous idea came to the half-elf's mind as he raised his hand to silence his classmates who seemed hell-bent to know some juicy gossip. I have heard all of your questions, and I'll answer them to the best of my abilities, William said with a smile that wouldn't lose to his grandpa, James, when the old coot was about to scam people. First you asked what my relationship is with Princess Sydney? The answer to this is that she is my lover. A low murmur erupted in the classroom as the third-year students talked to each other. William smiled as he continued with his plan to stir some trouble for the nobles that had sent him to the worst class among the third-year division. You asked me what the princess' favorite food is? The answer to this is simple. William flipped his hair and raised his chin arrogantly. What she likes to eat the most is me. Just make sure not to tell anyone, okay? William winked at his classmates as if they were trustworthy people that could keep a secret. The boys turned green with envy, while the girls blushed in embarrassment because they somewhat understood what William was hinting at. As for the secret on how to be popular with the ladies, the answer to this is very simple as well. The boys perked up their ears as they focused their attention on William. If he could tell them how to have a beautiful girlfriend, they would worship him to the high heavens. The girls, on the other hand, were also very curious on what William was going to say next. They wanted to know if the half-elf really knew what attracted the ladies to men. The secret on how to be popular is not really a secret, William said as he placed both of his hands to his hips. His chin was raised in arrogance like a young master looking down on his servants. What you need is confidence. Girls like confident men. Even if you are not born as handsome as me, if you know how to carry yourself, the girls will be attracted to you. The teenage boys glanced at the ladies in their class and saw them nodding to William's words. This made them realize that what the half-elf was saying is true. The atmosphere inside the room became more lively as William interacted with his new classmates. He learned their names one by one, and even joked with the ladies in the class that they shouldn't fall in love with him because he already had 4 lovers. Although polygamy was allowed in their world, the women of course preferred men who didn't have many lovers. This move made those who were interested in William back off regretfully. Why are all the good-looking men taken? A pretty girl sighed. They should leave some of the good men for me. I know, right? Half-elves are so dreamy. I want to have one as a lover, too. The girls started to whisper at each other. Soon, giggles resounded inside the room, and the boys looked at the pretty ladies with disguised infatuation. A few hours later, William and the boys of his class went to the dining room together. The half-elf had already sent a message to Ash that he would be dining with his new classmates. The latter replied right away and said that she would just have lunch with Princess Sydney. While William and his new classmates were talking, a group of teenage boys approached their table. The moment William's crew saw who was leading the group, they all stood up and bowed their heads in greeting. Good afternoon, Your Highness. Be at ease, Prince Jason replied. We are all students here, so there's no need for formality. The 5th Prince of the Creator Empire smiled as he made a gesture for the boys to return to their chairs. He then shifted his attention to William. A tinge of killing intent flashed in his eyes for a brief moment before it disappeared without a trace. I'm sorry to hear that you've been ostracized by the students in Class A, Prince Jason said. As the president of the Student Council, I regret not being able to do anything to help you. William nodded his head in understanding. Do you really think of me as a fool? I bet you were the one who pulled the strings from behind. The half-elf didn't say this out loud because doing so would just complicate things. For him, as long as he was able to meet Amin and lift the curse from his lovers, he didn't mind getting ostracized or insulted by anyone in the Creator Empire. From the start, he didn't intend to stay for a long time. He only promised that he would finish a school year to make the Emperor look at him favorably. Is there something you need from me, Your Highness? William asked. William knew that Prince Jason was infatuated with Princess Sydney. If he hadn't accepted the beautiful lady as his lover, then he wouldn't mind if the two of them became a couple. However, times had changed. He had no intention of giving away the princess whom he had already considered as one of his future wives. Yes, there is something I need to tell you, Prince Jason replied. I will be joining the Tournament of Heroes in 3 months' time. Not only that, I intend to be the champion. Oh, so you wanted the Emperor to grant you one of your daydreams. Daydreams? William nodded his head. Yes, because whatever you plan to wish for, you will not have it. Oh, just where is that confidence of yours coming from? Prince Jason smiled evilly. We are no longer in the southern continent. You are now in my home turf. William chuckled as he eyed the prince who was planning to ask the Emperor to engage him with Princess Sydney. Tea doesn't matter where I am, William declared with confidence. What mine is mine, and it will never be yours. We'll see about that. Look, but don't touch, or else you might become a blind person. Prince Jason smirked before taking his subordinates to the VIP rooms that were reserved for the royal family. William watched him go with a neutral expression on his face. The moment he made Princess Sydney his lover, he knew that there would be plenty of opposition. Unlike Wendy, Ash, and Est, Princess Sydney was the princess of the Kingdom of Frisia and the granddaughter of the Emperor of the Creator Empire. Her status was quite high, so it was only natural for people to covet her beauty and the status that was attached to it. Wow, one of William's classmates muttered after the prince had left. You know Prince Jason? That's amazing. Yes, William replied. The two of us had met in the southern continent. To his surprise, it seemed that none of his classmates were aware about the war that had transpired in the southern continent. The major powers in the central continent had put a tight lid on the news about the Creator Empires and the Elves' conquest of the southern lands. However, that didn't change the fact that William's name had been known to a lot of people from high places. Some of them even sent spies to watch his movements and see if they could bring him to their fold. Someone who was capable of standing up against the elves and their guardians was someone that any faction wanted to obtain. They would gladly give William riches, resources, and women, just to ensure that the half-elf would swear his loyalty to them. Emperor Leonidas knew this, and ignored several requests from the neighboring kingdoms and empires that wanted to see and meet with William. While he hadn't made his stance known to Princess Sydney and her chosen lover, he didn't intend to allow others to have the half-elf either. The High Priestess of Amun's temple had already given him an instruction on how to deal with the teenage troublemaker. He was also told of William's main reason for coming to the Creator Empire. Evexius had given him the recordings of the battle that had happened between William and the elves, and he had watched all of them in one sitting. This gave him a better understanding of William's character, and already thought of a way on how to use it to his advantage. Although the skies above the Creator Empire were clear and very blue, a storm was brewing on the horizon. It was a storm that would test not only how strong William's resolve was, but also how strong his emotions were when it came to the people that mattered in his life. Chapter 518, Hunger That Knew No Bounds, Part 1. After classes, William decided to roam the academy grounds. The Silverwind Academy was so big that it was a common occurrence for new students to get lost. Ian and Princess Sydney had been spending a lot of time together and had been going out shop very often. At least, that was the excuse that they always gave when William asked what they were up to. One time, he almost managed to pry the answers from Morgana's soft and sensuous lips after buttering her up with hugs, kisses, and a little bit of skinship. However, before the naughty girl could spill the beans, Princess Sydney managed to take over and the conversation ended there. In the end, William had given up and decided to let his lovers do whatever they were planning behind his back. From the little information he got from Morgana, both girls were doing it for his sake. The Silverwind Academy was located in a mountainous region, not far from the capital city of the Creator Empire. If one wished, they could easily visit the capital if they were to use the teleportation gates within the academy grounds. At the base of the mountain was the city of Silverwind. It was the second largest city in the empire. Due to the fact that this was where the prestigious academy was located, many merchants had set up their stalls in this place because this was a good place to conduct trade and form connections with the noble families. William stared down at the city from on top of the mountain. He had only been there once since he arrived at the academy and had never gone back again. While he was pondering whether he should take the teleport gate to go to the city, he saw something in the corner of his eye. A girl, wearing a black dress, who seemed to be around the age of 10, walked towards the garbage dump of the academy. The garbage dump was a mile away from the academy, and the only people that went there were the staff that were assigned for waste disposal. Due to William's keen sight, he could tell that the girl was indeed headed in that direction. Is she perhaps lost? William frowned. I'd better check just in case. William jumped off from the peak of the mountain and glided steadily towards the girl. The girl wearing a black dress was oblivious of William's approach as she continued to walk towards her destination. As the half-elf neared the girl, he noticed something peculiar about her. The way she walked was unsteady, as if she didn't have the strength to support her body. Also, she seemed to be panting. William landed in front of the girl and the latter stopped to look at him. Cute, William thought as he stared at the little girl in front of him. According to William's estimate, the girl should at least be 4 feet 8 inches in height, 144 centimeters. She had long, light pink hair that ended at her waist. Her eyes, which were the same color of her hair, looked back at William in surprise. However, this surprise didn't last long before it turned into anxiety. "Don't worry, I'm not a bad person," William said with a smile. "I noticed you walking towards the garbage dump, so I got worried that you might be lost. Are you perhaps lost?" The little girl didn't answer, but William could tell that she was getting flustered. Suddenly, her body started to sway, and the half-elf immediately reached out to support her body before she collapsed on the ground. "Are you all right?" William asked in worry. "Don't worry. I will bring you to the infirmary of the academy right now." However, before William could execute his plan, the girl said something that made him freeze in his tracks. "I'm fine," the girl said as she panted for breath. "Please, just leave me alone. I need to go." "Where are you going?" "Over there." The little girl pointed at the place where the garbage dump was located. "Are you going to the garbage dump?" William inquired. The little girl hesitated before nodding her head. "Yes," the girl replied. "I need to go there. Please, let me go." William marveled on how light the little girl was. Although she wasn't as light as his cousin, Eve, the half-elf was sure that he could carry her easily even if he trained with weights attached to his body. "Okay, I will take you there." William compromised. "But after that, I will bring you to the infirmary." The little girl looked straight into his eyes for a few seconds before nodding her head. William once again activated his flight ability and carried the girl towards the garbage dump. As he neared the site, the foul stench reached his nose. Usually, the trash would be burned every weekend. Unlike the cities on Earth, there are no plastic, cardboard boxes, or any other modern garbage in the world of Hestia. The garbage that had been thrown at the garbage pit consisted mostly of the food wastes that the Academy disposed of on a daily basis. Fruit peelings, eggshells, failed alchemy experiments like pills, animal bones, fish bones, and similar things were segregated in various pits that would soon be burned up by the staff of the Academy when weekend arrived. William landed near the pit and reluctantly lowered the girl to stand on her own feet. "Thank you," the little girl said before walking towards the place where fruit peelings were located. Suddenly the girl jumped on the pit, which caught William by surprise. The half-elf immediately rushed to check on her, but what he saw almost made him do a double take. After landing inside the pit, the girl casually grabbed a banana peel and raised it towards her mouth. She was about to eat it when a hand grabbed hold of her wrist to prevent her from putting the rotting banana peel on her mouth. "Are you crazy?" William asked in confusion. "Why do you want to eat this?" "Because I am hungry," the girl replied. "Please, let me eat." "I am hungry. If you're hungry, let's go to the canteen, I'll buy you something to eat." "No, I can't go there. People will feel uncomfortable if I go there." William pried away the banana peel from the girl's hand and carried her in a princess carry. He then shot up from the pit and flew towards the direction of the academy. "Stop. Don't take me to the academy." The little girl struggled in William's arms. "Behave yourself," William said. "Don't worry, I will buy you food to eat." "You don't have to eat those things." "No, you don't understand," the girl pleaded. "Please, just leave me alone." The girl was struggling so much that William wobbled in his flight. In the end, he was forced to land on the ground to ensure the little girl's safety. "Are you a student of the academy?" William asked. Although the possibility was small, the possibility still existed. Aside from being a student, the little girl could also be a daughter of one of the professors or the staff that was working on the academy. The pink-haired girl hesitated once again before nodding her head. "Yes, I am a student." "Then why don't you eat at the canteen like all the other students do?" "I can't," the girl answered. "Anyone who sees me will feel disgusted that they will lose their appetite." William frowned when he heard the little girl's answer. He had just arrived at the academy, and a quarter of the year had already gone by. It meant that he was not aware of certain things that had transpired during that period of time, including the reason why this little girl would go to the garbage dump just to have something to eat. While William was pondering, he heard a rumbling sound, and the little girl who stood in front of him placed both of her hands over her stomach. The rumbling sound grew stronger, and the girl seemed about to faint any second due to hunger. "For now, eat this," William said as he created a chocolate lollipop. This lollipop can last for 3 days. Just make sure that you don't chew on it. William unwrapped the lollipop and presented it to the little girl who was looking at it in a daze. Here. Hold it. William placed the lollipop on the girl's hand, and the latter held it firmly, like it was her last lifeline. The little girl looked at the lollipop for a few seconds before putting it inside her mouth. Immediately her expression changed as the sweetness of the chocolate spread across her taste buds. Is it good? William asked. The little girl didn't answer. Instead, she bit on the lollipop and started chewing. William sighed as he produced another lollipop for the little girl. He explicitly told the girl to not chew it, but the latter was too hungry to understand his words. To his surprise, not only did the girl eat the lollipop, she also ate the lollipop stick like a pretzel. William was about to reach out and pry her mouth open to retrieve the lollipop stick when the system's voice reached his ears. Host, don't worry. According to my analysis, she will just be fine. Please use your appraisal skill and look at her information. William was doubtful at first, but he still did what the system had told him. Moments later, his jaw dropped after he read the information of the little girl, whom he just fed his lollipop a while ago. Name: Chiffon Val Gremery. Age: 18. Race: Neretza, half-dwarf, half-demon. Title: Glutton from Hell. One of the 7 deadly sin. That represents the sin of gluttony. Chapter 519, Hunger That Knew No Bounds, Part 2. Big brother, do you still have more? Chiffon, the adorable girl, looked up at William in expectation. She had already seen the lollipop in William's hand, but still pretended not to see it. William stiffly handed the lollipop at her and the girl happily tore the wrapper off, revealing the chocolate candy that made her eyes sparkle. Chiffon unceremoniously ate the wrapper first, before she placed the candy inside her mouth. This time, she didn't chew it and just licked it, like William had told her to do. For some reason, after eating the chocolate lollipop earlier, the hunger she felt disappeared completely. This was the first time that Chiffon experienced something like that. Usually, even after she ate 3 tons of garbage, the hunger would return after a few hours. She was very shocked when a single lollipop managed to stop her hunger pains as if it was done by magic. William stared at the cute girl who seemed to have reached enlightenment. After hesitating for 2 minutes, he finally decided to introduce himself to her. My name is William Von Ainsworth, William said. Feel free to call me, Will. How about you? What's your name? Although he already knew the answer, he still asked the question because he felt that it would be rude to call out people's names without proper introduction. The loli took out the lollipop from her adorable lips as she made a curtsy and introduced herself. Chiffon Val Gremery, Chiffon replied. Big brother, just call me Chiffon. I'm 17 years old. I will have my birthday in a month. Is it really fine to call me Big Brother? It's fine, Big Brother. I am only 12 years old. You are clearly older than me. The corner of William's lips twitched because the little loli dared to lie to him. If he didn't have the system, he would readily accept her explanation without any doubt, because she did look like a 12-year-old due to her height and lovable appearance. Am I fated to always stumble upon this kind of situation? William thought as he sighed internally. My gut feeling is telling me that I'm going to be involved in something problematic. Chiffon watched William with genuine interest. She had an extra strong perception towards magic, and she was sure that William didn't take out the lollipop from his storage ring. Since that was the case, Chiffon came to a realization. William could produce the lollipop using his ability. The pink-haired girl didn't know what kind of ability it was, but one thing was for certain. William was someone that could solve her hunger problems. Big brother, is there something wrong? Chiffon inquired as she walked up to him in a cute manner. She then took hold of William's hand and held it firmly. I need to know more about this person. William was at a loss on what to do. He didn't regret giving Chiffon his lollipop, but her very existence was a flag he didn't want to take part of. If this was a route for a game, William would steer clear off her route and look for other heroines to conquer. Nothing good came out of dealing with one of the 7 deadly sins. He already experienced the threat that Princess Sydney and Morgana possessed, so how could he possibly underestimate someone who bore the title of one of the greatest sins of the world? William cleared out his throat as he decided to make an excuse in order to leave Chiffon behind. Chiffon, I still have things to do, William said as he looked at the small hand that firmly held his own hand. I need to go to Silverwind City to buy a few things. Is that so? Chiffon asked. Don't worry, Big brother. I came to the academy 3 months ago. Although I'm not very familiar with the city, I had visited it thrice during my stay here. You don't say. Chiffon tilted her head cutely, which made William's heart shudder. Looking at Chiffon made him remember his cousin Eve and Brianna, whom he had considered as his own little sister. Big brother, do you have any more of these lollipops? Chiffon asked. I like them very much. Chiffon looked up at William and stared at him intently. The innocent pair of eyes was too much for him to bear, so he averted his gaze to calm his heart. After thinking things through, William relented. He produced 10 red, blue, and chocolate lollipops and handed them to Chiffon. He then carefully explained their uses. As I told you before, the chocolate lollipop can last for 3 days as long as you don't chew it, William explained. This red lollipop has the ability to cure minor wounds. If you get injured, eat one of them. This blue lollipop replenishes magic power. If you feel drained from using magic spells, take one as well. Remember that the red and blue lollipop can be only eaten once and will not last as long as the chocolate lollipop. If you are feeling hungry, just place the chocolate lollipop in your mouth and lick it. Chiffon held the lollipops as if they were priceless treasures. She then carefully placed it inside her storage ring before looking at William with a grateful expression. Big brother, thank you for the lollipops, Chiffon said. Where did you buy them? If possible, I want to buy them in bulk. These lollipops can't be bought anywhere. These are all handmade. Did you make them, big brother? Yes. William wanted to say no, but the puppy eyes that were looking up at him made the lie that he was about to say become stuck in his throat. You are amazing, big brother. Chiffon praised. Maybe you should open a candy shop. I promise that I will be your #1 customer. I'll think about it, William replied. Chiffon nodded her head like an obedient child. She then pulled William's hand as she walked towards the academy. Big brother, let's go, Chiffon urged. We need to get back before 6 in the evening. If we dilly-dally, we won't be able to stroll around the city for a long time. William shook his head as he allowed the girl, whom he had just met, drag him back to the academy. Although he didn't regret giving Chiffon his lollipops, he was feeling troubled because of the consequences of his actions. Inside Silverwind Academy. Your Majesty, I have something to report. Gilbert Geiss, the headmaster of Silverwind Academy, as well as Professor Rita's father, said as he looked at the mirror inside his office. Gilbert? Did something happen? Emperor Leonidas stared at the headmaster with a calm expression on his face. Chiffon came in contact with William, Gilbert replied. Should I intervene? An expression of surprise appeared on Emperor Leonidas' face when he heard the headmaster's report. However, this surprise didn't last long before it became serious. How did it happen? Emperor Leonidas inquired. Chiffon was a special existence within the academy, and there were people that monitored her from the shadows. When Gilbert had been informed about the current development, he immediately sought the emperor's opinion on how to deal with the current events. After listening to Gilbert's narration on how the two met, Emperor Leonidas rubbed his chin in contemplation. Are they getting along? The emperor asked. Gilbert nodded. I just checked and I saw Chiffon dragging William back to the academy. Also, she seemed to be happy. Although she wasn't smiling, I could vaguely feel her mood from afar. How should I proceed, Your Majesty? A minute of silence enveloped the room as the headmaster of Silverwind Academy waited for the emperor's orders. Finally, after the wait that almost felt like years, Emperor Leonidas finally made up his mind. Gilbert, Your Majesty? Don't do anything, Emperor Leonidas ordered. However, continue to constantly monitor Chiffon. You already know who she is and what her affiliation is. I don't want that bastard to say that I was not looking after the daughter that he had tossed away. Gilbert nodded respectfully. As you wish, Your Majesty. Emperor Leonidas was about to cut off the connection, but stopped midway and asked a question. Did she really look happy? Yes. I even have a recording. Do you want to see it, Your Majesty? Show it to me, Emperor Leonidas ordered. The headmaster showed a projection where Chiffon could be seen dragging William's hand. The half-elf had a resigned look on his face, while the little girl was wearing an expression of calm. When the recording stopped, the Emperor of the Creator Empire also ended the conversation. Inside his study room, the sovereign of the empire leaned his back on his chair. The image of Chiffon dragging his granddaughter's fiancé back to the academy was still fresh in his mind. Evexius was right, Emperor Leonidas snorted. That half-elf is a penchant for trouble. Chapter 520. You are too defenseless. As soon as William and Chiffon entered the academy gates, Errol stares landed on the two of them. Chiffon seemed to be used to this treatment already, so she ignored them and continued dragging William behind her. William also didn't mind being talked about by the students in the academy. He didn't intend to stay there for long, so he wasn't bothered by any of the gossip that was to spread while he was enrolled there. However, even though he didn't care about what others said, that didn't mean that his sensitive hearing wasn't able to pick up what the students were saying as they walked past them. Did you see that? It's that disgusting trash eater. You. I bet 1,000 gold coins that she went to the garbage dump again. Isn't that Princess Sydney's lover? What is he doing with that freak? You know what they say, birds of the same feather flock together. Ha ha ha. Does he also eat trash? Who knows? Maybe they shared some fish bones or eggshells between them. Gross. William still had a calm expression on his face, but he was feeling irritated by the insults that were being said behind Chiffon's back. Now that he knew the sin that she carried, he could somewhat understand why she would visit the garbage dump to look for something to eat. Did she perhaps get banned from the canteen because she ate a lot? This was the thought that passed through William's mind as he allowed himself to be dragged by the little girl who seemed to have increased her pace after entering the academy. Chiffon, where are we going? William asked. The little girl abruptly stopped and turned her head to look at William. Big brother, where are you currently staying? Chiffon asked back. The third-year male dormitory? Chiffon once again dragged William. This time, she headed towards the Aberdeen dormitory where the third-year boys stayed. After entering the boys' dormitory, Chiffon paced the halls unhurriedly. She was looking around like a country bumpkin and taking in the sights that she was seeing for the first time. Chiffon was a well-known celebrity inside the academy, but not of a good kind. She was given the nickname, Trash Eater, because she was often seen at the garbage dump picking up trash to eat during lunch and dinner. At first, the boys tried to approach Chiffon because she was very cute. However, after finding out her daily routine, all of them backed away in disgust. None of the girls wanted to have any connection with Chiffon either, because, for them, she was the embodiment of filth. They didn't even want to be in the same room with her, so Chiffon stopped coming to classes and only wandered around the academy grounds, while the classes were ongoing because it was empty. She was surprised when William talked to her because she thought that no one in the academy would dare to get near her. Right now, Chiffon treated William as her first friend in the academy, so she wanted to know more about him. Aren't you a little too bold? William asked after closing the door of his R. You came here to the boys' dormitory and even came inside my room. Aren't you afraid that I might do something to you? Do something? Like what, big brother? Chiffon asked back as she sat on the only couch in the room. William rubbed his temple as he sat on top of his bed. He didn't know if Chiffon was really ignorant or she was only messing around with him. If one were to look at the Chiffon, they would come to the conclusion that she was only an 11 or 12-year-old human child. However, since William had the system, the pink-haired girl wouldn't be able to hide her age even if she kept mum for the rest of her life. The other thing that bothered Williams was Chiffon's race. Neretza. Half dwarf, half demon. Neretza was a general term used for hybrid races that had a demonic origin. Although there were other specific names for such unions, this term was the most commonly used in the world of Hestia. William was a half-elf, and his parents were a human and a high elf. Although he was very tempted to ask Chiffon about her parents, William was hesitant to do that. He hadn't had the chance to see a dwarf, but he had already seen demons, in the form of Sha and Ju. According to the system, dwarves were only 4 to 5 feet tall with broad and stout bodies. Chiffon's body was slender and delicate, just like a human girl. This made William believe that her body's constitution was taken from her demon parent, while her height was taken from her dwarf parent. So this is what you call a legal lowly, William mused as he looked at the girl who was busy licking his lollipop. Chiffon felt William's stare and thought that the latter wanted her to come close. The pink-haired girl stood up from the couch and walked towards William's bed. Out of curiosity, she pressed the mattress of the bed to see how soft it was. Big brother, your bed is very comfortable. Can I lay down on it? Chiffon asked. Aren't all beds in every dormitory the same? William replied with a question of his own. Chiffon became silent for a while. It seemed that she was hesitating whether to answer William's question or not. Big brother, I don't sleep in the girls' dormitory, Chiffon answered after a few minutes passed. William raised an eyebrow as he pressed the little girl for answers. After a short interrogation, the half-elf finally got the answers to his question, and he didn't like them one bit. According to Chiffon, the academy didn't assign her any room and only delegated the stables as her resting area. William was appalled when he found out that the little girl was left to fend off for herself, without anyone to take care of her. He didn't say anything earlier, but he had noticed that Chiffon's uniform was quite dirty, even before she went to the garbage dump. Now that he knew that the girl was being mistreated by the academy, William found himself clenching his fist in irritation. One of William's weaknesses were little children. They reminded him of the little brothers and sisters that he had cared for in the orphanage. This was why he was overprotective of Eve and Brianna and ensured that the two of them were safe from harm. Although Chiffon was 18 years old, her appearance was that of a child. Even if he didn't want to admit it, he felt sorry for her and wanted to do something for her sake. It was at that moment when William heard the soft breathing of a sleeper. Chiffon had fallen asleep on his bed, with a peaceful expression on her face. "You are too defenseless," William thought as he shook his head. He then took off her shoes and helped her have a more comfortable sleeping position. Suddenly, the door of the room opened and two people entered without knocking on the door. "Will, what are you doing?" Ash asked in a tone filled with disbelief. "Will, how could you?" Princess Sydney covered her lips with a hand. Just like Ash, she couldn't believe the scene that she was seeing with her own eyes. William turned his head to look at his lovers. "Oh, welcome back. Just a minute, I'm about to finish." The half-elf was currently holding onto Chiffon's sleeping body in an angle that could cause plenty of misunderstandings. Ash closed the door and locked it in place. Princess Sydney narrowed her eyes and approached the bed with the intention of educating William about laying his hands on minors. When she was only a few meters away from the bed, Chiffon sleepily reached out to William and held onto his arm. "Big brother, it was good," Chiffon said sleepily. "I want more." After saying those misleading words, the pink-haired lowly once again returned to her slumber. Ash and Princess Sydney looked at the girl's dirty and crumpled uniform before looking back at William, who was right on top of the sleeping girl. "Will, we need to talk," Ash said with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. Princess Sydney was also smiling, but her eyes had already turned golden. Clearly, the two had misinterpreted the girl's words and William's current position. The half-elf looked at the sleeping girl under him before shifting his attention to his two lovers, who were looking at him with murder in their eyes. He knew that if he didn't explain things properly, someone was going to sleep on the floor tonight. Chapter 521. A Sense of Euphoria. And that's what happened. William narrated everything that happened before his two lovers arrived inside his dormitory room. The two girls listened with serious expressions at first, but this expression then turned into pity after finding out Chiffon's current circumstances. "Will, you picked up a troublesome person," Princess Sydney said, after hearing William's story. She then glanced at Chiffon with a complicated expression before shifting her attention back to William. "I'm sure you have no idea on what kind of person she is," Princess Sydney stated. "I know," William replied. "She is just like you, Sydney." Princess Sydney's body stiffened because of William's answer. She didn't expect that William would use the term, "she is just like you," and it made her wonder how he knew about Chiffon's special characteristic. After becoming his lover, the princess shared her secret with William about her being one of the 7 deadly sins. At first, Princess Sydney thought that William would treat her differently after finding out about her secret. However, the half-elf only smiled and even teased her that she had to wait for a few more years before she could have his babies. "How did you know?" Princess Sydney asked. She was very curious on how William found out that Chiffon also carried one of the deadly sins of the world. "Half-elf's intuition," William replied. "As if." Princess Sydney wrinkled her nose. It was quite obvious that William had no intention of sharing this information, so she decided not to pry. Ian, who was seated on William's right side, frowned. She didn't understand what the two were talking about. "Is she also a princess?" Ian inquired. This was the only connection she could think of when William said that Chiffon was just like Princess Sydney. William and Princess Sydney exchanged a glance and grinned. Although they felt a bit guilty about not telling the other girls about Sydney's and Morgana's secret, both believed that this was for the best. If possible, Princess Sydney didn't want anyone else to know, aside from William, that she was the embodiment of lust. This way, she could protect herself from those who would try to use her powers to do something nefarious. "No," William replied. "I'm saying that she's just as adorable as Sydney." "Huh." Ian glanced at Princess Sydney, then at Chiffon, then back again to the princess. "I don't understand." "It's fine, it's not important." William smirked. "Just think of her as a mini version of Mr. Jekyll." Is she also a Tao-Tai?" Ian looked at Chiffon with wonder. "You mean she could swallow a lot of things at once?" "Something like that," Princess Sydney replied in William's place because she was afraid that the half-elf would make things more complicated. "She is someone that can eat a lot." The princess poked the sleeping girl's cheeks. She had a complicated feeling upon meeting one of the people that also bore a sin that was as strong as hers. When she remembered William's story about Chiffon's attempt to eat a banana peel in the garbage dump, her feeling of wanting to take care of the little glutton budded inside her heart. Ian nodded in understanding. She had seen how domineering Jekyll was during the war. Right now, she had labeled Chiffon as a young Tao-Tai that still couldn't control her powers. I almost forgot. Princess Sydney stopped poking the sleeping girl before staring at William with a serious expression. How is your bloodthirst coming along these days? I think you should take a drink now while you're still feeling better. I'll look after Chiffon for the time being, Ash. I'll leave him in your care. Understood. Ash then held William's hand. Let's go. It's no good if you try to wait until you reach your limit before taking action. Do you still remember what happened last time? Okay, William replied and held Ian's hand firmly. A few seconds later, both people disappeared from the room, leaving only Princess Sydney and the sleeping Chiffon behind. Ash's body shuddered when she felt the familiar prickling pain, followed by a sense of euphoria. William drank slowly. He didn't want to waste a drop of Ash's blood because for him, his lover's blood was precious. The mermaid wrapped her arms around William's neck as she enjoyed the pleasurable sensation that was washing over her body. Ash wouldn't admit it, but she was somewhat addicted to the sublime ecstasy that was sending shivers down her spine. After having his fill, William kissed the place where he drew blood from Ash and used his life magic to heal her wound. The beautiful mermaid had lost all of her strength, so she allowed William to dress her up once again. Next time, I'll drink Charmaine's blood, William lovingly whispered in her ears. I've been drinking a lot of your blood as of late. I don't want you to become anemic. Ash sighed before reluctantly nodding her head. I understand. Charmaine was one of the elves that had surrendered to William after the war in the city of Gladiolus. She was also the officer of the platoon that had captured Arslan when the freedom fighters were having a meeting near the border of the Zealand dynasty. When William went to the Undying Lands, Malachi told him that the only one that could use his scepter was an undead. This was how the first king of the Helon Kingdom transformed into an arcane spectral lich. Anyone who touched Malachi's scepter would be transformed into a high-level undead and become Malachi's servant. Naturally, William didn't plan on dying, but he also needed the power to command the undead army to help them in the war. With the help of the system, they fought against the corruption of the scepter. However, it also came with a price. The power of the scepter was insane. It was a mythical artifact which forced William to pay 200 years of his life and permanently turn his left hand, all the way up to his arm, into that of a vampire's. Vampires were also undead creatures and held incredible strength and powers. Upon touching Malachi's scepter, William gained the prestige job class, Vampiric Necromancer. This was why William's left hand and arm had a different skin tone compared to the other parts of his body. Fortunately, if William drank some blood, the paleness of his hand and arm disappeared, making it look completely normal. Even Malachi was surprised that William was able to resist his scepter's corruption and didn't turn into one of his subordinates. Out of admiration, Malachi decided to cease all hostile ties with William with a condition. The half-elf would cease to rob Avalon of its treasures and artifacts that had survived the era of the gods. Also, Malachi allowed William to command his undead legion once. Out of curiosity, William asked if Malachi would give William the permission to summon his undead army from time to time. The Dracolic surprisingly agreed to his request, but there was another condition attached to using the undead legion. You can only command my army if you are planning to conduct a massacre. This was the answer that the Dracolic had given him. A massacre that would number in the tens of thousands. Malachi even joked that a massacre of millions was more suited to his taste. When William made a proposal of purifying the souls of the undead warriors that had been stationed in Avalon for thousands of years, Malachi didn't reject it right away. Instead, he said that Avalon must always have an army within. Of course, the Dracolic hinted that the new undead army didn't need to be humans. This was why William conducted a massacre and sent the newly born undead elves to Avalon in order to take the place of the warriors that he was about to send back to the cycle of reincarnation. True to his word, William spared the elven women, as well as the elves that he had captured when he faced off with Elon Dor at the Gate of Beginnings. These young elves cursed William's names to the high heavens, and Charmaine was the most vocal of them all. The arcane spectral lich knew of William's need for blood, so he made his move and used his arcane powers to wipe all of Charmaine's memories. It was not only her, the lich had wiped the memories of 12 teenage elves and made them William's personal blood banks. These elven ladies now stayed inside William's thousand-beast domain and treated William as their master. In return, the half-elf treated them courteously, and they became the caretakers of the villa inside the thousand-beast domain. Although their memories were lost, they were still excellent warriors and magicians. They often accompanied William's herd and legion in clearing out the Atlantis dungeon when they finished their chores in the villa. The moment that William had attained the Vampiric Necromancer job class, the passive skill Bloodthirst had been permanently added to his status page. You would regularly crave for the blood of others. If the craving for blood passes a certain limit, there is a high possibility of going into a berserk state until you have sated your thirst for blood. Drinking the blood of others will give you plus 20 to all stats for 1 hour. Will, after a few years, set them free, Ash said as she held William's hand. Don't worry, I'm sure that Wendy, Sydney, and I will be more than enough for you to drink to your fill. William squeezed Ash's hand gently as he nodded. If that is your wish, then so be it. I will set them free when I go to the Silver Moon continent. No need to thank me. I also think that this is a good idea. Currently, William needed to drink blood at least twice a week. The longest he could last without drinking blood was 8 days, but if he went past that limit, he would lose himself to his bloodthirst and go on a rampage. Wiping the elves' memories was the Lich's way of thanking William for saving the kingdom that he had founded. Although it might seem like a horrific way of thanking someone, the Lich didn't think much about it. After all, those who dared to attack his kingdom had only themselves to blame for the consequences of their actions. Chapter 522, I will never do anything shameless. You're a girl, so you should take better care of yourself, Princess Sydney said as she scrubbed Chiffon's body with her soapy hand. They were currently inside the princess-owned dormitory room and were taking a bath together. After hearing William's explanation, Ian and Princess Sydney felt pity for Chiffon and decided to look after her for the time being. They had just finished their dinner, and the princess took Chiffon to her room because the little girl couldn't possibly spend the night inside William's room. Chiffon allowed herself to be cleaned thoroughly like an obedient child. It had been a long time since she had taken a proper bath. Usually, she just swam in the river near the academy to clean her body. Half an hour later, the two girls left the bath wearing bath towels. Princess Sydney helped Chiffon dry her hair after drying hers. The princess had also given Chiffon a change of clothes, while her maidservants negotiated with the academy for new and clean academy uniforms that Chiffon would wear the next day. After the little girl had donned her nightdress, she looked at Princess Sydney with a curious expression. What is your relationship with Big Brother? Chiffon asked. Even though she had only met Princess Sydney for the first time today, Chiffon had already sensed the divinity inside the princess body that represented the sin of lust. I am Will's fiancé, Princess Sydney replied with a smile. That means that he will be my husband in the future. Princess Sydney wanted to make it clear that William and her were lovers. This was her way of telling Chiffon that she shouldn't have any ideas about approaching her lover. Does he know? Chiffon inquired. Have you told him about your sin? Princess Sydney nodded. Yes. The princess hesitated whether she should tell Chiffon that William also knew the sin that the little girl carried. However, after careful consideration, she decided to hold back this information as she first assessed Chiffon's character. It is better to be safe than sorry. Darling is weak against children. Morgana commented from inside their shared mindscape. Yes, this is also the thing that worries me, Princess Sydney replied. I just hope that she won't take advantage of Will's kindness. HMP. Let's see her try. I'll spank her bum to oblivion. Princess Sydney covered her lips and giggled. We'll just observe for now. I don't want you to do anything reckless. Do you understand? Fine. Chiffon observed the beautiful girl in front of her. The little girl's eyes then wandered down on Princess Sydney's chest. After taking a good look at the princess assets, the adorable Loli glanced at her own chest and sighed internally. After a while, Chiffon once again raised her head and asked Princess Sydney a direct question. Did you use your charm on him? Chiffon inquired. Although she could see that Princess Sydney was very beautiful, she still asked just in case the princess had used her charm to make William her fiancé. Chiffon considered William to be her first friend. Because of this, she would do everything in her power to free him if he was under the princess charm. Also, William was able to make those delicious lollipops that were able to keep her hunger at bay. If possible, Chiffon wanted William to give her an unlimited supply of candy every day. I did use my power on him, Princess Sydney answered. However, Will is resistant to my charms. The corner of Chiffon's lips raised by a millimeter after hearing that William wasn't affected by the power of Princess Sydney's charm. This made her impression of the boy, whom she referred to as Big Brother, have a bigger presence inside her mind. Listen, I don't mind if you become his friend, but don't abuse his kindness, Princess Sydney stated. Don't get any ideas. Do you understand? Chiffon's expression remained calm as she kept her silence. Whatever she was thinking at that moment, the beautiful princess and her other half had no idea whatsoever. Where did you come from? Princess Sydney asked. You're not from the Creator Empire, right? Chiffon shook her head. I was born in the Demon Continent. However, my father cast me aside and asked his subordinate to bring me here. Princess Sydney frowned. She didn't know that the Emperor of the Creator Empire and the reigning Demon King had a complicated relationship. Maybe I should do a little investigation about this matter, Princess Sydney thought as she stared at the little girl, who was currently licking one of William's lollipops. She didn't know why, but her intuition was telling her that chiffon would bring a lot of problems if she were to continue interacting with William. My granddaughter has taken chiffon to her room? Emperor Leonidas looked at one of his trusted subordinates that was currently serving as Princess Sydney's maidservant. Her duty was to give regular reports to the emperor if something unusual happened to, or around, the princess. Yes, your majesty, the pretty lady bowed her head. They have just finished taking a bath and seem to be having a chat with each other. It is quite unfortunate that I can't spy on their conversation because the princess will get mad if she senses my presence. Emperor Leonidas rubbed his chin as he listened to the rest of his subordinates report. Continue to monitor them, but don't get too close. It doesn't matter if you don't hear their conversation. Yes, your majesty. Are you feeling better? Ash asked. Much better, William said as he held her in an embrace. The two had gone to the beach villa on the 10th floor of the Dungeon of Atlantis, right after they finished having dinner with Princess Sydney and Chiffon. For some reason, William refrained from eating food right after he drank someone's blood. The reason for this was due to the fact that everything he ate tasted like burnt food that resembled charcoal. This abnormality in William's taste would usually fade away a day after he had quenched his bloodthirst. Contrary to what William expected, Chiffon ate with restraint, just like a proper noble lady. The sheer contrast between the starved girl, who was about to eat a banana peel in the garbage dump, and the prim and proper lady, who was using a knife and fork to eat her steak, made William breathe a sigh of relief in his heart. That girl, Chiffon, what do you intend to do with her? Ash asked while softly caressing the jewel that was embedded in William's chest. I'll ask Sydney to take care of her for the time being, William replied. If it's her, I'm sure that everything will be fine. Will it truly be fine? Of course. Sydney is the Emperor's granddaughter. I doubt that anyone would make trouble for her. Ash closed her eyes as she continued to caress the jewel in William's chest. She had seen the stares of the students when they saw Chiffon walking alongside Princess Sydney on their way to the dining hall. Surprise, envy, and disgust painted their faces. Ash was well aware that those three emotions could lead to problems for the princess, who was currently visiting her grandfather's empire. Although there might be no problems in the short term, no one could predict what would happen in the long term. William had been with Ash for a long time, so he could understand her thought process. Understood. William planted a kiss on his lover's forehead. During the day, I'll take care of Chiffon. Since both of us are outcasts, it will be best if the two of us stick together. Keep your ears perked up for any rumors that will spread in regards to Sydney. I'll handle the rest. By the way, have you heard of any good dungeons nearby? Ash's body stiffened when her lover mentioned the word dungeon. She didn't need to be a genius to understand what the shameless shepherd was thinking right now. Are we going with Plan B? Ash asked as she raised her head to look into William's eyes. William lightly poked her nose as a mischievous smile appeared on his face. What Plan B? Your lover is an upright and outstanding individual. I will never do anything shameless. Ash rolled her eyes because she was very tempted to smack the smug expression on William's face. Aside from the Haffy, Aleph's grandfather, James, she had not seen anyone more shameless than him. Back in the southern continent, William had stolen resources in the Anasia dynasty, right under the Creator army's nose. She was sure that if William felt like it, he would also do the same thing to the Creator Empire if they made him angry. Chapter 523, I will teach you how to smile. William woke up early because he planned to look for his master to seek his advice. As an alchemist, Albert was capable of creating food pills that allowed people to stave off hunger for 3 days at a time. He was planning to get the pill recipe from the Full Kettle Alchemist and try to use it as an ingredient to strengthen the effects of his chocolate lollipop, which he would give to Chiffon. Although the effects of his lollipop could last for 3 days when consumed, that only worked for normal people. Chiffon was not part of that category, and William wanted to help her. The sight of her picking up trash to eat was something he couldn't erase from his mind. 5 minutes later, William barged inside his fifth master's residence and saw the renowned alchemist snoring on his couch. Clearly, he had once again drunk at the tavern and probably snagged a beauty while he was at it. William didn't know why his new master was living a playboy lifestyle. However, since this was Albert's private life, he decided to mind his own business. After waking up the disgruntled alchemist, William had gotten the recipe that he needed. Just what are you planning to do with those food pills? Albert yawned. Are you planning to go on a journey? Yes, William replied. I plan to visit the dungeon in Silverwind City tomorrow. Is that so? Well, just make sure you don't accidentally kick the bucket. Don't worry, master. I'm too young and too handsome to die so early. That's the spirit. Albert patted William's shoulder. My offer still stands. We can celebrate your birthday in the red light district. The tab is on me. Albert laid on the couch and smirked in William's direction. Tell me, are you planning to feed those food pills to Chiffon? William glanced at his no-good master and wondered how the latter knew that he had met with Chiffon. Stupid boy, I have eyes and ears everywhere. Albert raised his head in arrogance. So, am I right, or am I right? Albert rubbed his chin as he eyed William with a smile. One food pill can satisfy her hunger for an hour. As you can see, the prices of the ingredients of the food pill is not cost-effective when it comes to her. If you plan to become her food supplier, you better rob a merchant or a bandit hideout. That is the only way that you can keep that little lass from going to the garbage dump every day. Did you also try to help her, master? Well, someone asked me for a favor. Unfortunately, I was only able to help her for 3 weeks before I gave up. Albert scratched his head. I'm an alchemist. Making pills without getting any profit is a loss for me. William nodded. Thank you, master. Do you prefer those types of girls? The cute and adorable ones. William rolled his eyes at the smiling bastard before leaving the room. Knowing Albert's personality, he was sure that his fifth master would tease the hell out of him, so he decided to make a strategic retreat and save himself from embarrassing himself. As William was walking towards his classroom, he saw Chiffon walking in the direction of the boys' dormitories. The red-headed teenager smirked and sneaked up behind the adorable little girl with the plan to surprise her. Unfortunately, when he was only 10 meters away from her, Chiffon turned around and looked at the tree behind her. Big brother? Why are you hiding behind that tree? Chiffon asked. William was surprised because he was sure that he had properly snuck up behind her using the skills that he had honed over the years. Big brother. Chiffon called out once again, forcing William to show himself. A single glance was enough to tell William that Chiffon had just finished taking a bath. Her hair still looked a bit wet, but her current expression was way better compared to the one she had yesterday. William had to admit that Chiffon's cuteness was as destructive as his cousin's, Eve. He also noticed that she was wearing a brand new uniform, which enhanced her appeal. Anyone who saw her would have the urge to spoil her and put a smile on her face. When this thought came to William's mind, he realized something important. That's right, William thought as he looked at the approaching girl, who was looking at him with a curious gaze. I didn't see her smile yesterday. When the girl was only a meter away from William, Chiffon extended her hand as if she was asking William to give her something. The half-elf stared at the slender and delicate hand for a while before raising his hand to place it over her palm. Chiffon looked at William in a dumbfounded manner because the latter had misunderstood her extension. Big brother, I want some lollipops, Chiffon said. Can you please give me some? William scratched his cheek in embarrassment before he summoned a lollipop in his hand. He once again gave Chiffon 10 red, blue, and chocolate-colored lollipops just like he did last time. If Eve were to meet Chiffon, both of them would definitely become good friends. Why? It is because both girls were quite good at extorting people for food. The next time you ask me for lollipops, you will have to pay me, William said in a teasing voice. Chiffon's expression became serious because she was dirt poor. At most, she only received 100 silver coins as allowance every week. This was nothing compared to the 500 gold coin allowance that the nobles gave to their children who were currently enrolled at Silverwind Academy. How much will the lollipop cost? Chiffon asked teary-eyed. William felt conflicted when he saw the sad express on Chiffon's face. He only said it as a joke, but the little girl had taken it seriously. A smile, William replied. You will give me a smile every time I give you a bunch of lollipops. Do we have a deal? Chiffon hesitated, but she still nodded her head in the end. She carefully stored William's lollipop in her storage ring and placed her 2 fingers at the corner of her lips. She then moved them upwards and showed William the most horrendous smile that he had seen in both of his lifetimes. William flicked Chiffon's head, which made the latter cry out in pain. She then looked at William with a face filled with injustice as she held her aching forehead. Right now, the little girl was upset because she felt that she had been terribly wronged by the half-elf in front of her. I said give me a smile, not a grimace, William said. Are you joking with me? No. Chiffon pouted. I just don't understand. William looked at Chiffon and was itching to flick her forehead again. However, when he saw how serious her expression was, he realized that the little girl wasn't joking. You mean to tell me that you don't know how to smile? William asked with a frown. Have you never smiled? Not even once. I don't know, Chiffon shook her head. Big brother, can you please teach me how to smile? That way, I can pay you for the lollipops that you give me. The little girl's pleading eyes were too much for William to bear. In the end, he sighed and patted Chiffon's head. Okay, I will teach you how to smile, William said softly. Thank you, big brother. Chiffon lowered her head so that William could pat it more. This was the first time that someone had done this to her, and for some reason, she didn't dislike it. Chapter 524, I will be this girl's caretaker. Oh-ho, Ewan Kruger, the homeroom teacher of Class F, looked at the little girl that was seated beside William with great interest. Miss Gremery, aren't you supposed to be in Class C? Why yes, Chiffon replied as she lowered her head. Ewan adjusted his glasses when he saw the uneasiness of the little girl, who had her head bowed. A smile appeared on his face as he thought of an idea. Miss Gremery, would you like to stay in our class for the time being? Ewan inquired. I'll talk to your homeroom teacher and ask for a class transfer. Chiffon raised her head in surprise. The professor in Class C was a woman in her early 30s, and she had shown open dislike to Chiffon after being in her class for 3 months. In the end, the professor even hinted to Chiffon that there was no need for her to continue coming to class. She even added that Chiffon should just do self-study in her room because she was dirtying the air in her classroom. After that day, Chiffon stopped coming to classes and just wandered the academy during class hours. Ewan had heard about her circumstance and he pitied the little girl, but he was just a professor in the academy. There were some T&Gs that he could and couldn't do. Now that an opportunity had presented itself, he planned to execute the plan he had thought of long ago, and that was to bring Chiffon to his classroom to study. "See, can I really stay here?" Chiffon asked back. The boys and girls inside the classroom grimaced because they already knew who Chiffon was. She was the girl that had been labeled as the trash eater and, to be perfectly honest, some of them were disgusted with her. "Of course you can stay here." Ewan chuckled as he ignored the faces of the students who seemed to have eaten a rotten egg. Clearly, they were not enthusiastic about the idea of having the little girl who eats trash from the garbage dump as their classmate. One of the boys stood up and was about to protest, but Ewan raised his hand to cut him off before he could say anything. "Those who don't like the idea of Ms. Gremery staying here can leave the classroom," Ewan declared. "I'll be more than happy to write recommendation letters for those who want to transfer to other classes. Of course, whether the homeroom teachers of those classes will accept you will depend on your ability." The boy's words got stuck in his throat. He gave Chiffon a sidelong glance before going back to his seat. They were students of Class F, the rejects of the third years, and no other classes would want to accept them into their ranks. Even if they succeeded, there was a high chance that they would get ganged up on and bullied by their classmates after a day or two of their transfer. They would rather endure Chiffon's presence than suffer humiliation from the noble households of the Creator Empire. William stood up from his seat. He already knew how the students of the academy saw Chiffon, so he had already expected this outcome. The half-elf didn't expect that Professor Ewan would extend the pitiful girl an olive branch and accept her into his class. Since an opportunity had presented itself, William would be foolish if he were to let this go. But for now, he needed to pacify his classmates in order to prevent any problems from happening in the future. "I know what all of you are thinking," William said as he scanned the faces of his classmates. "This girl beside me is the one that this academy has labeled trash eater." Chiffon's body shuddered because she felt the stares of everyone in the room gathered onto her. "I intend to erase this label from her," William declared as he placed his hand over the head of the little girl who was on the verge of crying. "From now on, I will be this girl's caretaker. I will give you my word that she will never go to the garbage dump again. I will also ensure that she looks presentable at all times." William paused as he pulled the little girl close to him to give her some encouragement. "I know that it will not be easy for any of you to accept her because of the things she had done in the past," William said softly. "All I ask is that you give her a chance. We are Class F. We are the discarded students of this academy. Right now, Chiffon is one of those discarded students. Having said that, isn't this classroom a place where she should belong?" William's words resonated within the hearts of his classmates because what he said was true. However, some of them were still reluctant to accept the little girl into their fold. The half-elf knew that he needed to give them one more push in order to get their consent and allow Chiffon to study together with them. "Every quarter of the year there is a class performance assessment," William stated. "How about this? I will make sure that our class will get the highest merit points this month." William smirked. "Don't you want to taste that feeling of looking down on those other classes who treat us as trash? Once we become the academy's top class for the third year, all of them will not be able to say anything. That also goes for Class A." The boy who stood earlier pointed his hand at William and sneered. "Huh? Become this month's top ranker? I thought you were going to say something good, but you're just spouting nonsense," the boy said in disdain. "If you can really make us the top rankers, then I will call you boss. However, if you fail to keep your words, how about you become my servant for a month? Don't worry, I will treat you fairly." William nodded. "Okay, If our class fails to snatch the top spot this month, I'll be your servant for a month. Professor Ewan and the rest of you will be the witness of this bet. Don't regret your words, Ainsworth. I'm doing this because I don't want to regret anything. Just wait and see. William sat down and held Chiffon's hand under the desk. Don't worry. Leave everything to me. Chiffon looked at the hand holding her own and nodded her head. William's hands were big, encompassing her own. It was also rough due to calluses, but it was warm. The little girl felt that she didn't mind if William were to hold her hand like this more often. In fact, she preferred it if he would always hold her hand. That way, she would feel that she was not alone in the world. Oh my, what a bold declaration. Professor Ewan clapped his hand. Getting the top spot in the quarterly class assessment is no easy feat. I will definitely get a raise if that were to happen. Mr. Ainsworth, please do your best. My salary increase depends on you. William gave the professor a soldier salute, and the latter did the same. The girls giggled because the comedic exchange dispersed the tension in the air. The boys also breathed a sigh of relief because the confrontation ended. Chiffon, I already promised everyone that I will be your caretaker, William said. Please promise everyone that for the duration of the school year, you will no longer go to the garbage dump. Don't worry, I will ensure that you don't go hungry while I am around. Chiffon raised her head to look straight at William's eyes. She was looking for any signs of dismay in William's words, but found none. The little girl nodded her head and stood up from her seat. I, Chiffon Val Gremery, hereby swear that I will no longer go to the garbage dump for the rest of the school year. Chiffon swore in front of everyone in the room. I will do my best, so please allow me to stay here. Chiffon bowed her head before going back to her seat. The students of Class F exchanged glances before nodding at each other. They had decided to give William and Chiffon a chance. Although they didn't expect their class to hold the top spot for the month, they still wanted to see if the half-elf would be able to keep his promise. The academy had a special test every quarter of the month. The students would get merit points depending on how well they performed during the week the test would be held. They could choose to do a written exam, a commission from the academy, or a quest from the Adventurers Guild. They could even do all three at once. It doesn't matter what they chose, as long as the points they gathered were sufficient. All the points of the class would then be pooled together, and the outcome would become the overall class merit points. The highest one within their respective year would be deemed as the classroom of the elites, and would be given special privileges. William had already thought of a way to earn as many merit points as possible during that one-week assessment. Even if his classmates underperformed, he was sure that he would be able to carry their class to the top. Can you really do it, big brother? Chiffon asked. William lightly squeezed the small hand that he was holding as he returned Chiffon's gaze. It's not a matter of whether I can do it or not. It's I will. Chapter 525, The Mirage Caverns. Fall back. Don't let them overrun us. Leader, we are surrounded. Damn it. A group of 6 stood back to back as they faced over 30 toxic frogs that were led by a crowned shadow toad. They didn't expect that they would be facing these many enemies at once, and it made them very anxious. All of them were gold-ranked adventurers who had come to Silverwind City to challenge the dungeon known as the Mirage Caverns. This was a dungeon which had 50 floors and was considered a Class A dungeon. Because of this dungeon, Emperor Leonidas had decided to build a dungeon city around it. Thus, Silverwind City was born. A few years later, when the city prospered, he decided to build an academy on Slash in the mountain overlooking the city, with the intention of nurturing the elite children of his empire. It was the perfect training ground to train the students of the academy in life and death battles, while they were still young. This was also why most of the children in the Empire aspire to enroll inside the prestigious academy, even though the requirements were very high. Naturally, certain restrictions were placed in order to prevent senseless casualties from piling up. No students below the platinum rank were allowed to go past the 30th floor, but there were still idiots that thought that they were strong enough to challenge the dungeon monsters beyond these floors. After breezing through the lower floors, the adventurers thought that they could aim higher, so they decided to go to the 30th floor, which was the dwelling place of frog and toad-type monsters. The toxic frogs were a meter tall and were classified as Class B monsters. The crowned shadow toad was a Class A monster that specialized in short-range combat using its flexible and powerful tongue. At most, gold-ranked adventurers could only fight against Class C monsters. To give a brief example on how strong Class C monsters were, they were as strong as the Angorian war ibex. As for the crowned shadow toad, it was as strong as Soglav when William met him for the first time. After meeting 4 toxic frogs, the adventurers immediately engaged them in battle. Although the frogs were stronger than them, the adventurers had an advantage, and that was their teamwork that had been honed over the years. Unfortunately, after killing 2 of their prey, the two remaining frogs uttered a loud cry, which was meant to call for reinforcements. The adventurers were not aware of the toxic frog's habits, so they thought that it was just a war cry that would boost its strength. A minute later, several toxic frogs appeared behind them. Seeing that they were at a disadvantage, they decided to retreat. Unfortunately, the escape route they took led to the dwelling of the crowned shadow toad. The Class A monster had a dozen toxic frogs as its underlings, so the group was sandwiched in a pincer attack. "Sorry, I was too greedy," the leader of the group apologized. "I will unleash my strongest attack. Use that opportunity to escape. I will hold them back for as long as I can." "Leader, we won't leave you behind." "He's right. We will get out of this place together. Don't be so pessimistic, it's just a few frogs and a 2-meter chubby toad. I still haven't gone to the brothels of the city. I can't possibly die without sleeping with their top prostitute." "You guys." The leader was touched because his party didn't want to leave him behind. However, he knew that if they stayed, all of them would be buried in this floor, and he would not be able to forgive himself even in the afterlife if that were to happen. The crowned shadow toad extended its venomous tongue to kill the invaders that had dared to enter their domain. Many people had died in this manner because they had underestimated the strength of the monsters inside the Mirage Caverns. "Brace yourselves." The leader of the adventurers raised his sword to parry the toad's tongue that was hard as steel. The toxic frogs took that opportunity to close the gap and emit a poisonous smog that would paralyze its victims. The adventurers tried to hold their breaths, but it was impossible in the current situation they were in because they were being attacked at all sides. "Wah." The leader of the adventurers slammed against the wall after getting lashed by the toad's poisonous tongue. If not for the fact that he was wearing heavy armor, he might have already died due to the toad's merciless attack. "Leader, I don't want to die." "Brothel. I still haven't gone to the brothel. Someone, anyone, please, save us." The adventurers were now unable to move their bodies due to the paralyzing poison that they had inhaled. The frogs had now surrounded them and were about to deal the killing blow when a shower of arrows pierced the frogs' bodies. The crowned shadow toad emitted a loud croak, and the remaining frogs sprayed their poisonous smog in the direction where the arrows came from. However, a powerful gust of wind pushed the smog away, clearing it completely. "Will, let me handle this," a voice that seemed to belong to a young man reached the adventurer's ears. "Very well, just make it quick," William replied. Chiffon, where do you think you're going?" "I want to see if those frogs taste good," Chiffon answered as she pointed at the frogs that had died due to William's arrows. "Don't eat them," William said. "Those frogs are poisonous. But I am immune to poison. Would you rather eat a frog? Or would you rather eat my lollipop?" "Big brother, I love your lollipop. It's so long, hard, and sweet." The corner of William's lips twitched because Chiffon's words could be easily misunderstood by anyone that heard her. The arrows that had pierced the frogs' bodies flew into the air and returned to the quiver behind William's back while he was chatting with Chiffon. Ian, on the other hand, summoned her water whip and activated the power of the Geomancer job class. Right now, she was fighting in swampy terrain. The Geomancer job class allowed her to use spells that were empowered by its current environment. Mud binding. The mud on the swamp surged up to wrap itself on the frogs, trapping them in place. When the crowned shadow toad saw that its underlings were in danger, it unleashed its powerful tongue to slap the annoying newcomer that had gotten in the way of finishing off the adventurers that entered their domain first. Water cannon. Ian unleashed a torrent of water at the tongue that was headed in her direction. The powerful force of the attack repelled the toad's tongue and continued its trajectory until it hit the opened mouth of the crowned shadow toad. A second later, the toad's head exploded, ending its life. Ian watched its 2-meter-tall body crash on the ground before shifting his attention to the toxic frogs that were still struggling with slash against the mud that bound their bodies. Water whip sword mode. The floating whip above Ian's head turned into a razor-sharp, transparent blue sword that glowed in a bluish hue. First form, Blade of Hysteria. Ian charged at the helpless frogs and decapitated them one by one. When the last of the toxic frogs had died, their bodies glowed and transformed into particles of light, leaving several beast cores behind. William waved his hand and the beast cores flew in his direction. He stored them all inside his storage ring before checking the condition of the hunters that had seemed to have lost their consciousness. "They're safe, but the poison in their bodies is a bit troublesome," William said as he changed his job class to Life Wizard. "We can't leave them in this condition." William lined the unconscious adventurers side by side before casting a spell to cure them of their paralysis. Mass Cure. The leader of the adventurers opened his eyes and abruptly sat upright. He grabbed his sword that was lying by his side as he scanned his surroundings. His body felt unusually light, and the injuries that he had received during the battle had been healed. If not for the fact that the damage on his armors were still there, he would have treated everything that happened to them as an illusion. Wake up! The leader shook his members one by one. Let's get out of here. Leader. I am alive? Am I in heaven? Where are the ladies in the brothel? The leader slapped the last guy on his cheeks to wake him up from his nonsense. He couldn't believe that the bastard was still thinking of brothels right after they survived a near-death encounter. After making sure that his members were really fine, he placed his fist over his chest and shouted. I don't know who saved us, but know that the Crimson Storm will always be in your debt, the leader yelled. My name is Sam Brock. Our party is staying at the Dragon Claw Inn. Feel free to find us if you ever need our help. Thank you. The Crimson Storm gathered their belongings and hurried towards the 29th floor. They would never step on the 30th floor again unless they had raised their ranks and regained their confidence. At least they know how to be grateful, William said softly with a smile on his face. The quarterly assessment test was currently happening in the academy, and William only had a week in order to collect as many points as he could before the final day of the exam. When he told Ian his plan, the latter immediately insisted that she go with him to clear the Mirage Caverns. Currently, Ian has been registered as a member of Class A, but due to Princess Sydney's influence, the homeroom teacher of Class A agreed to temporarily place her in Class F for the duration of the exam. The students of Class A weren't too bothered by this last-minute transfer. They were confident in their skills, and they would definitely not need William's retainer to help raise their merits during the exam. Let's go, William walked forward. We still have 20 more floors to clear before we get to the final boss room. Ian and Chiffon nodded their heads and followed William's lead. This was the first dungeon that William had explored since he and Ian had arrived at the Creator Empire. He was looking forward to the types of the monsters that were found on the higher floors. Monsters that would soon become part of his strength once the restriction on his Dungeon Conqueror job class had been lifted. Chapter 526, Farming Merit Points. The Mirage Cavern was the home of amphibian-type monsters. Frogs, toads, salamanders, and Sicilian were the local monsters of this dungeon. The Mirage Cavern had 50 floors with different types of environments. So far, the students of the academy had only managed to reach the 40th floor of this dungeon, but it took them a month to get that far. William only had a week to clear the dungeon, but he was not too worried that he wouldn't make it in time. Just like William, some of the students also decided to choose the Mirage Cavern to earn merit points for their test. They planned to go as far as they could within the time limit, but everyone had agreed that they wouldn't go past the 33rd floor where the Blaze Salamanders were located. These salamanders were very ferocious creatures, and their ranks ranged from Class B to Class A. It was almost impossible to find a lone individual, because these salamanders liked to move in groups of 4 to 6. William had only spent 6 days, 2 days in the outside world, to reach the 30th floor of the dungeon. For someone like him that had fought in a war, fighting against Class D and Class B monsters was a walk in the park. Soon, William and the 2 girls arrived at the 31st floor. William had already bought the maps up to the 49th floor and integrated it with the system. Right now, they were doing a speed run to reach the lower floors as fast as possible. Another day passed, and William and his party finally reached the 35th floor. They didn't fight much and avoided battles as much as they could, which greatly sped up their dungeon expedition. The moment William stepped foot on the 35th floor, the system gave him some good news. Host, I have done a full sweep of this floor and didn't find any humans or humanoid-type creatures. It is safe to farm points here on this floor. It was then when a devilish smile appeared on William's face. He had been holding back as of late, and this was the perfect time to seriously farm some merit points. Let's go to the safe zone of this floor first, William said as he led the 2 girls towards the east. We've been traveling for a while. Let's rest before we go to the next floor. Ian and Chiffon nodded their heads. They were quite relieved that William had decided to rest for the time being. Although their bodies were strong, they still felt exhausted as they rushed towards the lower floors of the dungeon. Half an hour later, the group created a small camp in one of the safe zones on the 35th floor. This was a place where a barrier was erected to prevent monsters from entering. This safe zone was made by the archmages of the Creator Empire. Some of their knights and mages in training would often go to the Mirage Cavern to thin out the number of monsters. They didn't want to suffer from a dungeon outbreak that usually happened when the amount of monsters within the dungeon floors exceeded its capacity. The excess of monsters would overflow on the other floors, creating an imbalance that would lead to a dungeon outbreak. In order to prevent that from happening, the knights and mages of the kingdom would go on a punitive expedition every 4 months to forcefully thin out the monsters on the lower floors of the dungeon. I'll be back in 3 hours, William said. Ian, just call for me if something unexpected happens, okay? Understood. Ian nodded. William had already told her what he was planning to do. Ian's role would be to look after Chiffon and prevent her from wandering around. This way, William could go all out without worrying about anyone finding out about his secret. After gaining some distance from his companions, William raised his hand and several portals appeared around him. Urketu, Soglav, Bastion, Fenrir, Skadraz, and the other local beasts of the Thousand Beast domain flowed endlessly inside the dungeon. I'll give all of you 3 hours to exterminate all the monsters on this floor. Go and collect as many beast cores and materials as you can, William ordered. I've already checked and found no humans on this floor. However, in the small chance that you come across someone, knock them unconscious and call for me. I will handle the rest. Do I make myself clear? Yes. William nodded. Disperse. William's army, that numbered over 10,000, scattered in different directions. Urketu had led his fellow Minotaur revenants towards the north. Bastion, who had also been turned as a revenant like Urketu, led the other centaur revenants to the west. Soglav, the trollhounds, and the local beasts of the Thousand Beast domain went to the south. The goblins, led by Xerxes the hobgoblin arcane doctor, and Sharks, the goblin marauder, headed towards the east. William looked at the dungeon map where thousands of green dots encompassed the entire dungeon. The bracelet on William's wrist that automatically counted merit points started to come to life. Merit points gained inside the dungeon were calculated based on the quantity and quality of monsters that the owner of the bracelet had killed. Monsters killed by beast companions also add to the merit points of their masters. Some beast masters could summon several beasts at once. The Creator Empire also had these types of students, so they made sure to modify the bracelets to include the beasts that a beast master could summon. Earlier, William had summoned Soglav to kill a beast in the 32nd floor. The points on his bracelet increased when the demonic dog had killed a rock Caecilian that was sneaking up behind them. This was why William was sure that all the members of Herd and Legion were automatically classified as beasts under his command. If the headmaster and the artifact masters of Silverwind Academy, who had created the bracelets, were to know about this loophole, they would probably pull out their hair in frustration. Most beast masters could summon up to a dozen beasts. However, they had never heard of anyone being able to summon over 10,000 monsters, aside from the dungeon conqueror who had sacrificed himself to become one with the world tree. Although everyone assumed that the dungeon conqueror was dead, they still didn't know if his profession had been passed on to someone else. Naturally, the Creator army and the elves had their suspicions after William had brought a beast army to fight in the war. However, they still thought that the beasts only participated in the war due to King Minos' influence. It was not impossible to gather thousands of beasts if they had been threatened by someone more powerful than them. This was why, although they were suspicious of the half-elf, they still doubted the possibility that he had inherited his father's profession. 3 hours later, William returned to the safe zone with a smug expression on his face. The merit points on his bracelet had surpassed 100,000. Although the number was high, he knew that this was far from enough to beat the accumulated points from other classes. Even so, William wasn't worried. They were only on the 35th floor. There were still 15 more floors they could farm points on. The half-elf was looking forward to seeing the looks on Professor Ewan's and his classmates' faces once they saw the amount of merit points he had acquired on his dungeon expedition. Chapter 527. This is what happens when I become serious. There was 1 day left before the assessment test ended, and everyone was scrambling for points. Aside from the class rankings, there were also the individual rankings. Anyone who stood at the top of the rankings would also gain several benefits, and even have a chance to get a medal from the Emperor of the Creator Empire. This was something that every student strived for. As long as they were able to get the Emperor's recognition, it was not impossible to acquire a good position in the Empire after they graduated from the Silverwind Academy. Prince Jason, I'm sure that you will once again snatch the top spot for the 5th years, a brown-haired young man said, in a flattering voice. That is only natural, another young man commented. After all, Prince Jason is one of the top 3 prodigies of our empire. He already got this in the bag. Prince Jason and his party was currently at the 26th floor of the Mirage Caverns. Among the students of the academy, they were one of the few that had made it this far in a short period of time. It took them 5 days to reach their current floor. However, before they challenged the dungeon, Prince Jason first took the written exams for the different subjects of the academy. This took a day of his time, so he didn't know that William had gone to the dungeon ahead of him. Prince Jason was quite satisfied with his progress, because he believed that no one could explore the dungeon as fast as his team. He had personally handpicked his members and only took the best students in his class based on their individual specialties. 300,558 merit points. That was the amount of accumulated merit points that Prince Jason had collected over the past few days. The record of the academy for the individual rankings was over 500,000 points. This was the record that the first prince of the Creator Empire had set when he was still studying in Silverwind Academy. Since then, no one had been able to beat his record. Prince Jason wanted to make a name for himself in history, so he was doing his best to collect as many points as he could before the time limit. If we continue this pace, we will be able to clear the 30th floor by tomorrow, Prince Jason said. After fighting the boss monster, all of us will return to the academy and submit our bracelets. Your Highness, should we also have a victory celebration when we return? It will take the academy 2 days to process the merit points of the entire academy. That sounds like a good idea. Your Highness, I think it is fine if we celebrate, right? Prince Jason nodded his head. Very well. Let's head to the tavern tomorrow and have fun. This is my reward for all of your hard work. The prince's party members cheered as they did their best to flatter Prince Jason. Forming a connection with him was a very rare opportunity, so they were doing their best to leave a good impression. Prince Jason carried himself with grace, while thinking of the half-elf who was nowhere to be seen. He still couldn't accept that the half-elf had managed to make Princess Sydney his fiancée by using the slave collar that he always carried around. If not for the fact that he couldn't forcefully take it off his cousin's neck, the prince would have already done so back in the southern continent. Just you wait, I'll show you what I can do when I'm serious, Prince Jason thought as he set his sights on the entrance of the 27th floor. Ha ha ha, this is what happens when I become serious. William laughed internally as he looked at the bracelet on his wrist. The bracelet showed that his merit points had exceeded 4 million points. They had arrived at the 49th floor some time ago and were merely taking a short rest before going to the 50th floor to challenge the final boss of the dungeon. Chiffon looked at William's bracelet with a dumbfounded expression. She couldn't believe that William had accumulated so many points in a short period of time. Every time they reached a different floor, William would take them to the safe zone before leaving for a few hours. At first, Chiffon didn't mind because they were making good progress. However, whenever they began to move to head to the entrance that led to the next floor, the passages would be free from monsters. Once was luck, the second was coincidence, and the third time was a pattern. Yes, it was a pattern. They would go to the next floor, then they would immediately head to the safe zone, while killing the monsters along their way. Chiffon had somehow fallen into this pattern and thought that it was a normal thing when conquering dungeons. However, when he saw the merit points on William's bracelet, that was when she started to get suspicious. Did you tinker with the bracelet? Chiffon asked. Big brother, this is not good. If the academy finds out that you are cheating, you will be severely punished. Don't worry your pretty little head over this, William patted Chiffon's head. I'm not breaking any rules. This bracelet is working fine. But how? Chiffon inquired. How have you done it? Chiffon, remember this, William replied with a serious expression. Your big brother is an awesome individual. As long as you stick to me, all you need to do is smile and wave. Smile and wave? Yes, smile and wave. I forgot that your smile is horrendous. Okay, forget the smiling part. Just wave. Chiffon pouted and turned her head to ignore William. She had tried her best to practice how to smile while resting in the safe zone, and William saw it by accident. The half-elf chuckled at the little girl's attempt, which earned him a nagging from Ian. William had already told Ian that Chiffon couldn't smile. At first, Ian was skeptical because how could someone not know how to smile? However, the more she interacted with Chiffon, the more she realized that William was telling the truth. This was why she took it upon herself to teach Chiffon how to smile whenever William left them to hunt the monsters on the floor they were on. Will, stop teasing her. Ian glared at her lover while patting Chiffon's head. William raised both of his hands in surrender as he checked the time on his status page. There was still a day left, but William wanted to beat the dungeon as soon as possible. Let's go, William said. It's time to clear the last floor and meet the boss of this dungeon. Although he still couldn't add the Mirage Cavern into the list of his conquered dungeons, he could leave a waypoint on the dungeon core room. This waypoint would allow William to instantly travel to the dungeon core without challenging the floors of the dungeon a second time. To be perfectly honest, William didn't plan to take the Mirage Cavern as one of his new dungeons. He was in a relationship with Princess Sydney, so he didn't want to create any disagreements with his future in-laws. However, that didn't mean that William wouldn't create a backup plan, just in case the other party suddenly turned hostile. In short, William was planning to take the dungeon cores located in important dungeon cities as hostages. This would give him ample bargaining chips to use to force the Creator royal family to compromise with him. This was the advice that James had given him before he left for the Scent. Rel continent. William understood what his grandfather was trying to tell him. His father, Maxwell, had saved the elves from the demonic invasion. But instead of repaying this kindness, the elves decided to launch an invasion on the southern continent. William realized that the only way he could protect the peace in his life was to ensure that he had the power to threaten the peace of others. This was quite similar to owning a nuclear weapon. If the enemy knew that their opponent had the power to erase them from the face of the earth, they would think thrice before provoking them. I'm sure that Sydney would approve of this method, William thought as the image of the beautiful princess appeared in his mind. I hope that the treasure chest in the boss room is good. If it is, I will give it as a gift to Sydney and Morgana on their birthday. William chuckled internally because Morgana had taken the liberty to remind him that they were expecting a gift from him. The naughty girl also added that if William wanted to make her happy, he would allow her to tie him to the bed. Honestly, William was also helping Princess Sydney control the power of lust that was slowly awakening in her body. The two would often spend some time together inside William's Thousand Beast domain in order to curb her cravings. That was the only way to keep the power of lust at bay. He was afraid that if he allowed its power to grow unimpeded, a disaster would befall upon the land due to the beautiful princess craving for his love. Chapter 528, A Thorny Path Called Life. Floor. Boss room. As expected, the last stage isn't going to be easy, William said as he stared at the boss monster and its subordinates in front of him. He had already expected that the last floor of the dungeon wouldn't be easy to beat, because if it was, the students of the academy might have already cleared it. However, no student in the academy had been able to do that. The farthest they had come was the 40th floor, and they had suffered several casualties along the way. Because of this, all the students had been warned not to go past the 35th floor of the Mirage Cavern if they valued their life. Any student that decided to challenge the dungeon had to sign a death waiver that stated that the academy would not be blamed if they were to lose their lives inside the dungeon. This was to prevent the noble houses from finding fault with the academy due to the reckless actions of the students who wanted to have a high score on the quarterly assessment tests. Crowned Purple Behemoth. Boss Monster. Toxic Toad Behemoth. Threat Level, SS, High. Millennial Beast. Cannot be added to the herd. Berserked Lava Toad. Last Floor Guardian. Threat Level, S, High. Centennial Beast. Fiery Lava Toad. Wave Rider Toad. Defiant Tempest Toad. Vicious Stone Toad. A 10-meter tall purple toad wearing a crown on its head looked down on the three people that dared to enter its domain. It was the last boss of the Mirage Cavern and it was highly toxic. Only those that had a strong resistance to poison would be able to survive its deadly attacks. However, even if one could escape the attacks of the boss monster, they still had to deal with the 4 guardian toads by its side. These guardians were 3 meters tall, and all of them controlled one of the 4 elements. This deadly combination was enough to exterminate anyone below the adamantium rank. Ian gripped her weapon tightly as she prepared herself to fight. She knew that this battle would be difficult, but she was not afraid. Ragnar, let's go. A magic circle appeared in front of her, and Ragnar was summoned inside the boss room. Ian had made a pact with Ragnar long ago. That was why she was able to summon him, just like how William summoned his herd and legion. Rough. Ragnar stood in front of Ian and looked at his enemies with arrogance. Ian waved her hand as she activated the special ability that allowed Ragnar to take on a stronger form. Kinship Evolution. Ragnar's body grew and transformed into a 5-meter tall Grand Cerberus. Ian jumped on her partner's back because they were already used to fighting together. Wow, Chiffon looked at the towering 3-headed dog in front of her with sparkling eyes. So cool. This was the first that she had seen Ragnar, and it reminded her of the powerful beasts in the demon continent. However, her admiration didn't last long because she knew that now was not the time for it. Chiffon took a fighting pose, and her hands were covered by a black, spiked gauntlet, which served as her main weapon. Surprisingly, the little girl was a close combat fighter, and she was quite proficient in it. However, William wasn't sure if he should allow Chiffon to fight against monsters that were stronger than her. Chiffon, stay at the back, William ordered. There's no need for you to participate in this battle. Big brother, don't worry, Chiffon replied as she gathered magic power to strengthen her body. I'm confident that I can handle that stone toad over there. Yes, please, trust me. William nodded his head, but he wouldn't take Chiffon's words at face value. He had already decided to call for reinforcements to help him deal with the final obstacle that blocked his way. Urkadu, Soglav, Kasaganaga, Fenrir, B1 and B2, come forth. William shouted. The giant revenant ox stepped out of the portal and focused its attention on the crowned purple behemoth. Since it was already a revenant, it was not affected by any type of poison. Soglav and Kasaganaga faced the fiery lava toad, while Ian and Ragnar faced the wave rider toad. William was going to face the defiant tempest toad that held the power to control the wind element. However, he called out Fenrir, B1 and B2, to serve as Chiffon's reinforcements. Chiffon, allow me to introduce you to Fenrir, William said as he patted the trollhound's head. Hey! S for these two dumb birds, the red one is B1 and the blue one is B2. They will help you deal with that centennial toad. Chiffon nodded her head in understanding. Although she wanted to ask William some questions, she decided to ask them after the battle was over. Let's go. William took a step forward and charged at the defiant Tempest toad. That was how the final battle in the 50th floor of the Mirage Cavern started. Meanwhile, back at Silverwind Academy, William still hasn't returned. Stanley, the boy that had made a bet with William, crossed his arms over his chest. Did he perhaps chickened out of our bet? Who knows? A boy named Scott, who is Stanley's good friend, replied. He doesn't strike me as someone that will declare something and run away from it. Stefan, who was also Stanley's and Scott's friend, nodded his head in agreement. He was a man with few words and only talked when it was necessary. Due to the fact that these three boys' names started with S, they were given the nickname the Triple S. Stanley rubbed his chin in contemplation. Well, I don't really mind if he doesn't manage to bring our class to the top spot. Back then, I was just carried away by my emotions. So, you mean that you're fine with having a trash eater as our classmate? Scott asked. He was about to say more when he felt a hand hold onto his shoulder. We should stop calling her that, Stanley replied. I feel bad when someone in our class calls her that nickname. Yes, sorry, Scott apologized. It's just a habit. I will do my best not to call her that nickname again. Besides, William said that he would prevent her from going to the garbage dump again. As long as he does that, there will be no reason to continue calling her trash eater. Am I right, Stanley? Stanley nodded his head. We should stop calling her by that nickname. Their classmates that were listening to their conversation also nodded their heads in agreement. All of them were students of Class F. Although everyone looked down upon them, that didn't mean that they had to vent their frustrations on Chiffon and make her feel bad. Professor Ewan walked inside the classroom to check if all the students in his class had finished with their respective tests. After doing a head count, he found out that William, Chiffon, and Ian still hadn't returned. The assessment test would end at 3 in the afternoon the next day, and if they were still not back by then, they would be punished for not returning their test bracelets that recorded the points that they had gathered during the duration of the 1-week assessment test. I hope that the three of them are fine, Professor Ewan thought as he adjusted the glasses on his face. He had already been teaching in the academy for 7 years and had been the homeroom professor of Class F from the beginning. The professor had seen how his students had struggled in their grade, and some of them had lost motivation to climb up the social ladder. However, he still didn't give up and continued to teach the worst class every school year. The reason? It was because of a belief. He believed that anyone had the potential to succeed in life. It didn't matter how low their status was or how lacking they were compared to geniuses in the empire. What Professor Ewan wanted to instill in them was a belief. A belief that no matter how high the hurdle that they must face in the future, they should find the courage to face it head-on. That way, they would regain the confidence that they had lost, and a world of infinite possibilities would once again open its doors to each and every one of them. William, I'm counting on you, Professor Ewan prayed inside his heart. Make it so that the students of Class F can once again raise their heads with pride and walk the thorny path that is called life. Chapter 529, Is Your Academy Teaching Weaklings? Part 1. The last day of the assessment test. Princess Sydney had just finished lunch and was about to return to her room when she heard a commotion in the dining hall. A crowd gathered around Prince Jason, and those who had gathered were constantly praising him for his triumphant return at the academy after challenging the Mirage Cavern. That's amazing, Your Highness, one of Prince Jason's classmates exclaimed. You actually beat the record that was set by the first prince. Your name will definitely go down in the academy's history. Incredible. I am blessed to witness the birth of a legend in my generation. Thank you, Your Highness, for giving me this opportunity to witness your greatness. Long live Prince Jason. Long live. Prince Jason acted as if what he did wasn't a big deal. When his gaze landed in Princess Sydney's direction, he gave her a brief smile before nodding his head in greeting. Princess Sydney returned his greeting with a nod of her own before turning away to return to her room. The prince's eyes followed the beautiful princess until her back disappeared from view. Everyone noticed his behavior and exchanged glances with each other. All of them were well aware of the custom of the Creator royal family. Cousins marrying each other was a very common thing, and one look was enough to tell them that the prince was planning to do just that. However, there was one problem. The princess was wearing a collar on her neck, and the one that gave it to her was none other than the red-headed boy that hailed from the southern continent. Due to William's declaration of being Princess Sydney's lover, almost everyone in the academy had come to know his name by now. They also knew that he had been thrown to Class F due to the reaction of the nobles of the kingdom. Simply put, they didn't like William, and they wanted Princess Sydney to take the collar on her neck off and find someone who was more deserving of her beauty. None of the students surrounding Prince Jason said anything because they didn't want to be singled out by the prince. Instead, they continued to praise him for his achievement and ingratiate themselves to him. What a bunch of bootlickers! Morgana snorted from inside their shared mindscape. Well, that's just how the world works, Princess Sydney replied. Those in power tend to gather people around them. This is a very common thing when you're a member of a powerful faction. HMP. Just because he broke the Academy's record he thinks he's that good. The moment Darling returns, everyone will probably have a stroke due to shock. By the way, where is Darling? He didn't tell you? Princess Sydney asked back. No. Also, why are you asking me? If I know about it, you will also know, right? The corner of Princess Sydney's lips curled up into a smirk. Big sister, don't think that I don't know about your night escapades when I am in deep sleep. Every time I wake up in the morning feeling hot and bothered, I know that you've been doing something behind my back. W, what are you talking about? I am not doing anything wrong. You're stuttering, big sister. B, because you are saying weird things. Heh. Princess Sydney shook her head because she could tell that Morgana had no intention of spilling the beans. Actually, she wasn't too bothered by it. She had already known how naughty her other half could be. Her only concern was that she wasn't there to see whatever she was doing with her beloved. As soon as Princess Sydney entered her room, a sudden surge of power washed over her body. She almost collapsed from where she stood. Fortunately, she was able to lean on the door before her legs lost their strength. It's breaking out of control again, Morgana muttered worriedly as she hugged Princess Sydney within their shared mindscape. It had been a week since the princess had been with William, and there had been no time for them to spend some quality time with each other. William had been helping her regulate the divinity inside her body, but due to his absence, the power of lust was starting to break free from Princess Sydney's control. The only saving grace was that whenever these outbreaks occurred, she was alone without anyone around her. She had long stopped using her power to turn people into her loyal subordinates. Take deep breaths. Follow me. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. Morgana guided Sydney to help her to calm down. 5 minutes later, the beautiful princess had regained control of her body. Don't worry. Darling will be back soon. Just hang in there, okay? Yes. Princess Sydney walked up to her bed and laid down. She felt so weak after fighting against the divinity that was starting to manifest. Just before she fell into sleep's embrace, the image of her beloved half-elf appeared inside her head. She hoped that by the time she woke up, William would have already returned to the academy. That way, he would be able to help her dispel the power of lust that she had full. Why held back inside her heart? Should we wrap things up here? I think all of the students had already submitted their bracelets. One of the professors that was managing the collection of the bracelets proposed. A few of the professors nodded their heads, however the headmaster of the academy, Gilbert, remained seated. It's only half an hour before the promised time. Let's just wait and see it through till the end, Gilbert said. His voice was firm, which meant that he was not going to take no for an answer. A year ago, there was an incident when a dozen students had been unable to pass their bracelets in time because the professors managing the collection had left earlier than the promised time. Many nobles had complained to the headmaster, so he decided to personally participate on the last day of the assessment test to ensure that all the professors would do their duty properly. The professors glanced at each other before sighing inside their hearts. Since their employer told them to wait for half an hour, they would wait for half an hour. While everyone was waiting for the clock to strike 3 in the afternoon, 3 students entered the room. All of them looked disheveled, and it was clear that they rushed to the academy's staff room in order to submit their bracelets in time. The headmaster immediately recognized 2 of the latecomers. One was a half-elf who was being monitored by the special agents of the Emperor. The other was a troublesome girl that hailed from the Demon Continent. William also recognized the headmaster of the academy and headed in his direction. He thought that it would be best if he surrendered his bracelet to the man on top so that no mishaps would happen. Sorry we are late, William said as he removed the bracelet from his wrist. Here you go, headmaster. William placed his bracelet on top of Gilbert's desk with a smile. Chiffon and Ian did the same. Gilbert nodded before looking at the clock on the wall. There were still 10 minutes before 3 in the afternoon, so William and his group had arrived in time. I have received your bracelets, Gilbert replied as he took William's bracelet from his desk to personally see his results. All 3 of you can return to your rooms and take a bath. Wait. Don't go. The 3 teenagers almost jumped back in fright due to the headmaster's sudden shout. They didn't expect that the man who stood at the top of the academy would look at them with bloodshot eyes, as if they had committed something outrageous. Chapter 530. Is your academy teaching weaklings? Part 2. This. Gilbert's hands shook while holding William's bracelet. His eyes turned bloodshot as he stared at William's merit points. The professors got curious because their headmaster was acting in a weird manner. They sneaked behind him to check what was wrong with the bracelet. Their eyes widened in shock as their jaws dropped from the unbelievable sight that they saw. William von Ainsworth, 6,913. 367 merit points. Oh my god. Almost 7 million merit points. The homeroom professor of Class B exclaimed in shock. How is this even possible? Boy, you better explain this. Did you tinker with the bracelet? A professor from the 4th year division asked as he looked suspiciously at the red-headed teenager who had a smile on his face. Do you know that there is a heavy punishment for anyone who dares to cheat in the assessment test? I didn't tinker with it, William replied. Then how? Another professor stepped forward. Do you know that the highest record we currently have was from Prince Jason? His merit points were 621,489. His Highness has set a new record, and yet your points are 10 times higher than him. What? Only 621,489. William replied in a dumbfounded manner. Is your academy teaching weaklings? Why are his points so low? The professors almost spat blood when they heard William's comments. They couldn't believe that someone actually dared to call Prince Jason's accumulated points low. Not to mention, he even added that they were teaching weaklings. The homeroom teacher of Class A in the 5th year division's face became beet red out of anger. He had been feeling smug earlier because not only did the prince set a new record, his class had also gained the highest merit count among the 5th years. Although it was guaranteed that they would be hailed as the best class in the 5th year division, he was unable to accept the fact that someone had easily beaten the new record that a student of his class had made. We need to investigate this. Prince Jason's homeroom teacher stepped forward. How can this be possible? No one has gotten this many merit points since the academy has been founded. William crossed his arms over his chest as a devilish smile appeared on his face. No one managed to do this? Oh my. I guess I overestimated the elite students of this academy. Something as easy as gaining 6 million points is deemed impossible? If I had taken this assessment test seriously, I could have easily earned 10 million points. However, I wanted to be Loki, so I only settled for nearly 7 million. The half-elf shook his head in disdain. What are you going to say next? Are you going to tell me that no one has beaten the last boss on the 50th floor of the Mirage Cavern? Because I just beat that boss not long ago. The room descended into silence after William had dropped a bomb in their faces. Gilbert almost dropped the bracelet in his hand because of how much it shook after hearing William's words. Why, you have beaten the boss monster at the 50th floor of the Mirage Caverns? Prince Jason's homeroom teacher pointed a shaky finger in William's face. Yes, William answered. The boss was a 10-meter tall purple frog, and his subordinates were 3 meter tall. Each of them had a different element. Man, those toads were quite springy. They jumped around like their butts were on fire. William took out 5 beast cores inside his storage ring and piled them on top of Gilbert's desk. A purple beast core the size of a basketball and 4 beast cores the size of bowling balls stood side by side. The professors all stared at the glowing beast cores on top of the desk. Beast cores that were not a day old had a certain lively luster in them that was different from those that had been stored for a long time. All of them had fought in dungeons before, and they were very familiar with the quality of beast cores. With this kind of evidence in front of them, it was hard to refute William's claim. How did you do it? Gilbert had regained his calm and asked this question directly. It's a trade secret, William replied before he took the beast cores and stored it inside his storage ring. I don't intend to share it with anyone. All the professors inside the staff room cursed William in their hearts. What he did was not uncommon. Most adventurers didn't want to share their strategy when dealing with high-level dungeons. It was their way to earn big, so these kinds of things were a well-guarded secret. Gilbert sighed and placed the bracelet down on his desk. The 3 of you may leave now. The final result of the assessment test will be announced in 2 days. William nodded his head and thanked Gilbert. Ian and Chiffon did the same, and the 3 left together in a carefree manner. After the students left, an old man wearing glasses stood up from the corner of the room. He was the grandmaster that had created the bracelets that were used to measure the merit points that the students earned during this time of year. He took William's bracelet from the desk and scrutinized it properly. The headmaster and the other professors didn't say anything and waited for him to announce his verdict. 5 minutes later, the old man placed the bracelet back on the desk. It wasn't tampered with, the old man stated. He then tapped the bracelet thrice and a projection appeared in front of everyone. William von Ainsworth. Merit points, 6,913,367. Merit source, Mirage Cavern. Last entry, boss room, Mirage Cavern 50th floor. The professors sucked in deep breaths after they had seen the records inside the bracelet. They knew that once they announced the results of this year's assessment test, the entire Creator Empire would go into an uproar. Gilbert hurriedly stood up from his seat to return to his office. He needed to talk to Emperor Leonidas and tell him what the half-elf had achieved during the week-long test. Gilbert knew that if William's record was announced publicly, it would go down in the annals of their empire's history. William escorted Chiffon to Princess Sydney's quarters because he was afraid that the little girl would be bullied along the way. The noble ladies looked at the disheveled half-elf in shock as he swaggered inside the girls' dormitory. This was not the first time that William had come here because Princess Sydney had often invited him to dine with her. The girls were also used to the dashing half-elf who made their hearts flutter with his smile. However, seeing his current appearance, they couldn't help but be shocked because the latter was currently not very presentable. William noticed their stares, but he didn't mind them one bit. He just walked with confidence as if he owned the place while holding Chiffon's hand. After knocking on Princess Sydney's room twice, the half-elf thought that the princess was not around. He then opened the door to allow Chiffon to go in when he noticed a peculiar scent in the air. William scanned the room and found that the door that led to the princess' bedroom was left partially open. The half-elf could sense a divine power emitting from within, so he hurriedly walked towards it to see what was happening. Inside, he saw the beautiful princess lying on top of the bed and panting for breath. The moment her beautiful golden eyes landed on William, a barely audible plea escaped her lips. "Will, help me." Chapter 531, Wrapped in Tender Feelings. The sound of kissing reverberated inside the bathtub. William felt the urgency in Princess Sydney's kisses and knew that she was at her limit. He then embraced her smooth and seductive body as the power of lust overflowed from within her, sending shivers down her spine. "Will, please," Princess Sydney pleaded as she pressed her naked body over him. Although the bathtub was filled with cold water, the heat inside her body continued to burn unabated. "I understand," William replied as he kissed her forehead. The half-elf then started caressing the princess' body in order to release the pent-up lust that it had accumulated since he left to conquer the Mirage Cavern in Silverwind City. The beautiful lady surrendered her body to her beloved and allowed him to do whatever he wanted. Just like an itch behind her back that she couldn't scratch, Princess Sydney had felt her frustration build while William wasn't around. Seeing her current state made the half-elf's heart ache, so he used his expertise to kiss, suck, lick, and bite the itch that the princess wasn't able to reach. It didn't take long before Princess Sydney's body shuddered as her beloved brought her to the peak. However, once was not enough. It was not so easy to sate the power of lust, and both of them knew it. "Darling, let's take this to the bedroom," Morgana whispered in William's ear. "It's my turn now." "Okay," William replied and kissed her. They were currently inside the villa located in the dungeon of Atlantis. A day in the outside world was equivalent to 3 days inside the dungeon. William thought it would be best to absorb all the overflowing divinity from his lover's body in order to stabilize her condition completely. After drying themselves with magic, William sat on the bed while Morgana kneeled on the floor in front of him. Princess Sydney's other half lowered her head and lovingly kissed Will. "Iams." If other people were to see her now, they would be surprised because the beautiful lady that all the men and women adored in the academy was currently servicing a half-elf with her seductive lips. Although both girls were still inexperienced, that didn't stop them from doing their best to make William feel good. It didn't take long before the red-headed teenager uttered a soft grunt before releasing his essence inside her mouth. Morgana ceased all actions and focused on taking in William's precious seed. She didn't intend to waste even a single drop of it because it belonged to the man that she and Princess Sydney loved. 2 minutes later, the two lovers were on top of the bed and seeking each other's warmth. The power of lust was continuously being absorbed by the gem on William's chest, easing the discomfort that the princess was feeling as the time went by. Although they still didn't cross the last line, that didn't prevent them from having their fill of each other's love, through words and actions. A few hours later, Princess Sydney slept peacefully in William's embrace. Her smooth and near-perfect body, that would drive both men and women crazy, laid on top of the man she loved, and the latter held her firmly, unwilling to let go. William looked at his lover's sleeping face. He realized that parting with her for a long period of time would put her and the people around her in grave danger if her power suddenly flared out in the wrong place and the wrong time. "System, can you make it so that Sydney can go to the Thousand Beast domain even if we are far apart?" "It is possible. I want you to make it happen." "Certainly. However, for that, the host will need to pay 50,000 god points. We will need to tweak the collar of Wisteria and add a waypoint that will allow it to connect to the Thousand Beast domain, regardless of how far the two of you are apart." William nodded. Do it. Deducting 50,000 god points in order to embed a mini teleportation gate inside the collar of Wisteria. Remaining points, 4,450,642. The collar on Princess Sydney's neck glowed, but its wearer was currently not aware of what was happening. Half a minute later, the glow disappeared and everything returned to normal. William breathed a sigh of relief because with this added feature, his lover would be able to teleport inside his thousand-beast domain to seek his help if her divinity suddenly started to go out of control. The half-elf kissed the sleeping princess' forehead once before closing his eyes to sleep. He was also exhausted because Princess Sydney's and Morgana's stamina almost rivaled his own. Clearly, the two girls were born for love-making, and William looked forward to the day when he would finally become one with her. Back in Princess Sydney's room inside the girls' dormitory, Chiffon hummed as she scrubbed her body with soap. She had not taken a proper bath since she had explored the dungeon with William, and it made her feel uncomfortable. After properly washing her body, she donned a new set of clothes that Princess Sydney had bought for her and laid on top of the bed to sleep. She hadn't had a proper sleep as well, so she took this opportunity to catch up. Ian promised to pick her up so they could have dinner together. The little girl was surprised when the princess of the Creator Empire suddenly disappeared from on top of the bed. Chiffon had wanted to ask William what happened, but the latter only said that he would explain it at a later time. Back then, William had a worried look on his face, so she decided to not pry any further and watched him leave in haste. Ian had also accompanied William to return to the dormitory. Both of them were boys, so they couldn't possibly stay inside the girls' dormitory for a long time. I hope they will take me with them again when they go to the dungeon, Chiffon thought as she hugged Princess Sydney's pillow. I didn't know that exploring dungeons with other people was that much fun. She had always been alone most of the time and stayed away from people. When William asked her if she wanted to accompany him to the dungeon, she readily said yes. Back then, she only agreed because she didn't want to be lonely. Chiffon didn't expect that in those days battling inside the dungeon, she would feel things that she had never felt before. It was not her first time fighting monsters. In the demon continent, fighting was a way of life. However, this time, she hadn't fought alone. There were people who treated her as their equal, and William even held her hand most of the time. The little girl placed her hand over her chest as she pondered on what the source of this warmth that she was feeling inside her chest was. She wished, with all of her heart, that there would be more opportunities where she would experience this feeling again. I don't want to be alone again, Chiffon said softly as the tender feelings wrapped itself over her cold body. She had been alone for a very long time and longed for the warmth of someone that would stay by her side, forever. Chapter 532. My era has come. Have you heard the news? They said that someone has broken the record of the Academy in the individual rankings. I did. According to the 5th years, Prince Jason has broken the record that had been set by the first prince. His Highness is truly a prodigy. I bet that all the girls in his class are looking at him with infatuation. Hasn't that always been the case? I wish that they would just post the result now. Must they keep us all in suspense? I want to see which classes were able to get the highest points this year. Why are you in a hurry? Do you have a bet with someone? Yes. I made a bet with a third-year student from Class F. That moron said that they would be ranked first this year, so I agreed to the bet. How lucky. You got some easy cash there, bro. The students were getting rowdy as the Y waited in the Academy Plaza for the results of the quarterly assessment test. This was where all the points of the different classes in each school year would be posted. Not only that, it would also show the individuals who gained the highest merits in each year grade as well. These individuals would often be sought out by the high officials and nobles of the Creator Empire to train under their guidance. This way, they would have a talented subordinate that would help them out in the future. Look, it's Prince Jason. He's so handsome. He must be feeling proud of himself for beating the record that his older brother made a few years ago. Definitely. I know I would be grinning from ear to ear if that were to happen to me. Prince Jason had a friendly smile on his face as he made his way at the very front of the giant monument at the center of the plaza. The crowd parted before him, and all of them bowed their heads to show their respect for the prince of their empire. Prince Jason didn't stop walking until he arrived at the very front row, where most students were waiting for the result. The prince ignored all of them and raised his head to look at the very top of the monument. There, a name, written in bold letters, shone brightly even when the sun was at its zenith. Maximilian Hal Creator. The name of the first prince of the Creator Empire shone brightly. This name had been the target of all the students inside Silverwind Academy. A name that they had long wanted to surpass in order to gain untold honors from their emperor. Prince Jason sneered in his heart because he had long wanted to prove that he was better than the first prince of the empire. He had been feeling giddy since the moment he woke up that morning. Why? Because this was the day when his name would appear on the top of the monument. A name he believed would remain at the top even after hundreds of years had passed. It was the greatest honor within Silverwind Academy. Just imagining all of the students looking up to his name made Prince Jason almost laugh out loud. However, since he was a prince, he needed to maintain his image. Suddenly, a commotion happened. The crowd once again parted to allow 3 beautiful ladies to pass unimpeded. They were Prince Jason's cousins. Emperor Leonidas had 3 sons and 2 daughters. Currently, his 3 sons were vying for the throne. The current emperor was old, and he had also announced that he would only remain in his position for 2 years before handing it out to one of his sons. No one knew whom the emperor was leaning on, but the battle between the 3 brothers was being waged in the shadows. Although their children didn't dabble in politics, the young princes and princesses' accomplishments would also give their parents a much-needed boost in popularity if they performed well inside the academy. So you're here, Big Brother Jason, one of the beautiful ladies with long blonde hair and gray eyes said why. A smile. Her eyes softened as she looked at her big brother whom she had secretly loved all these years. Vanessa, it's been a while, Prince Jason replied with a nod. Big Sister Hannah, Big Sister Amanda, I pray that both of you are well? I'm good, Princess Hannah answered. The assessment test was quite competitive this year. Did you manage to get some good points, cousin? Prince Jason crossed his arms over his chest and gave his cousin a mysterious smile. I think I managed to get some decent points. Head Princess Amanda chuckled as he looked at her cousin who was looking back at them with a confident smile. There are rumors going around that you have beaten Big Brother Maximilian's record. How true is this rumor? Prince Maximilian was Princess Amanda's blood brother. The two of them had a very good relationship with each other and always watched each other's back. Seeing that someone was threatening her big brother's position, Princess Amanda felt anxious inside her heart. Prince Jason didn't answer and only smiled at his cousins. He was doing his best to not boast in front of them because he wanted to see the look on their faces when his name appeared on top of the monument. You look very smug today, cousin. A deep and confident voice reached Prince Jason's ears, and the latter clenched his fist before looking at the direction where the voice came from. For good-looking teenage boys walked with grace, which made the faces of the ladies in the plaza blush in delight. They were the 4 young princes of the Creator Empire, and all of them had gathered to see the results of the rankings. Do I look smug right now? Prince Jason asked the first prince of the Creator Empire, whom he had treated as his rival. Very, Prince Maximilian replied. I could see your nose from beyond the 7th grade residences. Looks like the rumors flying around have substance in them. Princess Amanda's heart sank when she heard her big brother's words. Although she wouldn't believe the rumors until the evidence was right in front of her eyes, it still made her uneasy because of how confident Prince Jason looked. A prince of the Creator Empire should be confident. Prince Jason shrugged. If we can't even do that, then we won't be suited for the position that was bestowed upon us. Isn't that right, cousin? True, Prince Maximilian replied as he placed his hands behind his back. No more words were spoken between the 2 princes. A subtle tension hung in the air as the rowdy crowd earlier quieted down. For some reason, it was very hard for them to speak because the presence of the royal family pressed down on them like a mountain. A few minutes later, the bell of the academy started to ring. It was the spark that made everyone look at the monument at the same time. The giant black monument suddenly sprang to life as the names that had been written there months ago disappeared and were replaced by new ones. The first ones to appear were the rankings of the first years. It was immediately followed by the second years, then third years, and so on and so forth. Prince Jason's lips curled up into a smile when he saw his name appear in first place in the individual rankings of the 5th year division. The changes on the monument were happening gradually. It would still take a few seconds before it reached the top of the monument where Prince Maximilian's name shone in bold golden letters. Prince Jason clenched his fist as he waited for his name to appear on the top. His smile became wider when his older cousin's name slowly faded from on top of the monument. My era has come, Prince Jason mused. This time, all of you will look up to me. Every student in the plaza also noticed the change that was happening at the very top of the monument. All of them waited in bated breath as a new name appeared on the spot reserved for someone who had broken the previous records of the academy. A name whose fame would spread far and wide in the central continent in the next years to come. Chapter 533, Short-Lived Happiness. Jason Hell Creator. Merit points, 621,489. A loud cheering broke out in the crowd when they saw Prince Jason's name appear on top of the monument. Anyone who was able to break the record of the academy was like an idol in their hearts. This was the goal that everyone in Silverwind Academy strived for. They wanted their names to be at the very top of the monument, to be stared at by the future elites of the empire. The fifth prince of the Creator Empire faced the crowd and gave them a princely bow that was overflowing with charisma. Princess Vanessa's face reddened when she saw her beloved's name on top of the monument. She glanced at the handsome prince and hurriedly covered the lower half of her face with a fan to prevent anyone from seeing the sweet smile on her face. Prince Maximilian didn't look at his cousin's smug expression as his gaze remained fixated on the name on top of the monument. Fool, Prince Maximilian sneered internally. As the first prince of the Creator Empire, he was privy to confidential information that was not readily accessible to the public. Since that was the case, he already knew that his record had been broken. However, it was not only broken by one person. It was broken by two people. The giant black monument showed things in its proper order. Since Prince Jason had broken his record first, then his cousin's name would appear on the monument, albeit fleetingly. What Prince Maximilian was waiting for was the moment when his arrogant cousin's happiness would come crumbling down. After paying the students his good graces, Prince Jason noticed that the first prince of the Creator Empire was still staring at his name on top of the monument. A sense of superiority bloomed inside his chest as he walked towards the first prince who had always stood ahead of him for the past few years. "Cousin, I got lucky this time, Prince Jason," and said with a smile. "I hope you don't mind." "I don't mind," Prince Maximilian said. "You did well by breaking my record. This is the right attitude that a prince should have. Cousin, let's go to the Whispering Wind Tavern later. Drinks are on me. I will take you up on that offer, cousin. Make sure that you don't keep me waiting." "But of course." Prince Jason chuckled as he sneered at the first prince internally. "You sure know how to put on an act." Prince Jason ridiculed Prince Maximilian in his heart. "Let's see how long you can keep up that facade of yours, dear cousin of mine." What Prince Jason didn't know was that the first prince of the Creator Empire was already laughing internally. Prince Maximilian had already noticed that his cousin's name was starting to fade from the top of the monument. Since he was the only one looking at the monument at the moment, no one had seen the changes that were happening. The oldest prince waited for a few more seconds before shifting his gaze at Prince Jason, who had a smug expression on his face. "Dear cousin, it's quite unfortunate that your happiness is short-lived," Prince Maximilian chuckled as he pointed his finger at the top of the monument. "Your name is no longer written there." Prince Jason sneered at his cousin before looking up at the monument. He thought that the first prince was just saying nonsense in order to divert his attention away from him. However, the moment Prince Jason's eyes laid on the name that was written on top of the monument, his body stiffened and the sneer on his face disappeared completely. What? One of Prince Jason's lackeys gasped in shock. "Oh, over 6 million merit points?" It was not only Prince Jason's lackeys that had been shocked, but everyone in the plaza. They thought that they were only seeing things, but after rubbing their eyes repeatedly they had come to the conclusion that what they were seeing was real. Impossible. How could such a high merit exist? Prince Jason's was only over 600,000. This new record is nearly 7 million. How could this be possible? Wait, I know that name. Isn't that the name of the fiancé of Princess Sydney? Now that you mention it, you were right. It's that guy that has been tossed to Class F. This is truly unexpected. To think that one can gain this many merit points during the assessment test is a first. Everyone was in uproar and William's name was spoken here and there. Prince Maximilian had a devilish smile on his face as he patted his cousin's shoulder, who seemed to have lost the color in his face. "I'll be waiting for you at the Whispering Wind Tavern later," Prince Maximilian said. "Don't keep me waiting, cousin." Prince Maximilian chuckled as he walked away from the giant monument to return to his residences. The expression on his cousin's face was priceless, and he had succeeded in secretly recording it in a crystal because Prince Jason wasn't able to recover from the shock right away. "I think I will meet with this boy named William," Prince Maximilian thought. "Someone as extraordinary as him will definitely be a good addition to our empire. I heard that he is Princess Sydney's fiancé. That girl sure knows how to pick good men." The first prince of the Creator Empire was in such a good mood that he didn't notice that he was humming as he walked back towards his residence in the academy. Meanwhile, while everyone was in an uproar, a certain shepherd had just left the bathroom alongside a beautiful lady with light blue hair. "The results of the assessment test should have been posted by now," Ash said as she dried her hair with a bath towel. "Are you sure you don't want to go there?" She was currently seated on the bed and looking at the boy who was rummaging for clothes inside the closet. "I'll look later," William said as he helped his lover wear her clothes. "The test results won't be going anywhere. Besides, I'd rather look at you than that giant black monument. What's so good about it? Can those results be eaten?" Ash lovingly pinched William's ears because of his flattering words. The half-elf suddenly grinned mischievously as he counter-attacked and pinched Ash's. "You're hopeless," Ash replied as she grabbed the naughty hand that had repeatedly brought her to the peak of pleasure a few minutes ago. Be serious, Sydney and Chiffon are already waiting for us. William kissed her lips before putting on his own clothes. Today was also a rest day for the students, so they planned to go to the Whispering Wind Tavern to celebrate. The half-elf had gone there once when he was exploring the city in search of its popular attractions. The Whispering Wind Tavern was a place that was exclusive for the nobles of the Creator Empire. No commoner could enter the place. Technically, William, Ian, and Chiffon wouldn't be able to enter. Fortunately, Princess Sydney was well known in the academy and in Silverwind City. It would be easy for them to enter the tavern since they were going to act as the princess entourage. Also, William, Ash, and Princess Sydney wanted to let Chiffon experience something that she had never experienced before. The half-elf had asked the little girl if she had drunk in a tavern before, and the latter firmly shook her head. When William asked if she wanted to try going to one, Chiffon nodded her head like a hen pecking rice. The pink-haired girl was half-dwarven, but she had never had the chance to drink wine in the past. According to the information that William had gained from the system, dwarves had a high alcohol tolerance. As for Ash, William already knew what state she would be in after drinking a few glasses of wine. The half-elf was half-tempted to let his mermaid lover drink to her heart's content. That way, he would once again experience that aggressive mermaid that once tore off his clothes in her drunken state. None of them were aware of the commodity on that was currently happening in the plaza of the academy as William's fame shot up to the roof. Chapter 534. Let's go, darling. It's now time for our date. William and Ian walked side by side as they headed to the girls' dormitory to pick up Princess Sydney and Chiffon. The half-elf noticed that all the students that he passed were looking at him with various expressions. Some look at him with admiration, envy, and jealousy, but none of them looked down on him like they did a week ago. The half-elf had a calm expression on his face, but deep inside he was feeling smug because of the attention he was getting. Since he had declared that he would be Chiffon's caretaker, he needed to show his classmates that he was capable of backing up his words. Ian, who seemed to have guessed why the students were acting like this, chuckled internally. I guess the impact of your performance shut them up completely, Ian said through telepathy. Although she didn't say it out loud, she was very proud of William's accomplishments. Any girl would be happy if their man was an outstanding person. Ian wouldn't admit it, but she had admired William since he had saved them from the mountain trolls on their way to the temple to take the test of courage. As long as they don't bother us, I won't come looking to bother them, William replied. I came here to the Creator Empire to lift the curses on your bodies. It's just the Emperor is playing hard to get and stalling for time. Without his approval, I am not allowed to visit Amon's temple. Ian nodded. Even with Princess Sydney's help, the Emperor hadn't yet agreed to William's request to go to Amon's temple to have an audience with the god that was responsible for placing a curse on their bodies. The Emperor, however, told William that he should enroll at Silverwind Academy for the time being and show him what he was capable of. Once he deemed that he was worthy to meet with their deity, he would give his approval so that William could visit Amon's temple. The two of them continued their journey towards the girls' dormitory. However, the moment they entered its premises, a dozen girls appeared out of nowhere and clung to William. Sir William, you are amazing. I know that you are Princess Sydney's fiancé, but I can't stop myself from loving you, a cute girl said with starry eyes. Can you please make me your mistress? Even a concubine will do. Sir William, pick me instead, the girl clinging to William's left arm pleaded. I am a good cook, and I have been trained with proper etiquette. Do you have a maid? I can be your personal maid. Of course, if you also want me to warm your bed at night, this humble servant will happily serve you all night. Pick me, Sir William. I am the only daughter of Baron. I am the third daughter of Duke. William was bombarded by proposals left and right and was unable to get rid of the girls clinging to him. Even Ian, who was just standing beside him a minute ago, was pushed aside by the crowd of girls that was growing by the minute. Girls, please listen to me, William said in a suave voice that would put all the best Hollywood actors to shame. I know that I am handsome and awesome, but you shouldn't fight for me like this. The half-elf raised his head to look at the sky. It was at this moment when a gentle breeze ruffled his hair, making the hearts of the ladies around him skip a beat. Beautiful ladies, I apologize because my heart is not big enough to fit all of you, William said in a tone filled with regret. However, I believe that all of you will be able to find a man that is less handsome and less awesome than me. Life is filled with unexpected surprises, so don't give up. I am but one of the many fishes in the ocean. I pray that you girls will find your beautiful ending someday. The girls blushed because of William's shameless words. Although the bastard half-elf had explicitly told them that they would never find a man as handsome and awesome as him, they still thought that he was just teasing them. They became more rowdy and started to say things like, Kaya. Sir William is so romantic, or Sir William is what all men should aspire to be. Ian, who had been pushed away, stared at the crowd as if she was staring at lunatics that hadn't taken their medicine for the day. The mermaid was half tempted to summon her whip and whip the crazy girls until they returned to their senses. She then glanced at the smug-faced bastard half-elf and cursed him internally. Although she understood that William couldn't possibly push the girls away because he might hurt them, seeing dozens of pretty girls clinging to her lover was making her feel irritated. "Will, what's this? Are you planning to cheat on me?" A cold yet seductive voice reached William's and the crowd's ears. All of them turned to look at the entrance of the girls' dormitory where a very sensuous beauty stood with a sweet smile. "Your Highness, how can I possibly cheat on you?" William replied as if he was wronged. "These beautiful ladies and I were merely discussing how beautiful the weather was. Am I right, everyone?" The girls giggled because of the way William replied to Princess Sydney. His teasing voice tickled their heartstrings, and they felt regret that they hadn't met a young man just like him. Chiffon, who was standing beside Princess Sydney, looked at the crowd before shifting her attention to the half-elf who was surrounded by women. The little girl was currently licking a lollipop as she stared unblinkingly at the red-headed teenager who had declared to become her caretaker. For a brief moment, something flashed within the depth of her clear and beautiful eyes. It didn't last long and immediately disappeared in the next second. However, her foot subconsciously stepped forward. Before she knew it, she was already walking in William's direction. The girls who saw Chiffon walking towards them immediately backed away. Chiffon was notoriously known as the trash eater, and none of the noble ladies wanted to be near her. They were afraid that if they were to breathe the same air around her, they would breathe in the stink of the garbage that she regularly ate. Thanks to Chiffon's deterrence, the girls who were clinging on William hastily retreated, leaving the half-elf all alone. The little glutton reached out her hand and held William's left hand. She didn't say anything and simply licked the lollipop inside her mouth. Chiffon didn't understand why, but the moment she held William's hand, the lollipop inside her mouth suddenly tasted sweeter compared to before. Princess Sydney shook her head as she, too, walked towards William. The half-elf then bent his arm to allow the beautiful princess to hold on into it. "Shall we go?" William asked. Princess Sydney didn't say anything. Instead, she reached out to hold the back of William's head and pulled him close to her. Right in front of all the girls at the entrance of the girls' dormitory, Princess Sydney kissed William's lips. The half-elf was surprised by the princess' action, but played along with his lover's wishes. The two kissed and kissed and kissed more, making the girls looking at them blush in excitement and anticipation. After a while, their kiss finally ended. Princess Sydney leaned on William's chest, while the latter wrapped his right arm on her back. "Let's go, darling," Princess Sydney said. "It's time for our date." William nodded as he guided Chiffon and Princess Sydney outside the gates of the girls' dormitory. Ian followed behind them without a word like a retainer. She had already had her fun with William earlier, so she didn't mind letting Princess Sydney have her turn. With two beauties in each hand and a handsome retainer behind his back, the half-elf entered the teleportation gate that would bring them to Silverwind City. Their destination, the Whispering Wind Tavern. A place where the noble students gathered for fun and to gossip about the recent events that had happened within the academy. Located on the top floor of the tavern, Prince Jason, along with the other members of the Creator royal family gathered. They were seated at a table exclusively for them, while their peers were seated on tables around them. The atmosphere was very lively because the students were currently in a festive mood. Their assessment test had just ended, and all of them wanted to enjoy themselves, while the school was still on break. Everyone had smiles on their faces, but among them, a certain prince was seething inside his heart. "Damned half-elf," Prince Jason cursed internally. "Why must you always get in my way? You should have stayed in the countryside, you plebeian." Prince Jason had hated William ever since he had placed the collar of wisteria on Princess Sydney's neck. He had also seen the way that the beautiful princess looked at the half-elf, and it filled his heart with jealousy and envy. Unknown to Prince Jason, the first prince of the Creator Empire was observing his every action in a subtle manner. Prince Maximilian was not a schemer, but he was a witty individual. He knew when to attack and when to defend. He was just waiting for the perfect moment to strike and make sure that his target would be unable to recover from the devastating blow that he had prepared. Chapter 535, My Business is None of Your Business. "The two of you really made a scene back there," Ian said as they rode a carriage that would bring them to the Whispering Wind Tavern. "Was that really necessary, Princess?" Princess Sydney, who was currently resting her head on William's shoulder, smiled sweetly at Ian. "Of course it is necessary," Princess Sydney replied. "I need to make sure that those nobles know that Will is my lover. This way, it will deter those who intend to lay their hands on him. Isn't that right, Will?" William hummed as he agreed to his lover's words. Right now, he had his hands full with the princess and Ash. Adding a dozen pretty noble girls to the list of his lovers was not part of the reason why he came to the Creator Empire. Although what Princess Sydney did was very bold and unexpected, it was also very effective. When the news of their public display of affection spread inside the academy, the noble ladies would probably back off in fear of angering her. Chiffon, who was holding William's left hand, licked the lollipop in her hand in silence. She didn't join in the conversation and merely listened. For her, being around the half-elf was enough. Since William had declared that he would be her caretaker, the little girl decided to stick close to him to avoid the stares of ridicule and contempt that were always sent in her direction whenever she walked around the academy. A few minutes later, the carriage finally arrived at their destination. A very enthusiastic staff greeted Princess Sydney and personally guided her and her entourage towards the top floor, where the luxurious accommodations for the high-ranking nobles of the empire were waiting for them. Today seems to be a special day, Your Highness, the staff said with a smile. Aside from your presence, the other princes and princesses of the empire are also here. Princess Sydney smiled as she told the staff that today was indeed a special day. However, she didn't divulge any details and acted mysterious. The staff member knew better than to seek information from the royal family, so he didn't pry any further. Please enjoy your stay, Your Highness, the staff member said as he opened a luxurious door. As soon as the door was opened, the sound of laughter and merrymaking reached their ears. Only when Princess Sydney stepped inside the room did people start to notice her presence. The staff led the princess to an empty table near the balcony where a scenic view of the city could be seen. William played his part and Pu led the chair out to allow the princess to sit. He did the same for Chiffon, while Ian pulled a chair out for him to sit on. Right now, Ian played the role of the retainer. Since she had plenty of experience serving Est in the Hellon Kingdom, her actions were very natural. The nobles that were being rowdy earlier quieted down a bit as they chatted while paying attention to the beautiful princess and her lover, who was currently the top ranker of the entire academy. Princess Sydney and William didn't pay them any attention and gave the waiter their order. After the waiter left, the place returned to its lively atmosphere, but everyone still perked their ears for any juicy gossip that Princess Sydney and William might spill as they chatted inside the tavern. Prince Jason clenched his fist from under the table as he stared at William. Princess Vanessa, who always had her eyes on her prince, followed his gaze. That was when she saw William and Princess Sydney talking casually to each other. As a member of the royal family, as he had known about the half-elf that had traveled to their empire as part of Princess Sydney's entourage, she was also aware that the collar that the beautiful princess wore came from William as well. Although the half-elf was indeed handsome, Princess Vanessa only had Prince Jason in her heart. The princess also felt slightly jealous of Princess Sydney. She couldn't count how many times she had dreamed that her beloved cousin would attach a collar on her neck and claim her as his wife. Unfortunately, she didn't have the courage to tell anyone about this dream, in fear that they would laugh at her for aiming for the moon. Cousin, can you tell me more about that young man, William? Prince Maximilian asked Prince Jason, who was looking at William with a calm expression on his face. Him? He's nothing more than a shepherd who tended goats and sheep in the countryside, Prince Jason replied. There's nothing special about him. Really? You call someone who managed to gain over 6 million merit points nothing special? Prince Maximilian chuckled. If there's nothing special about him, then both of us are just pebbles on the ground. Dear cousin, I think your judgment is clouded by jealousy right now. Prince Jason forcefully tore his gaze from William and shifted it to the first prince of the Creator Empire. He knew that Prince Maximilian was just provoking him, so he decided to show him that he was not someone that the latter could step on lightly. What do you mean by that, cousin? Prince Jason asked. Prince Maximilian smiled as he met his cousin's gaze straight on. You are in love with our cousin, Princess Sydney. Are you going to deny it? Vanessa felt her chest tighten when she heard Prince Maximilian's words. Although this possibility had crossed her mind in the past, she tossed it aside completely. It was because of the collar on Princess Sydney's neck. The Creator royal family had a custom that any member of the royal family that had been given a collar would become the lifelong lover of the person that gave it to them. One could even say that it was the unwritten law of the royal family, and no one had challenged this tradition since the empire had been established. Because of this, Princess Vanessa managed to curb her jealousy because she knew that her beautiful cousin was already taken by another man. However, this idea she had tossed aside was now brought back to the surface by Prince Maximilian, who had a confident smile on his face. My business is none of your business, Prince Jason replied. Instead of minding my affairs, you should focus on your own, dear cousin. Oh my, it seems that I hit a sore spot. Well, it's fine if you don't want to admit it. Prince Maximilian chuckled. It's already written on your face. Prince Jason snorted before drinking the wine in his cup. He then made a gesture for the waiter assigned on their table to fill it up again. Princess Vanessa's hand under the table trembled. Even though her beloved cousin didn't answer Prince Maximilian's question, his actions already spoke volumes. No, this can't be. Princess Vanessa felt an ache on her chest as her unique ability confirmed her suspicion. He's in love with her. Princess Vanessa had the unique ability to know if people were telling the truth or not. Her parents had strictly forbidden her from sharing the secret with anyone because this was a trump card that they could use during critical moments. Since people could lie anytime they wanted, they needed someone with the ability to discern the truth from what was false. This ability had already helped Princess Vanessa's parents secure some merit for the kingdom and made Emperor Leonidas very pleased. What's wrong, Vanessa? Princess Amanda asked. Your face is very pale. Did something happen? I think I drank too much wine, big sister, Princess Vanessa stuttered. Although Princess Amanda and Princess Hannah were not her blood-related sisters, Vanessa had always referred to them as big sisters, and the two princesses treated her like their own. Princess Vanessa's twin brother, Prince Rainier, looked at his sister with worry. Vanessa, do you want to return to the academy? Prince Rainier inquired. I can take you back if you're not feeling well. Sorry, everyone. Princess Vanessa lowered her head. I think I will return to the academy. I'm not feeling well. Princess Amanda patted the younger princess' head. I knew that it might be a bit early for you to drink wine, but I still allowed it because today was a day for celebration. I shouldn't have forced you earlier. I'm sorry, Vanessa. It's fine, big sister, Princess Vanessa stuttered. As a member of the royal family, I have to get used to it sooner or later. Prince Rainier had already stood up from his seat and walked towards his twin sister. He was quite worried about her condition, so he immediately suggested that they returned to the academy in order to allow her to rest. The twins left the tavern, accompanied by their retainers. Their sudden departure didn't decrease the liveliness of the surroundings, because Princess Vanessa and Prince Rainier had always kept a low profile. They were not like Prince Maximilian or Prince Jason that the younger generation looked up to because of the accomplishments that they had achieved in their age. For them, the twins were only part of the Creator royal family and nothing else. Instead of looking at what you can't get, why not look at the one who only has eyes for you? Prince Maximilian muttered. Although he seemed to be just saying random things, Prince Jason understood that the first prince's words were targeted at him. Prince Jason pretended not to hear Prince Maximilian's words and stood up from the table. He then made his way towards William's and Princess Sydney's table while carrying a wine cup in his hand. Clearly, he was not satisfied with the way the two were chatting with each other, and he intended to put a stop to it, by force if he had to. Chapter 536, Sweeter Than Lollipops. Inside the Creator Royal Palace. You've been praising him a lot since you returned here to the Empire, Emperor Leonidas said. At first I thought that you were just exaggerating. But now, I'm starting to think that your praise is well-deserved. Evexius, the Grand Archmage of the Creator Empire, bowed his head respectfully. Your Majesty, that boy is someone we should bring to our side. His potential is limitless. Emperor Leonidas tapped the side of his armchair as he looked outside the window. He didn't agree or disagree with Evexius' proposal, but the Grand Archmage knew that the Emperor had agreed with him. That domain is going to open in 3 months. Emperor Leonidas stared at Evexius. The top finalists in the tournament will participate in exploring that domain. If he becomes one of the finalists, I will consider your suggestion. Evexius nodded. Your Majesty, I only have one concern. Yes, it's Prince Jason. He is in love with Princess Sydney. I'm afraid that he might do something reckless and provoke William. Emperor Leonidas hummed as he leaned on his chair. You may go, Evexius. Whatever happens between Jason and that boy, William, is something that they have to settle between themselves. Why, Your Majesty, you mean? Nothing is settled yet. It will depend on both of their performances in the upcoming tournament. Also, His Excellency Amun is expecting that boy's visit to his temple. Evexius frowned, but didn't say anything. It was not his place to ask what their god wanted from the boy. The only thing he cared about was the continuous prosperity of the Creator Empire. Hey, Shepherd, looks like you did well in the assessment test, Prince Jason said as he walked up towards William's and Princess Sydney's table. The half-elf turned his head to look at the prince before raising any of his eyebrows. And you are? William asked. The corner of Prince Jason's lips twitched because of the half-elf's unexpected reply. They were currently in the Creator Empire, and he was its 5th prince. Also, they had met several times back in the southern continent, and William was pretending that he didn't know him. Absurd. Princess Sydney lowered her head, because she was doing her best to suppress a giggle from escaping her lips. William really knew how to get on people's nerves. The half-elf had probably known that Prince Jason was after his woman. Since that was the case, he didn't need to be civil with him, even if he was the prince of the Creator Empire. Surely you jest? Prince Jason said with a smile. How can you possibly not know me? Are you famous then? William asked back. I don't really know who you are. Can you please introduce yourself to me? The lively tavern became silent as everyone listened to William's and Prince Jason's conversation. Everyone was thinking the same thing. How could you possibly not know the name of our prince? Suddenly a loud laughter reverberated inside the room. The first prince of the Creator Empire, Prince Maximilian, laughed heartily as he looked at William from his table. This was the first time that he had seen someone toying with Prince Jason, and it raised his impression of the red-headed teenager drastically. William, was it? Prince Maximilian raised his wine cup after his laughter ended. I toast to your good health. William raised his own wine cup with a smile. It is my honor for Prince Maximilian to know my lowly name. May your highness live a long and happy life. Cheers. Both teenagers raised their wine cup and drank its contents happily. There was a famous saying that the enemy of your enemy is your friend. Since it was very obvious that both of them treated Prince Jason as their enemy, they would stick together as allies. Are you still going to act dumb, shepherd? Prince Jason inquired. You know the name of the first prince and you don't know mine? He was currently doing his best to stop himself from throwing his wine cup at the irritating half-elf who was mocking him on purpose. Sorry, but I only know famous people, William replied with an apologetic expression. Prince Maximilian is the first prince of the Creator Empire and held the highest record in the previous assessment test. A celebrity like him is well known by everyone. Let's go back to the topic. Who are you again? Another loud laughter from the first prince erupted and it grated in Prince Jason's ears. If not for the fact that there were many witnesses inside the tavern, he would have already engaged William in a duel. In the end, the fifth prince of the Creator Empire held his irritation back and decided to play along with the half-elf's game. Listen, I am the fifth prince of the Creator Empire, Prince Jason said with veiled contempt. Jason, how Creator? Chiffon, you should eat more vegetables instead of eating only meat. William placed a few carrot sticks on Chiffon's plate while the latter nodded her head obediently. I want you to grow up as a beautiful lady in the future, so you need to eat a balanced diet. Do you understand? Yes, big brother, Chiffon replied. I will do as you say. Good girl. What did you say your name was again? William asked as he shifted his attention back to Prince Jason, whose hand was already on the hilt of his dagger. You bastard. Stop messing around. Prince Jason shouted and his aura exploded around him. A powerful gust of wind blew away the tables near him, including the nobles' tables, who were watching the scene with dumbfounded faces. The fifth prince was about to lunge towards William to beat the crap out of him, but two people grabbed both of his arms and held him in place. Cousin, get a hold of yourself. Prince Maximilian warned as he held Prince Jason's right arm firmly. Remember where we are. If news of this spreads, your reputation will suffer. The third prince of the Creator Empire, Kevin Creator, grabbed Prince Jason's left arm to prevent him from making a bigger scene. He's right, cousin, Prince Kevin commented. If the Emperor got wind of this, you might get punished for endangering the lives of the other nobles. Prince Kevin had already placed a magical circle around the three of them to prevent anyone from listening to their conversations. Although there were some people that were capable of lip reading, since most noble children weren't taught the skill by their parents. Prince Jason forcefully reined in his anger and stopped struggling. He gave the half-elf one last glare before telling his cousins to release him. Prince Maximilian and Prince Kevin let go of his arms, but remained where they were. Although they would like to see Prince Jason make a fool of himself, it would reflect badly on them if news of the fifth prince rampage was to reach the ears of the Emperor and their parents. Since they were at the scene, they were duty-bound to stop Prince Jason's reckless actions to preserve the dignity of the royal family. Not doing anything would definitely make the Emperor become disappointed in them, and this was something that they didn't want to happen. Prince Jason turned around to leave the tavern before he totally lost control of his remaining reason. His lackeys hurriedly followed behind him, but none of them dared to talk to him or walk near him. Only fools would do that, and they were not fools. You really are something, Sir William. Prince Maximilian praised. I have heard great things about you. The hero that had protected his kingdom from an elven invasion, truly a man of the times. I wish that I can be someone like you. Ha ha ha. You praise me too much, Your Highness, William replied as he scratched his head. Feel free to praise me more. The corner of Prince Maximilian's and Prince Kevin's lips twitched. After hearing William's reply, the first prince thought that he could settle the conflict by praising the red-headed teenager. However, he underestimated William's shamelessness. What a shameless person. This was the thought of everyone in the room, including the two princes, who were now regretting their earlier action of stopping Prince Jason from beating the crap out of William. Princess Sydney and Ian exchanged a glance as their bodies shook from trying to hold back their laughter. Chiffon, on the other hand, was busy eating the carrot sticks that William had given her. Although she preferred eating William's lollipops, any food in between was fine with her. Big brother sure is nice, Chiffon thought as he looked at the half-elf who was now putting some meat pieces on her plate. Is this what it's like to have a big brother? Chiffon had older brothers and sisters as well. However, they paid her no attention. They avoided her at all times and didn't even want to be in the same place as her. While she was reminiscing these depressing thoughts, she felt a hand brush the top of her head. What's wrong? Are you not hungry anymore? William asked in a teasing voice. Chiffon raised her head to look at the half-elf who was looking at her with a gentle gaze. Suddenly a thought came to her mind as her heart beat wildly inside her chest. I wonder what Big Brother tastes like, Chiffon thought. Will he be as sweet as the lollipops he gives me daily, or will he be sweeter? The little girl didn't know the answers to her question. She hoped that one day, she would get to taste it. The taste of the half-elf who was currently patting her head with a smile. Chapter 537. Is this what it feels like to have a pet? A week passed after the assessment test and things finally settled back inside the academy. However, after the result of the test came out, it brought an unbelievable change to a certain class of the third-year division. Look, it's the Triple S. Damn, this guy's again. Just because they became the top class, they started to become arrogant. The nerve of these bastards. Stanley, the leader of the group, walked arrogantly with his head raised high. Stefan and Scott walked beside him, and both of the boys were smiling. Do you hear that? Stanley asked in a voice that was loud enough for the students to hear. I do. Scott chuckled. It's the sound of sore losers. The students who heard their words feel indignant because the losers of the past were now strutting on their high horse. Shut up, Scott, one of the students of Class C shouted. You only got lucky because of the princess fiancé. You and your class are only riding on his coattails. Pfft. Stanley sniggered as he eyed the student that was looking at them with disdain. You don't understand. From the very beginning this was part of our strategy. What strategy? Stop spouting nonsense. That's right. You only just got lucky. If not for Sir Willia. All of you would still be the worst class in this grade. Jeers and taunts flew in every direction. The spacious hallway that led to the classes of the third year was now crowded with students who couldn't accept the new status quo. Stanley, let's not waste our time on these sore losers. Scott chuckled. This is why they will never raise their ranks. All of them are stupid. What did you say? You want to fight? Come. Show us what you can do, you bootlicker. The crowd circled the three boys, but before they could do anything, a friendly voice called out from behind the crowd. Good morning, everyone. What is all the commotion? William asked as he looked at the crowd that was blocking his way. Chiffon was standing beside him while licking a lollipop. Everyone immediately recognized him and made a path for him to walk through. After the assessment test, William had become the idol of the third-year division. The girls adored him, and the guys wanted to be like him. Although he was not part of the royal family or a member of the nobility, right now, William's status in the academy wouldn't lose to the princes of the Creator Empire. Sir William, these mofos are saying that Class F's rise in the ranks is due to their strategy. They're lying, right? Sir William, I really admire you, I really do, but these bastards are taking credit for all of your hard work. It irritates me. Yes, they even act as if they were the ones responsible for bringing Class F to the top. Several more complaints were hurled in William's direction. A few minutes later, the half-elf raised his right hand to tell everyone to stop. They are telling the truth, William stated. If not for Stanley, Class F would not be in the spot we are now. It was all thanks to him that everything turned out the way it did. Everyone shifted their attention to the good-looking boy who seemed to be waiting for this exact moment. Stanley flicked his light brown hair with his hand and sighed. This is what I've been trying to tell them, but they wouldn't listen. Scott, the chubby boy, shook his head helplessly as he scanned the faces of the crowd that had surrounded them from all sides. Sometimes the truth is hard to believe, but it is still the truth, Scott said sagely. Even if Sir William managed to gain nearly 7 million points, that would not be enough for an entire class to reach the #1 spot. Stanley nodded his head. This is what you call team effort. We just played our role to ensure that all the classes wouldn't know the plan we had decided on beforehand. Stefan, who was just listening at the side, was looking down at his shoes. He didn't dare raise his head because he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to keep a straight face from all the bullshit that his two close friends were saying. That's right. It was a team effort, William agreed as he walked towards his three classmates. He walked while holding Chiffon's hand because he wanted everyone to change their opinion of the little girl whom they had labeled trash eater. Because everyone was focusing on William, they didn't notice the little girl that was by his side. Only after they had regained their senses did they recognize the pink-haired girl whom they had mocked and ridiculed behind her back. "Sir William, why are you with the trash eater?" one of the boys from Class D asked. "Who knows what she ate for breakfast? Maybe she just went to the garbage dump to eat some rotten food that the kitchen had thrown out. Someone like her is not worthy to be by your side," Sir William, a pretty girl, stated. "Having her around will only dirty your good name. Trash eater. Get away from Sir William." The students shifted their attention on the pink-haired girl whose body trembled from their piercing glares. William pulled her close to him in a protective embrace as he glared back at those who were ridiculing his ward. "From this day onward, let it be known that this girl will be under my care," William declared. "She will no longer go to the garbage dump to eat, nor will she sleep in the stables. So, please, everyone, stop calling her trash eater." The students glanced at each other and looked back at Chiffon with a complicated gaze. Her head was currently buried in William's chest, and the half-elf could feel something wet and warm staining his clothes. William's arms held the fragile girl in his embrace as she cried silently. His heart ached because Chiffon was such an adorable and lovable girl. For her to suffer this injustice, due to the sin she carried, left a bitter taste in William's mouth. "Everyone, what's going on here?" Professor Ewan, the homeroom professor of Class F, parted the sea of students that were littering in the hallway. "Classes are about to start," Professor Ewan announced. "Please return to your rooms and wait for your professors." The students gave William and the little girl in his embrace one last glance before returning to their rooms. Soon, only William, Chiffon, and the Triple S remained in the hallway. "Let's go to our room," Professor Ewan stated. "Mr. Ainsworth, I don't mind if you come a bit late, but make sure to come to class. Do you understand?" "Yes, Professor." Professor Ewan herded the other 3 boys into the classroom, while William patted the head of the crying girl who was hugging him tightly. "It's fine," William said softly. "They will change their minds soon. Chiffon is so cute and adorable. I'm sure that after a month or 2, people will start to approach you to become your friends." "I don't need friends," Chiffon replied. "I just need Will, Ian, Sydney, B1 and B2. I don't need anyone else." William's hand that was rubbing Chiffon's head stopped when he heard the little girl's reply. Him, Ian, and Princess Sydney were understandable. However, what surprised him was that Chiffon thought of B1 and B2 as friends. Sensing the hand that was patting her had stopped, Chiffon raised her hand and grabbed it. She then made the motion of patting her head, using William's hand. The half-elf's heart almost melted due to Chiffon's cute gesture, so he immediately returned brushing the little girl's head until she finally calmed down. "This is bad," William thought. "Is this what it feels like to have a pet?" He had never had a pet before, but being around Chiffon was like taking care of a small, adorable pet that followed him around. 10 minutes later, William and Chiffon entered their classroom. The stains on his uniform had already been dried using magic power. He had also used his handkerchief to wipe the tear stains off from Chiffon's face and used a bit of water magic to wash them away. Ian had returned to Class A to watch over Princess Sydney. Her birthday was only 10 days away, and the celebration would be held in Silverwind Academy's grand ballroom. Originally, it was supposed to be in the royal palace. However, after thinking things through, Emperor Leonidas declared that his granddaughter would be celebrating her birthday in the academy. Professor Ewan stood in front of everyone and made an announcement. "Everyone, 10 days from now, we will celebrate Princess Sydney's birthday party here in the academy," Professor Ewan explained. "I want all of you to be on your best behaviors. I know that your heads are in cloud 9 right now due to our current rank. However, remember that we will not always be at the top. Arrogance without the strength to back it up will only cause your downfall. Remember that what goes around comes around. Don't wait for the time when your arrogant words will be sent right back into your faces. This is true, especially for both of you, Stanley and Scott. I've been getting several complaints in the staff room. The 2 of you better behave, or else." Professor Ewan smiled, but his eyes screamed of murder. Stanley and Scott immediately nodded their heads in understanding. William shook his head helplessly because what Professor Ewan said was true. The entirety of Class F had suddenly become arrogant after becoming the top class in the 3rd grade division. The students of Class F had been bullied many times in the past. After having a taste of success, they suddenly felt like they were superior to others. It made them feel that they now had the qualifications to return the favor to those that had wronged them. However, this would not be good in the long run. Fear leads to anger. Anger would lead to hate, and hate would lead to suffering, William thought as he remembered the quote he once had seen in a movie back on Earth. While the half-elf was in the middle of his thoughts, Professor Ewan continued his explanation. A month and a half after Princess Sydney's birthday, the Silverwing tournament will begin, Professor Ewan announced. As you may already know, the winner of this tournament will have one of their wishes granted by the Emperor. This is not compulsory. Those who want to register for the tournament, make sure to tell me a week before the tournament starts. Professor Ewan scanned the crowd. His gaze lingered at William for a few seconds before looking at the other students of his class. Right now, all the professors in the academy had their eyes on William. He was currently the dark horse in the tournament, and everyone wanted to see the power of the teenager, who was now hailed as one of the strongest students in Silverwind Academy. Chapter 538, Ian's and Chiffon's Secret. The days passed swiftly and the staff of the academy busied themselves with the preparations for Princess Sydney's birthday party. Several servants from the royal palace had been sent to the academy to help, and even the head butler of the palace was mobilized into action. Everyone, Her Highness' birthday is just 2 days away, Michaelis, the head butler of the Creator Royal Palace, said in a commanding tone. I don't want any mishaps to happen, so please, do your best. Do I make myself clear? This was not the first time that a member of the royal family had celebrated their birthday in Silverwind Academy. Everyone already knew the arrangements that needed to be made, so the preparation was going at a smooth pace. While everyone was doing their best to make her happy, Princess Sydney was currently inside the beach villa on the 10th floor of the Dungeon of Atlantis. As the day of her 18th birthday drew near, the power inside her body was starting to awaken. It was to the point that William had to help her with maintenance every 2 days to prevent it from breaking out completely. Her voice tinged with pleasure sounded inside the room as William absorbed the power of her divinity inside the gem embedded in his chest. William had to admit that if he didn't have the incubus job class, he would be hard-pressed to help his lover alleviate the burning desire that was threatening to consume her. Darling, I promise that I will not let you rest on your birthday next month, Morgana vowed as she lovingly kissed William's lips. After their passionate kiss ended, the beautiful succubus pressed her sinful body against her beloved before whispering in William's ears. I swore long ago that I will have your babies. I will not let you run away. William kissed Morgana's neck before replying to her. I don't have plans on running away, William whispered. Let's fight for 30 rounds if you like. The winner will get to order the loser to do one thing. What do you say? Sounds good. Sydney is also in agreement. Are you ready to lose, darling? Silly girl. Let's see if you will be able to brag after I'm done with you. The two once again frolicked on the bed, not caring about what was happening in the outside world. Ian was currently taking care of Chiffon. Due to William's declaration that he would take care of her, the students of the academy no longer called her trash eater in the open. Especially since they were aware that the girl no longer visited the garbage dump since she started hanging around William and Princess Sydney. This change in her routine made the other students almost forget the things that she had done in the past. Also, Chiffon was not only well-fed, but also well taken care of. Her uniforms were clean, her hair smooth and silky, and her skin was white and radiant. After weeks of rehabilitation, the pink-haired girl that everyone ridiculed was like a blooming flower that carried the scent of jasmines. Even the boys in the academy were starting to take notice of this cute and adorable girl who seemed to have transformed from a caterpillar into a beautiful butterfly. There were even high-ranking nobles who were starting to think that she would be an ideal lover after a few years, once she had matured. As Ian and Chiffon strolled around the academy, the little girl seemed spaced out. Although she didn't mind being around Ian, she still preferred to hold William's hand. Although it felt rough to the touch, her heart felt at peace whenever they were together. Also, her stock of chocolate lollipops grew by the day. William was able to create 50 of each lollipop type, except for the pink lollipop. The effect of the chocolate lollipop lasts for 3 days. Even if Chiffon were to chew one, it wasn't much of a problem. Chewing the chocolate lollipop made her not feel any hunger for a day. Right now, she had hundreds of them in her storage ring, so she felt at ease. Chiffon was now also able to enjoy regular food like normal people. Back then, she didn't really have the luxury of taking the time to enjoy the taste of the food because her hunger had clouded her other senses. Sometimes, she would wake up in the middle of the night in tears because she had a bad dream. A dream where her current life and the happiness she was experiencing was only an illusion. If not for the fact that she slept beside Princess Sydney every night, the pink-haired girl might have suffered from a nervous breakdown. She didn't want to return to those dark and difficult days when she had to fend for herself alone. Chiffon would rather stay in the dream and never wake up if the reality that awaited her when she opened her eyes was a nightmare that she had to live with for the rest of her life. Ian, when will Big Brother return? Chiffon asked as the two sat on one of the benches overlooking the black giant monument in the plaza. Don't worry. He will be back soon. Ian patted Chiffon's head. Why? Do you miss him already? Chiffon nodded before looking at the giant monument where the names of the most outstanding students of the academy could be seen. William's name shone brightly at the very top of the monument, and Chiffon looked at it with a pout. Although she knew that William was Princess Sydney's fiancé, she couldn't help but feel envious of the beautiful princess because she had what she didn't possess. WH. And the two kissed in front of the girls' dormitory many days ago. She felt a slight pain in her chest. She didn't understand why she felt that way. After leaving the Whispering Wind Tavern, she had consulted William about the pain she had felt back then. What the half-elf did back then was to place his hand over Chiffon's head and close his eyes. Chiffon felt a slight tingling sensation as William activated his life mage job class and used a diagnostic scan on the little girl's body to check if there was something wrong with her. The test results showed that everything was fine and Chiffon was perfectly healthy. The pink-haired girl trusted William with all of her heart, so when the half-elf told her that there was nothing wrong with her, she thought that it was just a figment of her imagination. However, whenever the image of the princess kissing William appeared in her mind, the slight pain returned and it made Chiffon feel uncomfortable. Ian, does your chest hurt sometimes? Chiffon asked. Mine hurts from time to time. Ian frowned and decided to ask Chiffon more about the pain she was experiencing. Although she wasn't an expert in medical knowledge, she still knew the basics on how to deal with simple illnesses. What kind of pain do you feel? Ian asked. Is it a dull pain, a sharp pain, or a stinging pain? Chiffon placed her hand over her chest and closed her eyes. She recalled Princess Sydney kissing William and felt a dull ache spreading in her chest. It's a dull pain, Chiffon replied. If I hold the image long enough, I feel like I will suffocate from the pain. Image? What image? The image of Sydney kissing Big Brother. The pain, it's suffocating. It's hard to breathe. Ian's body stiffened as she looked at the little girl beside her. She then pulled her close and gave her a hug, while silently cursing the half-elf who was spreading his pheromones everywhere. Stop thinking about it, Ian said softly. Nothing is wrong with you. The pain you are feeling is normal. Sometimes, I feel like that too. You do. Chiffon opened her eyes and looked at Ian in surprise. Do you also feel pain when you see Princess Sydney kiss Big Brother? No, Ian firmly shook her head. However, back then, I also felt a similar feeling. Yes. In the past, when William was together with Wendy, Ian felt the same. That dull ache in her chest as she looked at the lovey-dovey couple who were blatantly showing their affection in public. Is this pain really normal? In truth, Ian was on the fence about whether to tell the little girl the truth or not. Maybe it's just a crush, Ian thought. Since William is the first person who treated her kindly, she feels a certain attachment and like for him. The moment that attention is diverted to other people, she unconsciously feels jealousy. Ian sighed internally and cursed the red-headed teenager a second time. Right now, she couldn't tell William what the little girl was going through. Here was a possibility that William would distance himself from Chiffon in order to prevent the little girl from developing feelings for him. She knew that if that were to happen, Chiffon might close up her heart to people and return to the state she was in the past. Ian didn't want to see that happen because she found the little girl too pitiful. Chiffon, don't tell anyone about this, okay? Ian said as she held Chiffon's hand firmly. Not even to Will. This will be our secret. Can you promise me that? Chiffon nodded her head. Although she didn't understand why she must keep the pain she was feeling a secret from William, something inside her was telling her that Ian was right. Then what should I do if I feel the same pain again? Chiffon inquired as she stared straight at Ian's eyes. Ian met her gaze steadily and smiled. It's really simple. Whenever you feel that kind of pain, all you need to do is... Chiffon listened to Ian's suggestions and closed her eyes. As soon as she followed Ian's advice, the pain in her chest disappeared and was replaced by warm and happy feelings. The corner of the little girl's lips rose very slightly. It was very hard to detect, so Ian wasn't able to see it. Ian, you are right, Chiffon said with her eyes still closed. I no longer feel any pain. I feel warm and safe. Ian hummed. Ian then hugged the little girl more firmly. Ian sincerely wished that Chiffon would find happiness in her life, just like how she found her happiness in the embrace of the person she loved. Chapter 539. My taste in men is simply amazing. William looked at the mirror while fixing his hair. It was 6 p.m, and the party in the Academy's grand ballroom was already in full swing. The half-elf didn't intend to go early because he didn't want to become the center of attention. His short exchange with Prince Jason had been a juicy gossip among the nobles, and many were looking forward to seeing how he would conduct himself at the birthday party. If he had his way, he wouldn't bother joining the festivities. However, Sydney had asked him to go, so he had no choice but to go. William looked at his reflection in the mirror and smiled. "Ladies, prepare to get heartbroken," William said as he made a suave pose in front of the mirror. "This, sir, is already taken." Ian, who was in the same room as William, shook her head helplessly. She already knew that William could be childish at times, and she was helpless against it. "Let's go," Ian said as she approached the red-headed teenager who looked very handsome in his suit. "Sydney and Chiffon are already there. Let's not keep them waiting." William nodded. He glanced at the mirror one last time before heading out of the room. Ian played her role as William's retainer and walked a few steps behind him. They had already agreed upon a few things on what they would do at the party, and one of them was lobbying a certain prince that was trying to get his NDS on Princess Sydney. It didn't take long before they arrived at their destination. Several royal guards patrolled the surrounding area to ensure that nothing out of place would transpire during this important event. As soon as William stepped inside the ballroom, Chamberlain announced his name, which made everyone look in his direction. William walked with grace. That wouldn't lose to the members of the royal family. He had already equipped the Sun Knight job class, which greatly enhanced his charisma, making the ladies that looked at him giggle in delight. Princess Vanessa looked at the half-elf from where she was seated with a serious expression. She had also heard what had happened in the tavern after she and her twin brother had left. The princess couldn't believe that someone would treat her beloved that way, and it made her dislike the handsome half-elf who seemed to be enjoying the attention that everyone was giving him. "Brother, do you know anything about him?" Princess Vanessa asked her brother, Prince Rainier, using telepathy. Princess Rainier glanced at William's direction before answering her twin. "I know very little of him. The only thing I know is that he is from the southern continent. He was the one that led the resistance against the elves, who tried to conquer his kingdom. Since they were born as twins, they shared this unique ability to communicate with each other, as long as they were within 5 miles away from each other. This was quite similar to how Ash could talk to William using the gem that was embedded in his chest. The only difference was that Ash could contact William even though they were miles away from each other. As long as both of them were in the same continent, the two lovers could talk to each other wherever and whenever they wanted." Princess Vanessa nodded her head. She also didn't know much about the half-elf, but one thing was clear. He is Big Brother Jason's enemy, Princess Vanessa thought as she looked in the direction where the 5th prince of the Creator Empire was currently at. Prince Jason was at the opposite table, along with Prince Maximilian, Prince Kevin, Princess Sydney, and the girl that everyone in the academy referred to as Trash Eater. The pink-haired girl was wearing a pink ballroom dress that brought out her cuteness. She was like an adorable doll that made everyone attracted to her. Fortunately, this doll didn't know how to smile. If she did, her charm would probably be as destructive as Princess Sydney's. The birthday girl was wearing a red princess ball gown, which enhanced her natural beauty. Her reddish-brown hair was neatly arranged, like that of a bride that was about to be married off to a prince of the neighboring kingdom. A tinge of myrth appeared in her mesmerizing hazel eyes the moment she saw her lover walk in her direction. From within their shared mindscape, Morgana squealed in delight because the half-elf was wearing the clothes that she had personally chosen for the party. She had already memorized William's body size, so it was very easy for her to pick a suit that suited him perfectly. "I knew it. My taste in men is simply amazing. That's our taste in men, big sister." While the two were giggling inside their mindscape, William finally arrived at their table and bowed courteously. "Happy birthday, princess," William said as he looked at the princess with gentle eyes. "May you always find happiness in your life for many more years to come." "Thank you, Sir William," Princess Sydney replied. "Please, enjoy the party." "I shall, Your Highness." William bowed his head once more before shifting his attention to the adorable pink-haired girl seated beside Princess Sydney. "You look very cute in that dress, Chiffon," William grinned. "Really?" Chiffon asked half in doubt. It was Princess Sydney that had picked the dress that she was wearing at the party. At first, she refused to dress up and insisted on only wearing her uniform. However, when the princess mentioned that William would definitely praise Chiffon if she dressed up, the latter reluctantly agreed to Princess Sydney's arrangement. "Yes, you're very cute." William nodded in affirmation. "Well then, shall we go?" William extended his hand to Chiffon, and the latter subconsciously reached out her hand as well. She had always been with William most of the time, and holding his hand felt natural to her. "I'll be taking her for now, princess," William said with a smile. "Okay." Princess Sydney nodded. However, before William could leave, Princess Sydney took the initiative to ask him for something that made Prince Jason frown. "Sir William, can I reserve you for my first dance?" Princess Sydney asked in a teasing tone. Prince Jason looked at the princess before glaring in William's direction. He had already planned on asking her out for the first dance, but it seemed that his beloved cousin planned to avoid his advances. Naturally, William nodded. After all, I am your fiancé. It is only natural for me to have your first and last dance. The way William said the words had a deeper meaning in it. The beautiful princess and her seductive other half immediately understood what William was talking about, and they couldn't help but blush because of his boldness. I will look forward to it then, Sir William, Princess Sydney replied and gave William the "you're not getting any sleep tonight" wink. This playful exchange between the two made Prince Maximilian and Prince Kevin give each other a knowing glance. They didn't expect that William was capable of doing such a feat, especially when he was in the presence of the royal family. You think too highly of yourself, Shepherd, Prince Jason commented from the side. Know your place. Prince Jason wasn't planning on saying anything, but the moment he saw the blush on his beloved's face, his jealousy burned within his chest. Everyone was paying close attention to what was happening at the table of the royal family. Although the nobles kept their distance and were chatting with each other, their ears and eyes had locked into the conversation that Prince Jason and William were having. William frowned as he glanced at the prince who was staring daggers in his direction. Who are you again? William asked. Sorry, but I only know important people. Princess Sydney's, Prince Maximilian's, and Prince Kevin's bodies stiffened at the same time. They didn't expect that William would openly provoke Prince Jason in front of everyone in Silverwind Academy. The three princes wanted to slap the half-elf because he intended to have a repeat of what he did in the tavern, which was so close to becoming a brawl between William and Prince Jason. Oh, this is interesting. Someone in my empire doesn't know the name of one of my grandsons. A deep and powerful voice said from behind William. William turned around as he respectfully bowed his head in greeting. Good evening, Your Majesty. William greeted Emperor Leonidas. Emperor Leonidas gave him a brief nod in acknowledgement before repeating his question. Tell me, do you really not know his name? Emperor Leonidas inquired. Evexius, who was standing not far from the emperor's side internally. The emperor of the Creator Empire was someone that protected the reputation of the royal family. Anyone who dared to step on its dignity would be sent to the prison to be tortured for an entire week before sending them to the gallows to be executed. Sorry, but I don't really know who he is, William replied fearlessly. Why would I bother to know the name of the person that is eyeing my fiancé with lusty eyes? All the students, including the professors inside the great ballroom, sucked in a deep breath after hearing William's words. Although they were surprised that the half-elf dared to talk back to their emperor, they were more surprised at the bomb that William had thrown at them. Their gazes landed on the fifth prince of the Creator Empire, who had a calm expression on his face. If what William said was true, Prince Jason's reputation would take a beating, and he would be the subject of the most juicy gossip the Creator Empire had ever heard in a long time. Chapter 540. Too smart for your own good. I don't know if you are very brave or very stupid, Emperor Leonidas commented as he appraised the young man in front of him. I think it is the latter. William chuckled as he faced the emperor with a devilish smile. That is also what the elves thought, before they got massacred. They thought of me as a stupid country bumpkin that only knew how to rear sheep in the countryside. Joke's on them, I'm not someone that they can step on lightly. You should have seen the look on their faces, Your Majesty, when they're demigod. William didn't finish his words and left it hanging in the air. His words carried confidence and even a subtle hint that he could do the same to the demigod of the Creator Empire if they went too far and annoyed him. Naturally, this was just a bluff. He was only able to capture Separin, the demigod of the elves, because Takum had helped him seal him for a period of time. If the pocket cube alone had been used against a demigod, it would immediately be destroyed and the capture would automatically fail. If Takum didn't partake in Sephiron's capture, William would have had no way to deal with the demigod of the Silvermoon continent. He would probably run back to Lant and hug Vlad's legs and ask him to deal with the demigod who wanted to bully him. This boy sure knows how to cause a scene. Evexius was starting to regret his decision of accompanying the emperor to attend Princess Sydney's birthday party. The last time someone threatened me, they suffered terribly before they died, Emperor Leonidas said. What a coincidence, William smirked. I'm good friends with the dead. Do you want me to meet up with my friends, Your Majesty? William subtly opened the portal that led to the Undying Lands. 8 powerful auras descended inside the ballroom, which made everyone gasp for breath. Before he came to the party, he visited the Undying Lands and asked Malachi if the demigod could help him with his bluff. After the war ended, Malachi had stepped into the ranks of the demigods, but he was still unable to break the chains that bound him. He would have to wait for a year or two before he was freed of his shackles. Malachi agreed with William's request because he was feeling bored. Since there was nothing to do within the Undying Lands, scaring a human emperor was a good way to pass the time. Emperor Leonidas had heard from Evexius that several powerful undead helped William in the war against the elves. Since he didn't see it personally, he was unable to estimate how strong these undead were. The Emperor of the Creator Empire felt a chill run down his spine when he sensed something sinister among the 8 auras that leaked into the Great Ballroom. He wasn't too worried about the other 7 powerful auras that were being released. Although these auras belonged to the peak of the Myriad Beast category, they were no match for the demigod that watched over the Creator Empire. What unnerved him was the 8th aura that he had perceived. This aura clearly belonged to a demigod, and a very powerful one. It was a presence that was stronger than the protectors of the Empire and the demigod that ruled them all. "Your Majesty, I want to visit Amun's temple," William said. "You're going to give me permission, yes?" William was sick and tired of waiting for the Emperor to give him permission to meet with Amun. He didn't come to the Creator Empire to enroll at Silverwind Academy or to play mind games with the royal family. Also, he still had to go to the Misty sect for his promised battle with Rebecca that would be happening on the founding anniversary of her sect. Since the Emperor wasn't taking him seriously, he had no choice but to show Emperor Leonidas that he was someone that the royal family didn't have the leisure to ignore. William closed the connection to the Undying Lands because everyone in the ballroom, except for Princess Sydney, Chiffon, Ian, Emperor Leonidas, and Evexius, were already gasping for breath. The half-elf had shielded his 2 lovers and the little girl that was holding his hand from the effect of the undead auras. For someone of Malachi's level, his aura was several times more powerful than Escalar's dragon fear that could easily paralyze anyone below the adamantium rank, centennial rank. "Since today is my fiancé's birthday, I will wait to receive His Majesty's answer tomorrow," William said as he gave Emperor Leonidas a curt nod. He then guided Chiffon towards the table of Class F, who was looking at him as if he was a monster. "Darling is so awesome! Damn, that confidence gave me the chills." Morgana had entered her fangirl state as she cheered for William inside their shared mindscape. Princess Sydney, on the other hand, had a complicated look on her face as she gazed at her lover from afar. "Will, you took things too far." Princess Sydney sighed. William had already told her his frustrations about the lack of reply from Emperor Leonidas in regards to his request. She had also helped William and talked to her grandfather once, but the latter brushed her inquiry aside and changed the topic. "Sydney, sometimes, the most direct method is the most effective. Darling is usually a carefree person, but when it comes to things that are important to him, he will not back down. I'm sure that he will do the same for us if we were in Asha's and S circumstances." Princess Sydney smiled bitterly because she also understood this. It is because she understood that William's action made things complicated. "Grandfather is not someone who takes threats lightly," Princess Sydney said. "Although he will give Will his permission to visit Amun's temple, our lover's relationship with the Creator royal family will not be the same again." "No, Sydney. I think you are misunderstanding something," Morgana replied to her other half with a smirk. "This is not where we belong. We are from the southern continent, and we will return there someday. Whatever the Creator Emperor wants to do with his empire is none of your business. With that said, who we want to marry is none of his business as well." Princess Sydney's eyes widened in realization. She had completely forgotten that she was only visiting the Creator Empire because she wanted to help William meet with Amun in his temple. Her other half was right. She didn't belong in the Creator Empire. Wherever William would be, that was where she would belong. "Thank you for reminding me, big sister. I had practically forgotten that this was not the place I was born due to the VIP treatment that we are receiving. You're too smart for your own good, Sydney. Don't worry, as long as I'm around, you don't have to worry about the small stuff." Evexius walked towards Emperor Leonidas and stood by his side. He had served the Emperor for many years and knew his personality. Deep inside, he was even anticipating what was going to happen in the future. "Congratulations, Your Majesty," Evexius said through telepathy. "You succeeded in probing one of William's trump cards." The corner of Emperor Leonidas' lips raised slightly. Just like what Evexius had said, he was only probing William. He wanted to know how the half-elf would react if he faced him directly. The Emperor of the Creator Empire wanted to know where William's confidence was coming from. "You're right, Evexius," Emperor Leonidas replied. "I underestimated him. With this, I have gained more confidence in the plan we have in mind. We are going to proceed as planned." Evexius briefly nodded his head to acknowledge his Emperor's command. "As you wish, Your Majesty." Chapter 541. I am the one that makes the rules. The sound of music permeated the grand ballroom as 2 people danced at its center. Princess Vanessa watched the 2 of them from afar in admiration, but it only ended in admiration. She didn't envy them, nor felt jealousy. In fact, she even felt happy because William had made his stance. Princess Vanessa hoped that after William's show of force, her beloved prince would give up on his pursuit from their cousin that hailed from the southern continent. William firmly held Princess Sydney's hand and waist as they danced across the ballroom. The princess had a sweet smile on her face as she looked at her lover lovingly. They were like a match made in heaven, and everyone couldn't help but sigh in their hearts because the gorgeous pair looked good together. What they didn't know was that the two lovers were in fact having a serious talk as they danced. What would you do if the emperor didn't give you permission to visit Amun's temple out of spite? Princess Sydney asked. You should have endured a bit, Will, and talked to him properly. Sydney, you and I both know that talking to him will not work, William replied. The emperor is merely gauging me to see what I can do. Well, if he refuses to give me permission, I'll find other means to sneak into Amun's temple. You're still going even if it means burning the bridge between you and the emperor? Yes. I don't have much time left to do the things I need to do. I'm on a tight schedule. I suggest that the three of us elope. I bet that would be very interesting. William's smile stiffened because Morgana could also communicate with him directly due to the added feature on the collar of Wisteria. As long as they were a mile away from each other, communication was possible. The half-elf had also explained to Princess Sydney that whenever her divinity was going out of control, she should just immediately teleport to the 1000th Beast domain and ask William to help her. Princess Sydney knew that her lover couldn't stay with her all the time because someone like him carried many responsibilities. This was why being able to enter the 1000th Beast domain at any given time was an advantage on her part. Among William's lovers, she was the only one that had been given this capability. She could come and see him anytime and return to the exact place where she activated the collar when she exited the domain. You read too many novels, Morgana, William replied at Sydney's other half that had been inspired by the latest romance book that she had read. Boo. Darling, you're no fun. Princess Sydney chuckled internally as William and Morgana started a debate at the pros and cons of elopement. Soon, the music came to an end, and both of them bowed to each other. Just as William expected, Prince Jason had stood up from his seat and walked towards Princess Sydney. It was obvious that he was planning to ask her for a dance, but William had already taken this into consideration. Would you honor me with a dance, Princess? Ian bowed respectfully and offered his hand to Princess Sydney. It will be my honor, Sir Ian, Princess Sydney replied and accepted the invitation. Prince Jason stopped halfway when he saw the recent development. William shot him a smirk before going towards his table, where Chiffon was waiting for him. The pink-haired girl looked at William with a calm expression. She was waiting for William to sit beside her so that she wouldn't feel lonely while Ian was away. Do you want to dance? William asked. Chiffon pondered William's question for a while before giving her answer. I don't know how to dance, Chiffon replied. But I memorized how you danced with Princess Sydney. I don't know if I can fully imitate it, but I'll know when I try. Oh! Are you good at memorization? Well, I can remember everything that I see. William looked at the adorable girl with a curious gaze. He had heard that there were people that had incredibly good memories because they could remember practically everything that they had seen. The term used for this was photographic memory. Well then, why don't we give it a try? William asked. Will you honor me with this dance, my lady? Chiffon stood up from her seat and held William's outstretched hand. Other people were also going to the dance floor with their partners. Surprisingly, Prince Jason and Princess Vanessa were also on the dance floor, right next to Princess Sydney and Ian. The one that invited Prince Jason to dance was none other than Princess Vanessa. Since the prince was already standing in the ballroom, it would be awkward if he returned to his seat empty-handed. Because of this, Princess Vanessa took the initiative to invite him to dance with her. The prince politely accepted her request and led her to the center of the dance floor, where the apple of his eye was standing. He really does. "Ain't know when to give up," William thought as she led Chiffon right next to Princess Sydney. Emperor Leonidas and Evexius looked at the scene from afar with knowing smiles on their faces. "It's good to be young," Emperor Leonidas said. Evexius nodded as he eyed the 6 children from afar. Princess Vanessa had grown to be a fine and considerate lady. It's just a shame that the one she likes doesn't return her advances. Also, that girl, Chiffon, looks better now compared to how she was when she first arrived here. Emperor Leonidas shifted his attention to the pink-haired girl that was dressed like a princess. Although he wouldn't say it out loud, he was quite happy with the way the little girl was being cared for by William, Princess Sydney, and Ian. "Her father is a bastard," Emperor Leonidas commented. "Seriously, we should have stopped April back then. She deserves someone better." Evexius sighed as he nodded his head. "Sometimes, I think that she would have been happier if you had taken her as your concubine, your majesty." "Yes, I should have done that. At least she wouldn't be dead, Emperor Leonidas replied. His voice was tinged with regret. Even if everyone in the family had to post it back then, I should have been more bold. Now it's too late. The only thing I can do is to watch over her daughter in her place, which I've also failed to do quite miserably. If not for that boy, William, Chiffon might still be eating at that garbage dump right now. Emperor Leonidas looked at the little girl who was dancing with the red-headed teenager. Although her movements were a bit stiff, William was able to guide her properly. I forgot to tell you, Your Majesty, that person's envoys arrived at our borders yesterday. They will arrive in the academy anytime. I'm sure that they will not be very happy if they see her being treated well. They will definitely demand that we cut any form of support to her immediately. Ignore them. They might insist that it is their duty and make contact with Chiffon, Evexias stated. It's very possible that they might take her away by force if we don't comply. Emperor Leonidas chuckled as he shifted his attention to his Grand Archmage. If they make any trouble, you have my permission to kick them out by force, Emperor Leonidas replied. This is my empire. I am the one that makes the rules. If we can't even protect one little girl, then wouldn't we become the laughingstock of the central continent? Also, I doubt that he of all people will care. After all, he was the one that tossed the child away. Someone like him doesn't deserve to be a father. Evexias nodded. Do I have your permission to eliminate them, Your Majesty? I leave it in your care, Evexias. Just make it so that it doesn't get traced back to us. Understood. When the second dance ended, Prince Jason approached Princess Sydney to invite her to dance with him. However, the princess politely declined his request with the excuse that she was tired from dancing. She then walked towards the table of the emperor and sat on his right side. Prince Jason had no choice but to let her go and join the other princes at the table reserved for them. The night went on, and the party went without any mishaps. Prince Jason made several attempts, but all of them were in vain because William blocked him every time. After several attempts, Prince Jason reluctantly backed off. He didn't want to create a scene, so he held back his anger as he stared hatefully at the half-elf who was chatting happily with Chiffon. Just you wait, I will show you your place in the tournament, Prince Jason vowed. It is not only you that can jump in the ranks using an ability. I can do that too. A week ago, Prince Jason had been called by the Oracle at Amun's temple. There he received an artifact that was said to be one of Amun's possessions. Although the prince was surprised at the unexpected gift that came from the Creator family's patron god, he was quite happy to receive it. He believed that William was only superior to him due to the half-elf's ability to jump to the ranks of a saint for a short period of time. Now that Prince Jason had the same ability in his possession, he wanted everyone to witness that William was nothing special. The only reason why he hadn't used this ability yet was because of Amun's condition was that he could only use it during the tournament. Outside of the academy. Let us in, we want to see Chiffon, a man wearing a black robe demanded. We have an agreement. I know, but we can't allow you to enter the academy right now, the captain of the guards of the academy replied. Today is Princess Sydney's birthday, and the royal family is inside. If the emperor sees you right now, he might become annoyed. I advise you to come back in 2 days. I promise that I won't get in your way then. The black-robed man frowned and exchanged a glance with their leader. He was only the spokesperson of their envoy, and it was not up to him to call the shots. Fine. We will leave for now, a deep and powerful voice stated. We will return in 2 days. Make sure that you won't get in our way then. As long as you don't do anything unnecessary to the students of the academy, then I will allow you to pass. Remember, you are only allowed to see and talk to Chiffon. Contact with the other students is prohibited. The leader of the envoy nodded. He gave the gates of the academy one last glance before walking away under the cover of darkness. Their mission was to check on Chiffon to make sure she was suffering. If she was not, then they would do their best to make her life miserable. It was the mission that had been assigned to them by their lord who ruled in the northern continent, and they were duty-bound to see it through at all cost. Chapter 542, To Damnation and Beyond. In a seaside port located in the Hellon Kingdom. Mistress, it's time to go, Oliver said as he looked at the beautiful elf that was drinking tea while staring outside of the room of their inn. The ship bound for the central continent will be leaving in 2 hours. We should board it now, mistress. Celine placed the empty teacup on the table, but she didn't stand up right away. Instead, she glanced at the parrot monkey that had accompanied her for many years. Oliver, have you ever had the urge to return to the Silvermoon continent? Celine asked. No, mistress, Oliver answered in a heartbeat. I don't have much attachment to the Silvermoon continent. Oh! I always thought that you wanted to see grandfather. While it's true that I think of him from time to time, I have no intentions of returning to the Silvermoon continent. Of course, if mistress wants to go there, I will have no choice but to accompany you on your journey. Celine smiled wryly as she stood up from her seat. She then took a purple hat and covered her face with a veil. As a very beautiful elf, she was always in danger of being targeted by people with bad intentions. Of course, Celine had dealt with several of these people in the past and had sent all of them to the afterlife. 2 hours later, the ship headed for the central continent blew its horn to announce its departure. Celine, who was standing at the deck of the ship, looked at the southern continent with a sad expression. "When I first arrived here, I didn't have any expectations," Celine said softly. "I thought that I would be living a dull and monotonous life, but Lady Fate thought otherwise." Oliver, who was hiding in her shadow, listened attentively. He knew that Celine was feeling emotional and decided to let her relieve the burdens in her chest. "Isn't it funny, Oliver? I never imagined that I would have a disciple in this lifetime." Celine chuckled. "It's quite unfortunate that the disciple I chose is a troublemaker. He always makes me worry." "That he is, my lady. That he is." "Say, Oliver, do you think that we made the wrong decision in teaching William the dark arts?" The parrot monkey pondered this question seriously. After a few minutes of silence, Oliver said his honest thoughts for Celine to hear. "I think we made the right decision." "You think?" Oliver nodded his head. "If Mistress didn't make William her disciple, I'm sure that life would have been boring. While it's true that he has a penchant for trouble, he is also someone that strives to reach greater heights." Celine nodded in agreement. Although she didn't want to admit it, she was very proud of William. During the war against the elves, the boy went above and beyond her expectations. "I only have one last thing to impart to him before I go and meet Master in the Demon Continent," Celine said. "Oliver, I think it would be best if you stayed by William's side. That way you would be able to dash." "I won't leave you, mistress." Oliver cut Celine off before she could finish what she wanted to say. "William doesn't need me or he's no longer the helpless child that we need to save from time to time. He can already stand on his own. Also, I don't want the mistress to be lonely. That is why wherever you will go, I will follow." "Thank you, Oliver." Celine looked at the southern continent that was slowly getting farther and farther away. She had already said her goodbyes to the people in Lant and had tied up all loose ends before leaving. Celine didn't know how many years it would take before she returned to the southern continent. The path that she had chosen was a thorny one, and salvation may be out of her reach. Even so, she still wanted to meet William and her twin sister, Celeste, one last time before seeing her master in the Demon Continent. It had been many years since she had seen Celeste. Although the twins didn't know when the prophecy of the elves would come to pass, Celine felt that it would be happening soon. Because of this, she wanted to meet the people that were important to her before destiny took its hold of her. "Oliver, if I decided to turn this world upside down, would you still stay by my side?" Celine inquired. If possible, she didn't want her loyal retainer to be mixed up in the struggles that she would face in the future. Celine would rather choose to be lonely than to see the parrot monkey follow her down a path of no return. "I will, my lady," Oliver answered. "I will follow you, to damnation and beyond." Inside the Thousand Beast domain, a pretty elf sighed in pleasure as sharp fangs sank into her neck. Her name was Charmaine, and she was one of the 13 elves that served as William's blood banks. They were part of the elven army that tried to conquer the Hellon Kingdom and became his spoils of war. All of their memories had been erased by the undead lich, and the latter had made sure that they would be loyal to their new master, William. Ash had pleaded with William on their behalf, and the half-elf agreed that he would set them free after a few years. After a few minutes, William retracted his fangs and healed the wounds that he had made on the elf's slender neck. "Thank you, Charmaine," William said as he patted her head. "You can now put your clothes back on." "You're welcome, Master," Charmaine replied as a blush spread across her face. "I will always be here if you need feeding. Don't hesitate to call me anytime." William nodded his head. He watched as Charmaine wore the maid's uniform that he had bought for her from the godshop. Once she was properly dressed, she gave William a respectful bow before leaving the room. After the elf had left, William closed his eyes and asked the system to take him to the auction of the gods. He currently had 4,450,642 god points, and he planned to participate in the morning auction to see if there were items that were worth bidding for. The morning auction was an auction exclusive to the followers of the gods of the temple. This is where several candidates like William LD auctioned their goods that they had acquired in their current world. Naturally, if the quality of these goods passed a certain threshold, it would be automatically sent to the night auction where the gods would be able to bid for it. Just like what happened to William when the system sent the demigod Sephiron for auction. 200,000 god points. 250. For 100. William leaned on his couch as he listened to the bidders raise the price of the items that were auctioned. So far, he hadn't seen anything that caught his fancy. "Looks like today is another miss," William thought as the auctioneer presented the last item to be auctioned. The beautiful lady who served as the host of the auction smiled at the crowd. The last item to be auctioned is an exotic-grade gauntlet, the lady declared. Although it is labeled as an exotic-grade weapon, its true rank is pseudo-legendary. A weapon that even heroes from any world would want to have in their possession. When the cloth that covered the glass casing of the weapon was removed, William instinctively felt that this would be a good gift for Chiffon. During the battle at the 50th floor of the Mirage Caverns, Chiffon's gauntlets broke. The gauntlets she used were nothing special and could be bought from or commissioned by any blacksmith in the Empire. However, William always wanted to give her something that was more durable and packed a stronger punch. The name of this weapon is Titania's Gauntlets, the lady declared. A gauntlet that had been forged by the Fairy Queen herself. It is slotted with a special gem that allows its wielder to use the wind element proficiently even though they may not have the affinity for it. Gauntlet-type weapons were not very popular in the auction because people preferred using swords, spears, axes, and other martial weapons. This was why it was being auctioned in the morning auction instead of the night auction. The auction house hoped that there would be some melee fighters who would be tempted by the pseudo-legendary label that they had attached to the weapon. After seeing the lackluster response of the audience, the beautiful lady felt anxious. However, she still raised her slender hand and commenced the start of the bidding. Bidding starts at 500,000 God points with an increment of 100,000. Bidding starts now. Chapter 543, When was the last time you ate trash? Titania's gauntlet was a pair of dark steel gauntlets with gold-plated lines engraved over it. Its design was similar to the Infinitia gauntlets that he had seen in a movie, which was used by a supervillain to wipe out half the population of the universe. William noticed that only one of the gauntlets had a green gem embedded on it that glowed with a greenish light. There were 5 slots in each gauntlet, which meant that it was possible to embed other gems in it to increase its power. Although William didn't know how he could procure these other gems, the most important matter at the moment was securing the gauntlet. He could worry about the elemental gems later. 500,000. William raised his bid as soon as the auctioneer opened the bidding. 600,000. 700,000. The half-elf narrowed his eyes because he expected that there would be interested parties that would bid for it as well. However, he had no intention of backing down. 1.3 million. William declared. William wanted to intimidate everyone, so he decided to raise the bid instantly. He only hoped that the other bidders would be intimidated and back off because he had limited funds. Unfortunately, there were others that had also noticed the potential of the gauntlets and wanted to acquire it for themselves. 2 million. One of the bidders declared. 2.5 million. William countered. 3 million. The person who had outbid William earlier shouted. Clearly, he was not going to back down. William only had over 4 million God points, and he had already gone past his budget. He leaned back on the comfortable couch and sighed in regret. Host, if you like, I can analyze the gauntlet and create a recipe that you could use to craft a near replica of it using the blacksmith job class. However, you will need to pay 100,000 God points for it. Would you like to proceed with the analysis? The system's words were like music in William's ears. He had completely forgotten about his blacksmith job class. Although its level wasn't high enough to create Titania's gauntlets, creating a near replica was not impossible. Yes, analyze it for me. Starting analysis. After William stopped bidding for the gauntlet, the auctioneer tried to hype it up a little more, but the bidders had already decided to give up. They were only candidates, and their funds were limited. They couldn't compete with big shots that were greatly favored by their patron gods that showered them with God points. Going once. Sold for 3 million God points. The auctioneer's gavel slammed on her desk, marking the end of the auction. William waited in bated breath as the system rapidly analyzed the gauntlets before it was taken away by the staff of the auction house. Only after William heard the familiar notification sounds did he breathe a sigh of relief. Analysis completed. Titania's gauntlet, replica, crafting recipe has been acquired. God points, 4,350,642. William hurriedly checked the materials needed to craft the gauntlet. Not only that, the exact process on how he could craft it was also written in the recipe that the system had analyzed for him. A little tricky but not impossible, William pondered. If I succeed, it will take me 3 days to craft it. The materials that I need are a bit pricey, but they are still within the acceptable range. After confirming the things he needed, he asked the system to purchase the items that he currently didn't have in his possession. I need to tell Ash and Sydney that I will be gone for a day or two, William mused as he returned to the Thousand Beast domain. For the time being, I'll have both of them to look after Chiffon while I'm gone. Just as soon as William returned to his room inside the boys' dormitory, Ash's voice sounded inside his head, and it sounded very urgent. Will, come and help us, Asha said in a voice laced with anxiousness. There are 6 people that have us surrounded. It seems that they know Chiffon and wanted to take her away. Please, Herkaya. Ash's words were cut off, and it sounded that she had been attacked by someone. William immediately dashed out of his room and asked the system to pinpoint her location. After finding her coordinates, William clad himself in lightning and disappeared from where he stood. 15 minutes earlier, Ian and Chiffon went to see the garden of Silverwind Academy. The two were admiring the beautiful scenery around them when suddenly, 6 people encircled them while they were taking a stroll in the garden. Ian immediately knew that something was wrong because the moment Chiffon saw one of the men, her body stiffened and started to shake uncontrollably. She then pulled the little girl close to her as she eyed the adults with a guarded stance. "Who are you and what do you want?" Ian asked. One of the men stepped forward and gave Chiffon a sidelong glance before shifting his attention to Ian. The man seemed to be in his mid-20s and had short purple hair. He also had above-average looks, but his light red eyes, that were looking at Ian, weren't friendly. "Who I am is not important," the purple-haired man replied. "We have no business with you. Our purpose for coming here is to talk to that little girl by your side. Chiffon, come with us. I'm sure that you don't want your friend to be involved in our business, right?" Chiffon's body shuddered even more when the man called out her name. The little girl felt her legs weaken and would have collapsed on the ground if Ian didn't support her body right away. "I don't want to talk," Chiffon stuttered. Please, I've been a good girl. I haven't done anything wrong." The purple-haired man eyed the shivering girl from head to foot. His eyes were filled with ridicule and contempt as he took a step forward to grab Chiffon's wrist. The little girl cried out in fear and clung to Ian like her life depended on it. "Let her go now, or I'll call the guards," Ian threatened as he wrapped his arms around Chiffon to prevent anyone from taking her away. The purple-haired man chuckled as he firmly held Chiffon's wrist like a vice grip. The little girl was in a state of complete fear that it had overridden the pain she was currently experiencing from the man's strong grip. "Guards," the purple-haired man snorted. "Are you talking about those guards over there?" The purple-haired man pointed at a dozen guards in the entrance. They were blocking the entrance of the garden and prevented any students from coming in. It was quite obvious that they were in cahoots with the 6 men that were surrounding 2 of their academy's students. "Chiffon, you look so pretty and neat right now," the purple-haired man said with a smile. "Tell me, when was the last time you visited the garbage dump? When was the last time you ate trash? Is it your nickname Trash Eater? Why have you stopped eating it?" A tear slid down the side of Chiffon's face, followed by another. Soon, the pink-haired girl's face was stained by tears as she started to wail and struggle from her captor's grip. "Bastard! Let her go!" Ian summoned her water whip and immediately attacked the man out of anger. However, the man was already on his guard and summoned his own weapon to deflect Ian's attack. "Since you attacked first, I will fight back as self-defense," the purple-haired man sneered. "Don't worry, I will not beat you up too much because we have a deal with the academy." The purple-haired man kicked Ian's chest, sending him flying a few meters away from Chiffon. 2 men immediately pinned him down to the ground to prevent him from interfering with their mission. "Ian," Chiffon cried out as she struggled to break free from the man's grip. "Let me go! Let me go!" The purple-haired man chuckled as he grabbed the little girl's neck and lifted her in the air. "Don't worry, I will let you go, but we have to take a trip to the garbage dump first," the purple-haired man said in a teasing tone. "I'm sure that you're very hungry right now, so I'll help you eat a lot." Chiffon's face was starting to redden due to her struggle and lack of air to breathe. The guards who were watching in the distance sighed as they averted their gaze in guilt. If possible, they wanted to help the little girl, but this was what they had agreed upon when the 6 men came to meet Chiffon during Princess Sydney's birthday party. "Chiffon, you're so light right now that I can lift you with a single hand," the man said. "This is no good. You must eat more trash. You need to eat a lot until you are full." Chiffon's gaze was starting to blur due to the lack of oxygen. She had already stopped struggling because it was pointless. The little girl had already accepted her fate and no longer resisted her captor's taunting. Seeing that Chiffon had already given up hope, the purple-haired man sneered internally. He was about to let the little girl go when a flash of light appeared, followed by a loud cracking sound. "Aha!" The purple-haired man screamed in pain as he held his arm, which was now bent in an unnatural angle. Chiffon raised her head to see who had come to save her. Even though her vision was already blurry, she immediately recognized the red-headed teenager who was holding her in a princess carry. "Sorry I'm late," William said in a voice laced with killing intent. After seeing Ian being pinned down on the ground by 2 men and Chiffon being strangled by someone, the half-elf's killing intent oozed out from his body. The half-elf looked down at the purple-haired man who seemed to be the leader of the group that was responsible for hurting his girls. Hey, punk, do you want to try dying once? William asked. William was not someone who condoned senseless killing, but he didn't shy away from killing bastards that deserved to die. Right now, even if the Emperor of the Creator Empire intervened, he would stop at nothing until he gave the man in front of him a very slow and painful death. Chapter 544, Your Souls Are Mine. Big brother, Chiffon said weakly. More tears flowed down from her eyes as she looked up at the person that had declared to become her caretaker. Don't fight them. They are very strong. You will only get hurt. I will go with them and apologize on your behalf. So, please take Ian and go. Strong. William smiled as he helped Chiffon to stand up. A bunch of men bullying a little girl is strong? Don't worry, Chiffon. Now that your big brother is here, I'll beat up these bullies for you. William didn't add that he also planned on killing them later even if he had to chase them to the ends of the continent. The half-elf used his fingers to wipe away the tear stains on Chiffon's face before shifting his attention to the purple-haired guy that dared to strangle the little girl that he had taken under his wing. Oi, I don't know who you are or where you came from, but you have successfully made me angry, William said. Ian, who had been pinned down on the ground earlier, was also sheathing in anger. However, the two men that were holding her in place were stronger than her. However, she was no longer worried because her lover had come to their rescue. She sneered internally because she knew that the 6 people who had ganged up on them would not have a good ending. The half-elf's eyes glowed with power as tendrils of lightning snaked around his body. He then pointed behind him and 2 streaks of lightning zapped the 2 men that were pinning Ian down, sending them skidding across the ground for several meters. Ian immediately stood up and ran towards William and Chiffon. The 6 men were at least adamantium-ranked fighters, centennial-ranked. They couldn't believe that a mere teenager was able to push them back as if they were just rookie mercenaries. The purple-haired man forcefully fixed his broken arm using an elixir before giving William a hateful glare. He didn't know how the red-headed teenager managed to land a sneak attack on him, but now that he was on guard, he wouldn't allow the same mistake to happen again. Brat, we have an agreement with the academy, so we are not allowed to severely injure the students here, the purple-haired man stated as he summoned a great sword in his hand. Although I won't kill you, I will cut off one of your arms. That way, you will know that there are people in this world that you can't afford to provoke no matter what. The guards that were standing at the side glanced at each other. They were not only there to prevent the students from entering the garden, they were also there to ensure that the 6 adamantium-ranked mercenaries wouldn't go too far with their harassment. Now that the situation had turned for the worse, the captain of the guard finally decided to step in and prevent the mercenaries from harming William. However, before he could even make his move, William's words stopped him in place. Since you had already decided to become mere spectators, then you can stay as spectators. William turned his head to glare at the captain of the guards. Don't interfere or I'll hold you accountable for turning a blind eye on this farce. The captain of the guards unconsciously shuddered because, for a moment, he thought that a blade was pressed against his neck. If he took a step forward, this blade would penetrate his flesh and draw blood. After saying what he had to say, William shifted his attention to the purple-haired man whom he was planning to torture to death. From behind his back, a portal emerged and dozens of rainbow birds flew out with a vengeance. B1 and B2 had spent some time with Chiffon inside the Mirage Cavern and grew fond of the girl. Although they didn't know exactly what happened, William's feelings passed through them and their gazes locked onto the purple-haired man who was a few ranks above them. Even so, the 2 dumb birds were not afraid. Unfortunately, William had already ordered them to deal with the other 5 men because he personally planned to beat the crap out of the bastard that dared to kick Ian and strangled Chiffon. The last one to come out of the portal was Soglav. The demonic dog smirked evilly as his single eye scanned his surroundings. Just where did that pig-headed anteater go off to? Soglav thought. Well, I'll just look for him lat-dash. Just as Soglav was about to summon his doppelganger, a big shadow loomed over them. Soglav raised his head, and the smirk on his face widened when he saw a golden dragon hovering above them. On top of the dragon's head, a small rainbow-colored anteater arrogantly looked down upon the 6 men as if they were just little insects. Soglav, Kasaganaga, B1 and B2, I will let you handle the small fries, William ordered. Don't kill them, understand? Okay. Ian, watch over Chiffon for me. William summoned his wooden staff and held it firmly in his hand. Without another word, he stomped on the ground and appeared right next to the purple-haired man. The name of William's opponent was Augustus. He was a demon mercenary that had been hired by a high-ranking noble from the demon continent to ensure that Chiffon lived a miserable life in the Creator Empire. He and his men would visit Silverwind Academy twice a month in order to observe Chiffon and send a report to their employer. Augustus liked this mission very much. Why? because it was super easy to do and the pay was quite high. He would rather bully a little girl than face Danjero. Us missions in the demon continent where the chances of dying were high. He just didn't expect that this easy mission of his would encounter difficulties that would cause him to waste a precious elixir to fix his broken arm. The two clashed several times against each other. Both men were trying to gauge each other's strengths, while exchanging blows deadly enough to instantly kill a weaker opponent. It didn't take long before Augustus noticed that he was being pushed back by the red-headed teenager, who was looking at him as if he was a walking corpse. Augustus channeled his aura into his weapon with the intention of using his most powerful attack to obliterate the annoying half-elf. William was about to dodge the attack when he realized that the man in front of him didn't randomly choose this instance to hit him with a full-powered strike. Ian and Chiffon were directly behind him. If he dodged Augustus' attack, it would hit the two people behind him. William knew that even if the two girls survived, they would be severely injured due to how powerful his opponent's attack was. Ignite! Augustus roared. Blaze Fury! William raised his left hand and summoned a silver shield in front of him. The wooden staff in his right hand disappeared, and it was replaced by Soleil. Right now, William had equipped the Sun Knight job class, which was known for its very high resistance against flame-based attacks. William's feet skidded on the ground as Augustus' attack collided with his shield. The flames had ignited the flowers around them, turning their surroundings into an inferno. Ian had held Chiffon close to her when the attack started and used his body as a shield to protect the girl from the raging flames that seemed to have a life of their own. William sneered as Soleil glowed in his hand. The mythical weapon greedily absorbed the flames since they could be used as a source of power. A few moments later, the raging flames died out completely, and the spear in William's hand turned dark red. William didn't dare to use Soleil inside the academy because there was a chance that some of the students might get involved in the destruction that Soleil was capable of unleashing. Augustus clicked his tongue because his plan failed. He then hurriedly distanced himself from the red-headed teenager as he took out a 7th circle scroll from his storage ring to unleash a follow-up attack. He didn't intend to use the scroll because it was very expensive. However, William had angered him so much that he decided to not only pull the teenager's soul out from his body, but to devour it alongside Chiffon's and Ian's. Your souls are mine. Augustus activated the scroll in his hand. Soul Devourer. The leader of the mercenary group knew that once he activated his trump card, the annoying brat and his friends were bound to die. Although it was regrettable that Chiffon would be part of the casualties, Augustus didn't mind. All he wanted to do was kill the boy in front of him, regardless of what methods he used to make it happen. Chapter 545, Your Daughter's Lover is a Good Person. The 7th Circle spell was designed to capture the souls of anyone in its path. A 7-meter-tall apparition of an astral worm appeared in front of Augustus. It then opened its mouth as it sucked greedily to absorb the souls of the 3 teenagers in front of it. Ian felt her spiritual world tremble as the Soul Devourer skill passed through her. She had given half of her heart to William, so her spiritual world's defenses were also cut in half. Although she had a very high resistance to soul attacks, a 7th Circle spell was nothing to sneeze at. William was about to decimate the astral worm using his life mage job class when a determined shout reverberated in the air. And no! Chiffon cried out. I won't let you hurt my friends. Chiffon stood in front of Ian, who was already kneeling on the ground and doing her best to keep her soul from leaving her body. The pink-haired girl opened her mouth as wide as she could. It was at that moment when the air around her trembled, and a powerful suction force collided with the astral worm's own devouring power. It was then when something unbelievable happened. The astral worm's apparition shrieked in fright as a powerful force pulled its body towards the little girl. William, who saw the scene, wasn't too surprised because he already knew what Chiffon was capable of. He even laughed internally as he lunged towards Augustus to give him a world of pain. He wasn't too worried about Chiffon when it came to a battle of devourers. Challenge the sin of gluttony to an eating contest? They must be out of their mind. Just as William expected, the astral worm was sucked up by the pink-haired girl's little mouth until nothing was left. Augustus didn't expect this outcome, so he was a second late in raising his guard to block William's punch that was headed right into his chest. A loud clap resounded as William's fist dug into August's chest that sent him smashing towards the ground. The punch that William did was not an ordinary punch, but a punch that he had not used for a very long time. It was the monk skill, Overwhelming Strike, that he used to beat the Sword Saint's disciple and the pompous noble that had a crush on Rebecca. Overwhelming Strike. Needs 5 skill points to unlock. Once a day you can deliver one full-powered, unarmed strike that contains all of your strength. Damage dealt is equivalent to your strength stat multiplied by 20. William's attack was so strong that a 7-meter-wide crater appeared in the ground where Augustus' body laid. The purple-haired man's eyes had rolled on its sockets, and blood spilled at the corner of his lips. The half-elf held back a bit to ensure that the demon wouldn't die because he planned to torture him slowly. William turned his head to see how the others were faring, and saw Kasaganaga and Soglav slapping the face of the last conscious mercenary in the six-man group. Ian and Chiffon were both unharmed, and were currently looking at Augustus, who was sprawled on the ground. William smiled and walked towards the little girl with a smile. "You did well," William said as he patted Chiffon's head. He then shifted his attention to Ian, who seemed eager to kick the half-dead man on the ground because of what he had done to her. "You too, Ian. Thank you for protecting Chiffon." William pulled Ian close to him and whispered something in her ears. "Don't worry, I will let you torture him later. Make sure to pay him back 100-fold for hurting you." Ian gave William a very rare evil smile that didn't match her personality. It just showed how much his mermaid lover resented the man who had barged in on their peaceful stroll in the garden. When William was thinking of how to smuggle the 6 unconscious men to his thousand-beast domain, the headmaster of Silverwind Academy, along with some of the professors, arrived at the garden. Gilbert sighed when he saw the damage that William's battle had caused. The garden was one of the most famous attractions of their academy. However, more than half of it had been destroyed and had been turned into scorched earth. "What do you have to say for yourself, young man?" Gilbert asked as he looked at William's direction. He had the strong urge to pull the half-elf's long ears until the teenage boy cried out in pain. "Took you long enough," William replied in a casual manner. Gilbert found himself unable to reply to William's reply. He had been informed days ago about the 6 mercenaries that had come to perform their regular check on Chiffon's lifestyle in the academy. This lifestyle check had been going on for more than a year already, and the headmaster had turned a blind eye on it due to the agreement that the Creator Empire had with the Demon Continent. William snorted and summoned a water whip to tie up Augustus' body, along with his men. He was about to drag them away when Gilbert stepped in to stop him. "We will take over from here," Gilbert said in a firm manner. "This falls under our jurisdiction." "What if I refuse?" William asked back. He used his question to stall for time while the system put some trackers on the 6 men, so that the half-elf could hunt them down later. "Host, trackers have been successfully planted on their bodies." "Thank you," William replied. He had spent 600 god points to ensure that no matter where the 6 men went, William would know exactly where they were. "What do you want?" Gilbert asked in irritation. Not only did he have to deal with the damages that had been made to the Academy's garden, he also needed to bribe the half-elf who was defying his authority. "I want them dead." "Sorry, that's not possible." "All right, then give me 6 Centennial Beast cores instead. If you do that, I will let them live," William proposed. Gilbert frowned and held up 2 Ingers. 2 Centennial cores. William shook his head. "Not only did these men hurt 3 students of your academy, they also scared my 2 dumb pets." William pointed at B1 and B2, who was perched on top of 2 of the 6 men's heads. "These motherfuckers scared the shit out of me," B1 shouted in an aggrieved tone. "I will sue your academy for emotional trauma." B2 raised its head in an arrogant manner as it lifted its claw. "Just look at my pinky claw. I can't raise it up due to how scared I am. You old fucker better take responsibility, or else you'll talk to my lawyer." Gilbert had the very strong urge to hurl a fireball at the 2 dumb birds to roast them completely. What emotional trauma? Can't raise a pinky claw? If anyone needed to sue someone due to emotional trauma, it would be no one else but him. 3 Centennial cores. "That is my final offer," Gilbert said as flames danced on the tip of his fingertips. B1 and B2 hadn't stopped hurling profanities in the headmaster's direction, calling him old motherfucker and other vulgar words that pushed Gilbert to the limits of his tolerance. "Fine," William agreed before the old man snapped and roast the 2 dumb birds to the afterlife. "Pay up front or no deal." Gilbert took 3 Centennial cores from his storage ring and shoved them into William's hands. The half-elf took them and stored the beast cores inside his storage ring before holding Ian and Chiffon's hand, leading them back to the boys' dormitory. The 3 students left without a word. Soglav and the rainbow birds returned to the thousand-beast domain, while Kasaganaga once again rode on top of the dragon's head. Kasaganaga was currently the king of the bestiary in the 3rd grade division. The rainbow-colored anteater intended to brainwash all the magical beasts that belonged to the students of the academy to become its followers. Gilbert watched William's entourage leave with a sigh. He then kicked one of the tied-up men who had just regained consciousness to vent out his anger. The pitiful man once again lost his consciousness as his eyes rolled up into their sockets. "Take them and lock them up properly," Gilbert ordered. "I am going to see His Majesty." The headmaster of Silverwind Academy didn't even bother to give the 6 mercenaries a second glance as he left to return to his office. He knew that Avexius was planning to deal with the mercenaries after they had left their territory. However, William had already done the deed, which complicated things. If this matter wasn't resolved properly, then several problems might arise regarding the relationship of the Creator Empire and the Demon Continent. Eros, it seems that your daughter's lover is a good person, a fat goddess said while eating a slice of cake. You know, although he's a bit skinny for my taste, I like his personality. Lady Eros smiled as she sipped her tea. The goddess of gluttony, Adiphagia, suddenly appeared in front of her castle and asked if she could come in for some afternoon tea. Naturally, Eros invited her in because she was none other than her best friend in the Temple of the 10,000 Gods. What the erotic goddess didn't expect was that Adiphagia would come to see her in order to talk about William. The fat goddess kept on asking personal questions like what William liked to eat or how many lovers the boy had. It was quite obvious that her good friend wanted to either fatten William up to suit her taste or help her daughter, Chiffon, make her move on the boy. Lady Eros was quite supportive of her friend, so she decided to help her out a bit. Whether Chiffon would end up becoming one of William's 9 lovers was none of her business. The only thing that mattered to her was the happiness of her daughter, whose power was currently being kept at bay by the half-elf who seemed to have caught the attention of another troublesome goddess. Chapter 546, A Sin That Is Too Much to Bear. Chiffon was currently seated on William's lap, with her head resting on his shoulder. Ever since they had returned to William's room in the boys' dormitory, Chiffon refused to leave his side. The half-elf wanted to ask her some questions regarding the 6 men, but decided to put it on hold for the time being. Chiffon was in no condition to answer any questions, so William decided to just stay by her side until her fears subsided. The little girl's body would shudder from time to time, even though she was enclosed in William's protective embrace. Clearly, she had suffered some kind of trauma at the hands of the 6 mercenaries that were commissioned to make her life miserable. Don't worry, William coaxed the trembling girl in his embrace. I will not let them hurt you again. I promise. Chiffon gripped William's robe as she tried her best to calm her heart that seemed to be on the verge of bursting. The past month had been the happiest month that she had spent in the academy. She had been so happy that she had forgotten why she was sent to the Creator Empire and why those mercenaries would visit her twice a month. Big brother, I'm scared, Chiffon said softly. I'm scared that they will take me away. I don't want to go. Rest assured, as long as I'm around they will not be able to take you anywhere. William promised. Really? Yes. So, stop crying. Chiffon sighed as she leaned her body on her protector. For some reason, her heart was telling her that William would indeed keep his promise. Perhaps due to the feeling of relief and William's assurance, the little girl closed her eyes and fell asleep in his arms. William stayed still until Chiffon's breathing became steady. After making sure that the girl was in deep sleep, he carried her to the bed so that she would be able to rest properly. After settling her down, the half-elf was about to go when a small hand grabbed his arm. Chiffon was still asleep, but her body moved unconsciously to prevent William from leaving her. The half-elf glanced at the hand on his arm and the sleeping girl on the bed before sighing internally. Her breathing had become unsteady and he knew that she might wake again if he took another step away from her. B1, B2, fly around the academy and gather some information. It doesn't matter what kind of information it is, even random things are fine too, William ordered. When you return, I'll give both of you 1 centennial core each. A small portal appeared above William's head and 1 red and 1 blue bird appeared inside his room. The half-elf waved his hand and the window in his room sprang open. The 2 noisy birds left the room without uttering a single word because they noticed that Chiffon was sleeping. Although the angry birds were all vulgar birds, they were surprisingly considerate to the people whom they deemed to be their friends. With another wave of his hand, William closed the window and laid beside Chiffon. He hugged the little girl to assure her that he's not going anywhere. The hand that held William's arm relaxed and Chiffon's breathing once again became steady. William brushed away the strand of hairs that were blocking her adorable face and looked at it closely. The sin of gluttony might be too much for you to bear, William thought as he hugged Chiffon. But don't worry. I will make sure that you won't go hungry again. Yes. Using the power of the divinity that she received from the goddess Lily, William was confident that he could prevent Chiffon's sin from taking over her rationality. Princess Sydney's sin of lust was capable of charming anyone around her, making her a very dangerous being. Chiffon held the sin of gluttony. William didn't know the extent of this sin's power. However, after seeing Jekyll devour the elves in the war just by opening his mouth and sucking them all in, the half-elf guessed that Chiffon's gluttony works the same way. William wasn't aware that there was a time when Chiffon's power went out of control in the demon continent. Back then, she was in a gathering of high-level demons that oversaw the different territories of the demon realm. Chiffon's father had starved her for a month in order to use her as a means to make the other demons submit by force. However, he didn't expect that the little girl's power had far surpassed his expectations. Back then, Chiffon had gone crazy due to hunger and started to devour everything around her. Houses, demons, monsters, even the rocks and dirt had not been spared. She had become a small black hole that greedily sucked in everything around her. Because of this, all the high-ranking demons tried to stop her by bombarding her with powerful spells. Unfortunately, these spells were also devoured by her, leaving her father and the high-ranking demons helpless. Killing one of the 7 deadly sins was taboo. Anyone who dared to do that would have their entire bloodline suffer eternal punishment under the hands of the god, or god. SS, to whom the original sin belonged. This was why Chiffon's father and the high-ranking demons could only attempt to knock her unconscious to stop the destruction that she was causing. Chiffon's rampage ended after a day had passed. The little girl fainted after sating her hunger. After she collapsed, the high-ranking demons all agreed to seal her because she was far too dangerous. However, Chiffon's father proposed a different idea. Let's send her to the central continent and let the humans deal with her, Chiffon's father proposed. It will be an effective way to weaken their forces. If they tried to kill her, then their lands would be cursed, and that would only be to our advantage. His proposal was well received by the high-ranking demons, and all of them voted for Chiffon's exile. Chiffon's father then sent her to the Creator Empire because he knew that Emperor Leonidas would not be able to turn her away. However, the human emperor wasn't a fool either. In return for taking Chiffon custody, he extorted Chiffon's father for precious resources that could only be gained from the demon continent. Both sides had settled on a compromise, and Chiffon was sent to the Creator Empire. The high-ranking demons would occasionally send mercenaries to check Chiffon's condition in order to see if she was nearing her limit. Emperor Leonidas was not aware of the danger that Chiffon posed to his empire and tried to help the girl in his own way. Albert, William's alchemist master, was in charge of supplying Chiffon with food pills. However, it didn't take long for them to realize that the food pill's effect gradually lost its power as time went by. Right now, a pill was only enough to stave off Chiffon's hunger for half an hour. Although they could keep on making pills for her, the nobles of the demon continent had sent supervisors to check her condition. After they found out that Chiffon's hunger was being kept at bay using pills, they sent a petition to the Creator Empire and Chiffon's father and threatened to bring her back to the demon continent. Knowing that what awaited the girl if she were to return was suffering, Emperor Leonidas decided to cease all support to the girl and allowed her to fend for herself. Of course, Albert would sneak a few pills every now and then so that she could eat them when the hunger became too unbearable. However, due to the heavy monitoring that was being done on the girl, he couldn't help her much. The boy beat them up? Emperor Leonidas asked with a smile. Did he beat them good? Your Majesty, this is no laughing matter, Gilbert said. What should we do with the demon mercenaries? If they return to the demon continent, then news of this will spread, and they might even send a punitive expedition. Emperor Leonidas pondered for a while before giving his decree. After they had recovered from their injuries, set them free, Emperor Leonidas ordered. I doubt they will be stupid enough to find trouble FO. Are Chiffon after the suffering that they have received from William. But what about the Chiffon's father? Gilbert inquired. A devilish smile appeared on Emperor Leonidas' face as he told Gilbert the answer. Tell them that the one that beat up the men he sent was the son of the dungeon conqueror and the saintess of the elves, Emperor Leonidas replied. I'm sure that once he gets this news, he will try his best to capture the boy. Will we let him catch the boy? Catch him? Well, the possibility exists, but are you forgetting something important? Gilbert frowned. Something important? The headmaster of the academy remembered the auras that he had felt when William fearlessly confronted Emperor Leonidas. That boy isn't even afraid of me, Emperor Leonidas said. Since that is the case, why would he be afraid of Chiffon's father? I hope that sorry excuse of a father gets his just desserts. Losing an arm against the dungeon conqueror back then was not enough for his arrogance. Emperor Leonidas would love to see the face of Chiffon's father after he realized that he had fucked up. What he didn't know was that the half-elf was only bluffing back then. William couldn't ask for the help of the myriad undeads in the Undying Lands unless he was about to conduct a massacre that would number in the hundreds of thousands. Malachi was not running a charity. There were only a little more than a year before he would be free from his bindings. When that happens, he would once again set foot in the lands of Hestia, a land that he had not seen for thousands of years. Chapter 547, The Vault of the Vanished Warlord. Just like William instructed, B1 and B2 started to gather information inside the academy. Most of the information they gathered was about the battle that had happened in the garden. There were rumors flying around that the academy was under attack and the headmaster was keeping a tight lid on it. The two birds knew that this was not the information that William wanted, so they kept their ears open for any kind of gossip, no matter if it was credible or not. Man, those idiots, I shouldn't have agreed to let them inside the academy. Yumin, the guard captain of Silverwind Academy, scratched his head in irritation. Every time those bastards come here, I get the urge to punch their faces. The other guards nodded their heads in agreement. Earlier, when they saw William and his summoned monsters beating the mercenaries, they wanted to join the fight and clobber the bastards as well. However, they were duty-bound not to interfere because this was something that the Emperor had decreed. It would become a dispute, so they couldn't do anything about it. Look at the bright side, Captain, one of Yumin's trusted subordinates commented. I doubt they'll have the guts to return here after that one-sided beating. Yumin snorted because he knew that things weren't that simple. Even if they don't come back, the other side will send in more people. This time, those hired goons will be stronger and more brutal than the first batch. B1 waited just in case Yumin would say more, but half an hour passed, and no further talks about Chiffon were discussed. B2, on the other hand, went to see Kasaganaga and asked it for help. Those motherfuckers, Kasaganaga cursed. Due to the influence of the rainbow birds, the deity of the sky would curse from time to time, especially when it was around them. Don't worry, B2. I'll ask my minions and share the news at a later time. B2 nodded and flew away. It still didn't find any worthwhile information, so it decided to go to the places where many students gathered to listen to their conversations. Meanwhile, in the infirmary of Silverwind Academy. You've already seen Chiffon, Gilbert said as he looked at the 6 mercenaries that had been patched up by their school's clerics. Now leave this place before I ask you to pay for the damages that you have caused. Headmaster, do you think that this will end well for you? The leader of the mercenary group, Dicky, sneered. If my employer hears about this, he will definitely not sit idly. Indeed. Gilbert agreed. I mean, if I heard that the mercenary group I hired was beaten black and blue by a teenager, I would probably be infuriated. Who knows? I might even kill you on the spot for being incompetent fools. Dicky flinched because the possibility of that happening was very high. Their employer was not a very understanding person, and once he got angry, heads would start to roll. In fact, I was just about to write a letter to him, Gilbert said with a smile. I will make sure to report everything that happened here. I'll even ask him to pay for the damages that you have caused. Don't you know that the garden is one of our academy's attractions? Now that half of it is destroyed, it will take a while for it to be restored to its former glory. Guess what? That's going to cost a great sum of money. I bet your employer will be very happy when he reads my letter. Dicky was starting to feel anxious. If word of their group's failure were to spread, they would definitely become fugitives in the Demon Continent and would have no choice but to stay in the Central Continent to evade their employer's wrath. This was something that they had to prevent at all costs. Dicky cleared his throat. Headmaster, we've known each other for a while. Why don't the two of us compromise? Compromise? Gilbert questions. Are you going to pay me for the damages? No, but I have a better idea. Dicky could tell that he was at a disadvantage in the negotiation. The leader of the mercenary group knew that if he didn't come up with something to keep the headmaster's mouth shut, things might get dicey for him in the future. How about this? I will give you the scroll that I stole. I picked up by accident, Dicky said as he summoned a scroll from his storage ring. A merchant was carrying the scroll. And it seemed to be a prized possession. I was planning to sell it at an auction, but since the headmaster and I are good friends, I will use this to pay for the damages I did to your academy. Not only that, I will also report that Chiffon is more miserable than the last time I saw her. I will continue to give this kind of report to my employer every time we visit in the Creator Empire. How does that sound? Gilbert thought for a while before nodding his head in agreement. If he could wrap things up in a peaceful manner, then he and Emperor Leonidas didn't need to worry about Dicky's employer. Also, he was very curious about the scroll in Dicky's possession. Since he had nothing to lose in this exchange, he acted to reluctantly accept the mercenary leader's offer. Fine, Gilbert made a gesture for Dicky to pass the scroll to him. I will compromise, but we will make a soul contract first. All 6 of you will sign it with your blood. Do we have a deal? Of course, Dicky answered in a heartbeat. He was worried that Gilbert would change his mind, so he hastily gave him the scroll and waited for the headmaster to finish drafting their contract. Although he lost an ancient scroll that he was planning to sell in an auction, it was more important to keep his head on his body. His employer was someone that didn't look at failure favorably. After all 6 mercenaries had signed the contract, they hastily left the academy to return to the Demon Continent. Dicky had seen the pure killing intent in William's eyes, and he knew that the boy was serious. This was why he didn't bother to stay long in the academy, just in case the half-elf would come knocking on their doors. Gilbert had asked the guards to escort the mercenaries out of the academy to ensure that they wouldn't do anything stupid along the way. Finally, everything's been wrapped up nicely, Gilbert sighed as he sat on his couch. I swear that William Brat will be the death of me. The headmaster of Silverend Academy shook his head in helplessness before opening the scroll that Dickie had given him. He was a linguist and had studied almost all the languages in the world of Hestia, including the ancient language of the Firstborns. The Firstborns were the first residents of the world when it was just formed. They were an ancient race that was said to have gone extinct during the era of the gods because they were hunted down by the other races due to their unique abilities. Gilbert raised the cup of tea on the table and took a sip. However, he immediately spat it back out after reading the first lines on the very top of the scroll. The Vault of the Vanished Warlord. The headmaster's hand trembled because he knew the backstory of the vanished warlord. He was the ruler of the Firstborns and was said to possess an incredible treasure that could rival the power of the gods. Gilbert had dedicated his life to finding the Vault of the Vanished Warlord, where the priceless treasure of the Firstborns was held. To think that I would find its location in this manner, fate is really a fickle lady, Gilbert muttered as he read the contents of the scroll. 5 minutes later, the headmaster of the academy slammed his fist on the table in anger. Damn it! Why must it be on the 51st floor of Babylon? Gilbert cursed out loud. So this is why no one had found it even after all these years. It's right there. The headmaster of the academy cursed for 10 full minutes before he finally calmed down. After reining in his emotions, the first thing he did was to press his left palm over the scroll. A moment later, a flash of light shrouded the room in white. Gilbert used his unique ability to create a perfect replica of the scroll that would lead him to the treasure vault that he had searched for his entire life. The headmaster didn't settle for one copy. He made 12 exact copies of the scroll and translated the text into the language commonly used in the world of Hestia. This way he could look for people who would dare to challenge the place where none had returned alive. Chapter 548. Eradicate. World End Tempest. I will come with you, Ash said as she watched William wear a hooded robe that covered his entire body. She knew where her lover was going, and she intended to go with him at all cost. Okay, William replied as he adjusted his assassination uniform. Due to the trackers that the system had placed on Dickie and his subordinates, he was able to see and hear the conversation between the mercenary leader and the headmaster of Silverwind Academy. Even though the mercenary leader had agreed to report to his employer that Chiffon's life in the academy was the same as always, he had no intention of letting them go so easily. William was someone that could see the bigger picture, so he also understood that if the mercenaries were to really do as they promised in the contract, Chiffon would no longer need to worry about her father who was on the demon continent. The half-elf didn't care who Chiffon's father was because, to him, her father was scum. William even promised himself to give that person a good beating if he met him sometime in the future. The half-elf was an orphan in his past life. He didn't have any parents, nor did he know what it meant to have a family. The director of the orphanage said that he was abandoned on their doorstep, and the only thing that they had left him was an embroidered handkerchief with his name. William. This was why he had developed a grudge to people that abandoned their children, because they were considered baggage. William was someone that couldn't forgive these people, so he planned to take action to protect Chiffon in the way he knew best. Let's go, William said as he opened the window of his room. Ash nodded and merged with William. It had been a while since the two of them had activated the ability of the Familia to fuse and fight together. Tendrils of lightning snaked around William's body before he disappeared from the room. Boss, are we really going to let that kid go? One of Dickie's subordinates complained. I can't take this lying down, boss. I want to murder that kid so badly. Boss, I feel the same way. How about we sneak inside the academy and kill the brat in his sleep? I'm confident that we can sneak past the academy's defenses if we all work together. Shut up.